Hello, my name is Take. I'm a monk for the Great Empire. Well, shortly after we reached the castle age, I was hanging out in the monastery, but I wasn't really religious back in the days. But 100 gold is 100 gold, if you know what I mean. To be honest, I expected a much more glamorous life. Most of the time, I just run around to carry relics from A to B, which really is an annoying task. You know, we have these well-trained, very strong knights with horses, and even some basic cartwheels who could do the job just as well. But no! Let the monk do it! Because he's so holy and strong! I hate it. Do you know how fucking hard it is to convert a fucking elephant into a Christian? It's not even that they don't talk. I basically have to make him forget his old beliefs. But elephants never forget. It's hard, man. I'm not gonna lie. In the end, I managed to pull it off. And you know why? Because I'm a man of faith. Sometimes, and this might sound crazy, but sometimes I have the feeling there is a giant hand in the sky guiding me and telling me what to do next. And I talked to Brother Olaf the other day, and he had the exact same experience. The healing powers are pretty neat. By learning the technique, they told me I can heal 1 HP every 0.4 seconds, or whatever that means. Anyway, I cured Brother Olaf's fever the other day, and it was pretty lit. It's strange that for some reason I can't cure myself though. I always hang out with other monks for that reason, just in case. Oh man, what the hell? Don't break the fourth wall like that. I'm just a unit in the game! By the way, from me too, buddy. Don't join the Portuguese. They pay less.
Man, Lierey's just doing enough, Dave, just to hold.
Yeah, and Velez is going to be about 2 minutes behind the castle age.
But that
Liereyy with the splits. Oh, this micro, dude. This is stupid.
Stop it. Stop it, Liereyy.
You didn't get hit once.
The biggest nerd. That was disgusting.
Where it's Cumans versus Britons, and the Britons just go FC, and they're cheaper TCs, they're able to get them up quicker. and get them producing, and they'll catch up in villagers by the time the humans get to Castle Age.
You just can't accept that it's TATOHs in a competitive tournament.
Oh my god!
You
oh my
can't
god!
accept
What?
it, Dave.
Oh
Just
my
accept
god!
it.
What am I saying, dude?
It's
I thought it
TATOHs.
was. I thought it.
Yeah.
And I think Veles has done that pretty well so far here.
Yep. Both. Oh my god! I thought that was going to be so much better. Those crossbows are weak though. And then the
Again?
wood line is still an issue.
Oh, a wall! Another wall!
And we're getting
a fourth wall! A fifth wall!
Okay, that's progress.
And it's dead!
And the villager, there's like 10 villagers there. Oh man, I think
He could have got a great raid on the stone there.
I think he, after killing that one skirmisher, knew that. Oh my God, Land! No! Max with a huge shot. In fact, most, if not all, of these skirmishers will die regardless. Crossbows. Now he's on Max's gold though, as Max is patrolling spears this way.
Is Max gonna get in? Land is not repairing the walls.
Oh, he needs another
Just
wall.
in time, dude. He's in.
No, he's in. This is the second time that Max has
The back of Max's base.
Oh my
Max
God.
doesn't know where he is.
What is happening in this game, Dave? What is
He
this?
doesn't know where he is.
He doesn't know. And now he's going to be off of food, and now he's going to be off of wood. Did he think he left?
He did. He thought he left. There's nothing there. The whole eco is running away.
Oh,
Obviously, the first 8 knights will be out a bit
Yeah,
quicker, but
yeah.
yeah, look at that. Like, he won't. Oh, maybe he had to build one because look at the one stable.
No!
He has a knight trap.
Well, if he deletes the stable now, it's not a big deal. Delete the stable, let the knight out, and build a house behind, and then you have 3 stables.
He just
That's what he's
thought
doing.
one step ahead. All good, Tristan.
Can't wall it? Oh my God. And the, oh my goodness, NICOV is just
9-0.
flexing on Doubt right now. Oh
10-0.
Oh my God.
11-0, Tristan.
Make it stop!
12-0. What are we
He's already
witnessing?
dead! He is already dead! Stop it! Please, NICOV, just run away. Let him wall. Oh my goodness.
This is necrophilia.
This...
Holy moly. Uh-oh, that could be problematic on both sides. NICOV actually sees the walls and runs away. Look at NICOV's line of sight. He sees the wood line is walled and actually isn't.
That's just dumb.
Did go for forging, so he will stay in feudal age for quite some time.
Well, he has 14 on food and Doubt has 5 or 6. So I think
Wait,
that's
wait.
the concern.
NICOV, go to NICOV's barracks, Tristan.
12
13
eagles? 12? That's nerves, Nili. He's so nervous. He keeps going back to his barracks. He keeps clicking stuff. And he doesn't realize how many he has queued. He has 13 eagles queued in 1 barracks.
Center armies will miss each other.
Oh, he's gonna go forward! He's gonna go forward with it. Will NICOV spot it? NICOV
Oh,
can't.
God.
Oh my God! No, he sees the army.
Oh, God.
If he sees the army, he should address this.
NICOV should see the villagers moving forward.
He does.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the Red Bull Wololo. It is quarterfinals day and we've got 4 exciting matches to look forward to as things really start to heat up for our 8 remaining players. Let's take a look at the bracket at the end of round 1. 3 out of the 8 qualified players made it through the first round, with CAPOCH making it past MBL, TheMaX beating Lan, and NICOV taking a 3-2 victory over Doubt. We also saw TheViper and Liereyy advancing quite comfortably yesterday, both of them having a good 3-1 result in their matches. If you did miss any of yesterday's action and you want to catch up, the VOD is available on the Red Bull Gaming YouTube channel or right here on Twitch. There's $30,000 to play for here, as well as the prestige and the glory for winning a tournament of this scale. It's $1,250 secured for all of the players who've made it this far, and they could be taking home at least $3,000 if they win in their quarterfinals matches today. Let's take a look at some stats. Obviously, all of our day 1 and 2 matches are in, and after round 1, we've seen at least 1 game played on each of the 12 maps in the pool. Here are the 7 most picked maps in the tournament so far. Cross has been picked 6 times and played 6 times in the first round. But civ variety on Cross is quite limited, with either the Huns or the Persians being the dominant choice on the map and winning 3 times each. Haboob is also a popular pick and a map with a bit more civ variety compared to Cross. In the 5 times that Haboob has been played, the winning civilization has been different each and every time. It seems like players are still trying to figure out the best way to tackle this new map. Wings and Eruption have only been picked once so far. Let's see if they'll be making an appearance today in the quarterfinals at any point. Civilizations so far have been quite a different story to Red Bull 1 as well. The Lithuanians have been the most successful pick, getting the win 3 out of the 4 times that they've been played, and players have clearly seen a lot more potential in them since Red Bull 1, where they were only the 19th picked civ back then. Vikings are a popular choice as ever, but they've been banned 6 out of the 8 times so far, which shows that players still fear them far more than any of the other options available. And finally, the Khmer. Perhaps a little overrated, or maybe just not being used in the right hands after only finding 1 win out of the 4 times that they've been played. We'll be tracking the stats today to see if the quarterfinals have any surprises in store, but for those of you who might not have caught any of the action so far, here's Barbecue Turkman to explain Empire Wars and what it's all about.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players begin in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. Unlike the first edition of the Red Bull Wololo, players begin with a standard scout to explore the map. Due to the quick start nature of the game, players can pile on the pressure from minute 1, resulting in fast-paced, aggressive gameplay. Each player begins with a barracks, blacksmith, and houses to accelerate the player's choice of strategy. Loom has already been researched, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 900-year time limit, roughly 1 hour 15 game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the current highest score wins the match.
So here's the order of today's matches, starting at 13 GMT with Liereyy versus TheMax. They've only met twice before in tournament history, and the record is actually quite good for TheMax, who 3-0'd Liereyy back at Nili's Apartment Cup 3 earlier this year. I think by popular votes, Liereyy might be the favorite to win, but if Max is on top form today, this could absolutely go the distance. At 15 GMT, TATOH versus Hera, and Hera has managed to beat TATOH in all 7 tournament encounters that they've had so far in 2020, with a 4-1 scoreline to Hera in both Hidden Cup 3 and in Nili's Apartment Cup 3. There's no doubt that master strategist TATOH will be prepared as ever, and with the draft being so important, TATOH is sure to put in a good performance today. At 17 GMT, Yo versus CAPOCH. He has surprised us once, but can he do it again? CAPOCH will have a much harder opponent in the Red Bull 1 champion, Mr. Yo, but after such a solid performance against MBL, we'll be on the edge of our seats, waiting to see what this game has in store for us. And our final match today at 19 GMT, that's NICOV versus TheViper. TheViper said in his interview that he's going to have to step it up against NICOV, who looked to be in great shape against Doubt yesterday. NICOV could have a good chance for an upset here, but he does need to play perfectly to avoid any costly mistakes that you can't afford to make against the Snake. Today is Saturday. He's going to be joined by T90 and Nili to cover all of the matches coming your way, starting with Liereyy versus TheMax right after this.
Well, I'm Liereyy, I'm 18 years old, I play Age of Empires as you all know, and I'm living in Austria. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. It all started when I was younger, well, even younger than now, but basically my family brought me into it. My brother and my dad were playing it, so I started to watch when I was like 7-8 years old, and that's when I got interested in the game, and yeah, started to play it myself and fell in love with it. My favorite civilizations probably Mayans, just because they're very smooth to play. I also like to play archer units, as most people know already, and my Plume archers are my favorite units to micro. I think there are quite a lot of options who can win the Red Bull tournament. I think the almost obvious ones are probably Viper, Yo, Hera, or me. Probably the top 4 favorites. Then TATOH obviously as well, but I think it will depend on small factors. I don't think too many people have practiced too much yet, because the tournament was obviously pretty short announced. And we probably watched qualifiers and practice this week, so it's gonna be quite a new meta, I would say, and a new meta where everyone has to adapt. Anything can happen, so it's gonna be pretty close. I would like to play against Yo to get my revenge for the Red Bull 1 tournament, obviously. I don't think there's anyone I really want to avoid. Obviously, my goal is to win the tournament, so I have to beat anyone regardless. So I'm not really.
And welcome to Saturday. 4 big sets with my man, and to get us in the mood, I say Setter, you say Dave. Setter?
Dave.
Setter?
Dave. No, Nili, come on. We can't do this. No. We're starting off professional here on the Red Bull Wololo Day 3, and we're going to start by looking at our matchups. We're going to avoid any references to Saturday until I bring them up. It's my day. I'll bring them up later. It's going to be a long one for me, but it's going to be a fantastic day. We look at the matches here, and it's insane. Starting with Liereyy TheMAX as the very first match, like, that's crazy, dude. That's such a great matchup.
Indeed. Liereyy, well, he obviously didn't have the greatest picks yesterday when it came to the civilizations there, lost that game, except that he looked pretty damn sharp and already beat, if we exclude that task game, the training partner of the Max 3-0 has to be confident going into that one.
Yeah, and even the Tatars game, like, he had a chance in that, and that was the civ that he randomed into because he didn't have enough time, right? So Liereyy looking...
Well, technically, he had enough time. He just wasn't good with the alphabet, apparently. Finding
yeah, what did he say? He couldn't find it? They're in alphabetical order? It's okay, guys. He's only 18. And then following that one, we've got a crazy set. TATOH versus Hera, which is probably the best set we've seen so far, at least on paper. We'll see how that plays out. And then in the afternoon, Argentina is going to show up here, I think, in the afternoon, because we have Mr. Yo versus CAPOCH, and then we have NICOV versus TheViper, which is an insane way to finish off the day.
Yeah, it has been quite some time since we see like 2 Argentinian players on top, if ever, really. Like Twig had a good showing with NICOV, like I would say like 2-3 years ago. But
Gary maybe back in the day, but like
yeah, they had solid Nation Cup teams.
Yeah,
but yeah, certainly a crazy story. T90 will join us for those last 2 sets. And now I'm excited to see what the map and civ draft for the Liereyy and the Max looks like. Okay, starting off with Liereyy, going for the very wild maps. Atacama and Haboob going to be really tough to wall, expecting a lot of aggression. And the Max goes for the same maps that the Les went, and he went himself if it wasn't for the ban. Blockades and Lowland. Strategic, very defensive maps, trying to make it into the long game against Liereyy.
And we saw Max pick Lowland in his other series, and Velez went with humans, I believe, right? And then Max couldn't get humans because it was picked by the other player he was against. Sorry, I can't remember the name. Lan. So he went Indians and actually ended up winning that game against Lan. So maybe Lowland is a bait once again for Liereyy to pick humans and Max to do the same thing.
But that game didn't really show the strengths of humans there. It felt like Lan not walling in time, had some troubles, and yeah, let's take a look at the civilization and who actually grabs humans for themselves. Not really the typical Liereyy civilization, but we see it on his side.
Maybe he wants to deny it from Max. Maybe he thought that Max was going to save that pick for later because he wanted to pick more important stuff earlier. He does pick the humans 4th overall. And when we look at the bans here, Nili...
that's actually, I think, might be a mistake. because I'm looking at the draft, and there we have the X over Magyars. And indeed, that's fixed now. All good in the hood. And therefore, Magyars, kind of the ban for Haboob, Atacama aggression. But Mayans, pretty late. And also Aztecs. Interesting.
And Max with 2 Meso civilizations, which are always very, very strong. Also, Saracens not being banned here, Nili. I think this is what, the second set where we haven't seen them banned. We've seen them banned 2 or 3 times so far this tournament. We'll see what Max can get done with them.
Well, it's the big question, right? What will Saracens play? How will Liereyy play against that? Magyars just feels so deadly. I think if you face Magyars, instant forging, mass spearmen, mass scouts in your face on Atacama, on Haboob, it's so tough to play. But against Saracens, you have a bit more rope.
I'm also wondering, look at Lierey's civs. Is there an archer civilization really there? It's all
Surprisingly
cavalry.
not. Yeah, I'm really, really surprised there. Not the typical Liereyy approach, who shines so much with this crossbow micro.
Yeah, he said it. He even said it in the interview before. He said, "I'm known for archers," so we'll see. Maybe it's a bait. Maybe he will go archers with some of these civs, but that's a very weird draft there for Liereyy.
And the max very heavy on the archers, right? If we look at that, maybe even 5 archer civs if we count Aztecs there as well. Crazy.
Well, I mean, if they're available, they're good civs. You're gonna pick them, right?
Yeah, true. We had Vikings first, Slav Magyar to follow it up. Yeah, both players heavily jumping on the cavalry there. And now I have to ask you for predictions, my man.
I know Max had I think I casted the set in NAC, the last one he played against Liereyy in a tournament setting. He was very good there, 3-0'd him, I believe.
Yeah.
But I think Liereyy is going to take this one 3-1. Liereyy has been looking good to me the last few weeks.
Yeah, to be fair to Liereyy, we had some technical issues there, and Liereyy was very tilted going outside this map. Didn't really feel he could micro to his full potential. This in the land setting should be more neutral and more fair for him. I will go also for a prediction that Liereyy is my favorite there. 3-1 is something you already said. Well, then I will have to go for the 3-2 for Liereyy, and game should start pretty soon here. Arabia, our game number 1. We will have, actually, the max going for us pick number 7. We'll go for Mayans. Liereyy will play Lithuanians. He is in the center pick, a civilization that we saw banned quite often.
Well, it's a really, really strong civ. Obviously, you get that food early, which allows you to do so much in Empire Wars, and your spearmen and your skirmishers are faster as well, which we see a lot of in the feudal age. And we are into the game. This will be game number 1, Arabia, as all the other sets. And it looks like Liereyy is actually going to open with an archery range. And so is Max.
Interesting stuff there for Lithuanians. Probably wants to go for some skirm as the defense. You said it earlier. The faster walking skirmishers and spearmen. It's something that most people won't really give too much credit to. How good is that advantage actually?
I think it's really good. It's just a tool you can use to get out of tough spots. Like, it allows you to go into the back of your opponent's base and try and get some damage and know that you can probably escape if they have skirmishers of their own. Obviously, you're not going to be faster than scouts, but every little incremental increase in speed helps a lot, especially when you're calculating whether to take risks or not.
The thing is, most of the time people have archers and skirmishers together though, right? And then you just walk as fast as the slowest unit in your group, which then is the archer. So you actually only walk faster if you have skirms exclusively.
If I know Liereyy, he probably thinks about that, and he'll probably divide his units.
Yeah.
We saw him microing up the hill with those skirmishers the other day. It was pretty filthy. He's actually got a very nice base. Look at that wood line. The one that goes to the edge of the map and then the one at the front. It forms a beautiful line, and it won't take him many walls to actually be secure here. Dropping a stable now to see what he can do. And he's actually exposed a hole in Max's wall already. Let's see if Max notices that as the scout went right through those two houses.
Let's take a look. The Max now, the one sending 3 eagles over there. Liereyy might lose his first archer if the Max wants to commit. And indeed, look at that. The Liereyy knows, okay, I don't want to take that fight. Actually lures the eagles away. Or what's that? Is he sending them to his woodline?
He's bringing the eagles back. Max obviously doesn't want to commit. Eagles are pretty expensive unit, and they're slow to produce in Feudal Age, so you really want to conserve your mass of them. Liereyy was also trying to pick off villagers in Max's base.
Liereyy doesn't know about the woodline at the top. Is trying to quick wall something there with his houses. Not even needed. Sees that now. And, well, 4 archers for the defense there. Didn't go for a single scout, although he did build the stable quite early on. Interesting.
I find it weird that all his army is on the top of his base, and his gold is super exposed at the bottom. He has nothing there in defense yet, and Max is now looping around. Let's see what Max can see from his point of view. He spots a stable, and he goes back. Okay.
He's scared. He's scared.
He's terrified, dude.
Oh, Liereyy shows the hole for the second time. Is now up to Castle Age. 7:30 timing there. Eagles are going out, and we see a second archer range added behind us. So it will be crossbows, not eagles in Castle Age.
And Mayans, I mean, if Mayans can serve their mass of archers as they build through the ages, they're very, very difficult civilization to stop. I mean, their transitions are so smooth. Archer to crossbow, crossbow to arbalest, and then maybe add in some plumed archers in the Imperial Age. And you can opt to go eagles as well. So Lierey's going to have to try and whittle down that army number from Max.
Look at that, Liereyy.
Because Go ahead.
Liereyy only saw 1 archer range and still decides to add a second one himself. Now might get the intel here. Not really. Sees mass amount of eagles and still continues to produce skirmishers. Now switches back into archers.
both players playing very safe here. Max controlling that hill. He wants to get his walls up on the backside. Probably wants to wall from his archer range to the edge of the map as well. Try and get a safe base. And Liereyy is thinking the same thing. He's just keeping his military at home at the moment. But he's on the way to the Castle Age. So, I mean, Max is playing safe, but he's behind.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, his Castle Age timing so late. Quite surprising, honestly. Like,
Lots of idols, too. Like, did he drop or something? There's 4 idle villagers in the back of his base. Okay, he's moving them now. Wow.
Felt weird indeed. 10-minute Castle Age timing on a 0-0 KD game. Quite late. But Liereyy also starting with 150 extra food. Comes in handy.
I think Max probably has to be concerned about his wood lines too, because all of those can be ranged once Liereyy is in the Castle Age. I don't think Liereyy will continue to make range units, but if he still has this many archers, he'll upgrade them to crossbow. It'll be very annoying.
First kill now on the Eagle there, the Max. He also did opt for, well, the defense upgrade for his Eagles early on. Now rushes out a market.
A tower,
Quite
and a
interesting.
tower.
Wow,
Like a
he's
tower
scared.
just in case. He's very scared.
Is he thinking that Mayans dominate Lithuanians that strong in Imperial Age and in Castle
He
Age?
must. He must. He must feel extremely comfortable with the late game from Mayans versus Lithuanians. There's no other reason for this amount of caution on his part.
Small 2-0 KD for now. Goes for another house. The Max evacuating to the left-hand side.
Max has an opportunity to trap this entire army in here. If Liereyy stays in here too long and Max gets into the Castle Age, he can ungarrison these archer ranges on the other side and engage with the archers in his base on the left side.
It's still quite far away, right? You need all the upgrades. Army can be spotted. Liereyy, he has to be confused that no army is really, well, spotted by him the whole game long.
Okay, so Max is going to wall behind and he's going to attempt to trap, but Liereyy, I think Liereyy could sense that coming. And Lierey's still making crossbows. He hasn't switched into knights, which we see a lot with the Lithuanians. He hasn't made a monastery to go get the relics yet, so He's going to stick with just double range crossbows for the moment.
Seeing double range on the other side as well. Another outpost for the Max. Just feels like he wants to take no damage at all. Wants to stay super safe. Extremely passive game.
Very, very passive. And if Liereyy gets in at any point, Max might be in trouble here because he's so far behind with his army. Okay, now he's catching up. Liereyy deciding to try and take an engagement in the middle of the map here and see how it goes.
70 against 70 military. Now we see skirmishers trying to debate some of the shots. No player with ballistics so far. Liereyy is finishing it now. Wants to take the engagement. The Max goes to the safety of the hill. Waits for ballistics himself.
We've all seen Liereyy in these situations. Even if Max gets ballistics, does it really matter against Liereyy? He's so good with dodging. Kills another villager for Max and another one. So for all this safe play, from Max, he's lost 3 villagers, and Liereyy hasn't lost anything.
Liereyy is now 5 villagers ahead. Look at that, sends 4 crossbows around. And this is such a Liereyy play.
Yep.
Kills 3 villagers and thinks he's far enough ahead to go back and just camp it out. Such a weird play.
There's some players with this confidence, like Liereyy, Viper, Hera, where they get a little bit farther ahead, and then they're confident that they can play better than their opponent if they're 2 or 3 villagers ahead. Here's the engagement here. Max having the Eagles in front, so they're soaking some damage and some... That wasn't a very Liereyy-esque fight there, as he loses 2 villagers and 3 crossbows. Not a lot of micro into that fight.
Microing back against the Eagles there. Didn't want to take the fight. Also know that he has quite some skirmishes still mixed in. Not the greatest against the Eagles. Now wants to take another fight. Should be better for the Max.
Yeah, Max with a bigger ball of crossbows there, and Liereyy not taking a great engagement, actually microing at the back of Max's base with those 3 crossbows while the rest of his die at the front. But Max has to retreat.
The Max, he was so close to the hill. Like 1-2 tiles behind that, he had the opportunity for the hill. Now is disengaging. Thumpering is coming in for Liereyy. Villager count pretty close. Slight army lead for our Austrian.
Yep, and villager lead for him too. That second TC going up faster. Max finally clearing up those crossbows at the back of his base and drops 2 more archery ranges.
But some more losses for archery ranges here indeed. As you said, is adding in some eagles as well, or was only 1 eagle. Liereyy moves forward. So far a very smooth game for him.
Yeah, he seems to be taking the better engagements. I think he had 1 that wasn't favorable to him, but obviously clearing up the army from Max forward is very, very great. And Max still forced to keep military at home at this other side of his base because he's never sure when Lierey's going to loop some stuff around there. The outpost from him obviously was a great play. He was forewarned of the last army, and he'll be notified of any future armies coming in there.
Liereyy did now tag into elite skirmishes, did get the 2nd defense upgrade quite early on. Maybe that was one of the reasons why the fight over here went so much in his favor. The Max sending the 5 crossbows around, but I don't really see a great opening. Liereyy drops TC number 3, the Max still on 2.
And the outpost once again spotting those units, so Max knows, and Liereyy knows there's an exposed villager out there. Maybe he'll go in for her. He's going in for the farming eco, and Max is bringing his army over from the north.
We'll find 1 villager kill. Liereyy retreats again. 7 villager lead for him. Slight army advantage as well. What do you think, Liereyy? He's now adding stables. Is that the typical choice to go for a lot of knights? You mentioned it earlier.
I think you can go for knights in this situation if you keep your crossbows and your skirmishers alive. It'd be a perfect unit to complement it. Be very, very nice, especially if you want to get a position somewhere in the middle of the map, maybe to place a castle eventually. Actually, Max is moving out with a couple villagers at the north, but big engagement at the south, and that +2 defense from Liereyy. Very, very strong in these fights.
And some mixed in skirmishes as well. The Max has to give up the hill, is getting pushed back, is now building a mangonel siege workshop in the far back of his base. Liereyy loops around that forest, and, well, he can easily take more engagements there.
Yeah, and now that he's producing some knights, they're going to clear up this little raid from Max that he had on the other side. Max still struggling to deal with this army at the back, and he feels like there's no way out of this game.
Ay. That was a weird one by the Max, I have to say. Very passive game. Not a lot of great fights for him. A smooth one for Liereyy, and he has to be super confident for this whole set now.
It just seems so cautious, like so overly conservative from the Max.
Mm-hmm.
Weird. Maybe he was expecting the night switch from Liereyy, and he just wanted to make sure that his base had no holes and he was safe. And then when Liereyy continued with the crossbows, went into the skirmishers, it kind of took him off guard. I don't know.
It is so weird, right? Before the set, we say Liereyy will play crossbow, then he drafts only cavalry civilization, still goes for crossbow. Maybe it's just mind gaming with everyone.
That's what I said in the Civ draft. No one listens to Dave.
No, on Saturday. Ay. Okay, so 4 Archrangers for the Max. Didn't really get onto his numbers either. Let's take a look at the statistics together. KD better for Liereyy there. Did have the defense upgrade. Did mix in some skirmishers as well. Did find multiple villager kills. Did clear up the small raids there at the side. Just the easier economy. More gold for the Max though.
Did it help him out at all?
You know the answer to that.
No.
And yeah, we see the Max losing his crossbow army there, both with losses, but as you can see, the dark yellow is the military, the light yellow is the economy, and we saw the drop there, and the drop was bigger for the Max than for Liereyy, and well, solid stuff there. Now we go into 2 home maps, Lowland or Blockades for the Max as options.
I think we're going to see Lowland here. That was the first home map that Veles picked, I believe. And I think that was the first home map that Max picked in the other series.
He picked Blockades first now and Lowland at the end. Interesting choice there. So technically Blockades could be earlier for him. Big question for me in the long run is, where will Liereyy use humans on? Do you think Blockades or Lowland? What's better?
I think Lowland. If you get a good map and you get that second TC down and you're able to wall, I think they're very strong. As we saw with Veles, like they're just a very strong civilization there. Yeah,
I think so as well. We did see the defense. Lan couldn't really show how the civilization could work. So the Finns would actually both winning their lowland games. They have to be somewhat confident. What do you pick against human lowland though?
Indians? Oh wait, Max doesn't have that anymore. Do you go with something like... Do you go with the Saracen pick there?
Feels like Saracens could be for blockades, right? I think it's...
Well, Slavs could be for blockades as well.
Then you don't have a cavalry civilization for a Boop and Atacama.
Yeah.
I think Atacama kind of has to be Slavs there.
The Britons pick seems kind of out of place here for Max.
I think Britain's lowland, I would say.
Okay. And you just go FC and then drop some TCs and catch up with Eco with the Cumans?
I think you can also go for some archers, some crossbows, annoy, force some walls, maybe pick a villager, and, well, we will indeed see lowlands. We will indeed see Cumans, and Saturday dropping the knowledge bombs. Saracens for the Max.
So if you're Liereyy and you're Cumans and you're relying on walling up, you're relying on having a safe base, Saracens is a pretty scary pick because they can get through the walls really, really quick with their archers. We'll see if Max decides to go up to Castle Age or if he makes some in the Feudal Age.
Well, jumping into the action now, Liereyy again in the red trunk for the whole day, and the Max as always in yellow. It's going to be interesting. Humans have more more HP on their walls. Liereyy goes for the early walls here. Not really the player that I normally would see playing humans, honestly. And he drops the walls before his TC. That's interesting. Delays it a bit.
Maybe, do you think, is there a world in which he doesn't go for a second TC?
Why pick humans then? I think it doesn't make sense. Like, maybe for the game, I could have told you something like, yeah, maybe an archer, skirmisher defense and delay the TC a bit more, but wouldn't really make a lot of sense. Very defensive TC by Liereyy. I'm surprised by that one.
Yeah, it doesn't really help him defend his base at all, does it? Usually you see it kind of forward on a forward resource so the archers can't come in from a certain side. But Liereyy opting to go on the stone. So that's what Velez did, and obviously Velez went into the Kipjacks later in the game. The only other time we saw... I guess the first time we saw humans on here, and he kills...
Liereyy wanted to go for the Ibex while it's inside, but it went on the outside and has the wall around the corner. Now that didn't look too good for him.
That was a nice little play. You just extend your walls at some point, right? It would be funny if Max comes in that way, because the walls are so weird there.
Well, it seems like a reasonable spot to re-wall at that angle. And, ooh, Liereyy goes for the tight walls. That's a bit surprising to me. Normally, the natural walls feel more at the top, including his gold spot as well.
When you're against Saracens, though, you don't really want that, like, huge extended wall, because there's so many places for them to break through. Obviously, archers doing more damage against buildings, which includes walls. And here's Max with the first couple archers. It has to be said, though, humans, palisade walls, 375 HP.
That's pretty damn solid. So, yeah, both having a bonus, one in the defense, one in the attack direction. And Liereyy, well, he isn't going for any army at all. No archer range to be seen.
Here's the market for Max. And here's the Castle Age click for Max.
640 after opening with an archer range. That's pretty fast, and that's going to be a lot of pressure in Lierey's face.
There's something so satisfying about using that Saracen market. It's like, it doesn't seem like that big of a percentage on paper, but when you're in the game, especially when you're at a high level like this, where every like 100 resource matters, it's a huge deal.
Yeah, just look at them. Like how the Max is so good at putting the rest on the map as well. Always pretty low, and well, then a better trading rate just helps you out so much more. It's 25% points more efficient, I believe, right? Yeah. Oh, defensive tower being
defensive tower on the farms. So now there's tons of places for Max to hit. He's hitting the wood line. There's still an open hole there. Luckily for Liereyy, the TC does defend that area from Max going in, but putting a lot of pressure on him. Once he gets crossbow, this is going to get a whole lot more dangerous for Liereyy.
Remember Red Bull Wololo won finals. The only time we saw humans in the whole tournament. TheViper picking it on Golden Pit, and Mr. Yo going for Saracens, instant aggression, and could kind of counter the early second TC by TheViper.
And I think Mr. Yo went for siege, did he not? Like a forward siege push?
Yeah, indeed. Well, it was easier because Viper was so exposed there in the center. This time, Lierey's base a bit more clumped up. Sits at 400 food, so still a solid 1.5 minutes till he can click up, while the Max reaches Castle Edge already.
Liereyy picking off an archer there. So that TC placement that we were talking about that initially didn't help secure his base has helped secure his base because he walled with the short walls.
Ooh, villagers now coming around. We see crossbow upgrade, no botkin. 53 villagers, 37, so advantage is solid there. Can Liereyy save the will? Doesn't look like it, and crossbow will find another one.
And another tower going down. There's not that much. There's only 2 tiles of stone there, Nili. He's used a lot of it so far on defensive towers.
Yeah, that's actually great awareness by you. And how he walled, he isn't really controlling the other one. You only get 700 stone. The tower costs 125. Let's never do math on stream. And yeah, you see.
And Max is in.
At the bottom.
Oh, that's the danger with Saracens. And there's actually a straggler tree there. I wonder if he sees that and he's thinking about that if he's sending a villager forward. Is a forward siege workshop from him. Maybe he goes over and chops that and puts a palisade over it to get in.
Quite a late castle edge timing by Liereyy as well. Honestly, he had to build so many defensive towers. Couldn't really use the villagers yet. And look at that. 0 villagers on gold at the moment. 13 farmers. That's not a crazy strong economy.
And you have the better eco here, but it feels like you have no momentum in this game whatsoever. You've killed what, 2 crossbows? And Max has all the map position around you. Mangonel's now coming in. Crossbows on the wood line to the north. There's crossbows at the bottom. They're going to kill that market. They're attacking the wood choppers to the south.
Yeah. Still no... Oh, we even have botkin. Look at that. The villagers. Now they're trying to rush out the tower. That's going to be a lot of dead villagers. Weird choice by Liereyy.
Yep. And that's the last of his stone. His stone's going to be expired here. He's going to have about 200 in the bank, and the other stone access he has, there's 2 crossbows from Max at the north.
Liereyy doing a crazy good job of always sending the low HP villagers away. Didn't lose a single one. Like, if I try to get that tower up, I'm -7 builds.
Yep. And you're a very sad hippo. I know that.
Crazy move. Okay, now the stables being dropped. Lots of aggression at the center. But the Max also following it up with the monastery. And you did say, oh, well, let's take a look at the crossbows though. Nice quick words by Liereyy and blocks that one off quite nicely.
Yeah, and since I don't think Max has the armor on his crossbows, they're actually going to die pretty quickly to the villagers. So he tried to sit under there, but Liereyy just attacks. But Liereyy is being pressured at his main TC, and everything about this game has just been a reaction from Liereyy. He made 2 stables, but nothing coming out of them.
Yeah, well, he's waiting for castle, then probably wants to go for knights or step lances. It felt like the Max maybe double-clicking all his crossbows and had the ones at the bottom coming over. Golden come, not that pretty, has 13 on gold, so likely going to be knights, but 1-2 monks alone could be so good against that.
And the food eco from Liereyy, too. He's been denied off, what, 6-7 farms here on that 1 TC. He's only got the farms at the back, and he's got to produce from 2 TCs and 2 stables.
Oh, and look at that. Economy actually pretty similar behind this. 49 villagers to 56. A lot of them repairing at the moment. The Max actually has the better economy.
This is insane pressure from Max. He's pressured every single angle from Lierey's base. And he's about to take out his first TC. He's just going to waltz right into this area. Oh my goodness. What do you do against this if you're Liereyy?
Yeah, I think his base layout simply wasn't that great. Allowed too many crossbows in. Delayed his castle age timing so much. I think you kind of want to play this one without any defensive towers.
There's 56 villagers from Liereyy in a single screen here. It's just all in this one tiny little area. And Max is just going to kill the stables. Liereyy is banking on building enough knights to be able to push this back, but if Max kills his production buildings, he cannot do that. Another stable going down from Liereyy at the back, and you better believe that Max is aware of that.
Oh, and Liereyy now building another stable in the back, has to build some more houses. 60 out of 75 population, military
He's
count 4 to
repairing
23.
a stable! He's repairing a stable so that he can get enough knights onto the field. Max realizes that. He attacks it with the mangonel. I think it's gonna... He might actually kill it before that knight comes out. No, the knight will be in time.
It's 5 knights on the field. I see 2 monks alone. Should be really good against that. Yeah, we have the second defense upgrade. Another stable coming up. So many idle villagers forced. And yeah, he already ran out of stone. Soon he's running out of gold there as well.
This looks like domination to me.
Wow, completely reversed. Game 1 and 2. We might see a big engagement pretty soon. Let's take a quick look at the economy of the Max. Looks solid. Completely open in the back there.
Oh boy, Max also with the TC in the middle. So he spread his eco out a little bit. Lierey's going to have a tough time finding that with the knights. And Lierey's going to have a tough time keeping his TC alive. And once this TC goes down, that's a very exposed area for Liereyy.
Oh yeah, 3
Liereyy
towers,
looping around though.
Okay, let's take a
the
look
knights.
at the conversions. Could be interesting. Nothing started yet. Jumps in. Crossbow want to put themselves between the monks and the crossbowmen.
That's 1 knight converted. Looks like 2 knights, 3 knights, and this is looking very bad for Liereyy indeed. He might clear up a mangonel. No, he was attacking the crossbow. Now he shifts to the mangonels. I don't even think he's going to get one.
Holy moly, what a clean play by the Max Saracens. Such a good civilization against this human defense.
That was clinical, man. That was absolutely clinical. The castle time, while having archers already produced in feudal, surrounding Lierey's base, forcing Liereyy to make what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 watchtowers? to defend, and he just threw that economic bonus away by doing so. It's just, that was insane from the Max. Great way to tie the series.
Absolutely, and it felt a bit like Liereyy. Either he wasn't really happy with his map there, or didn't train it a lot. We can start with the first question, right? What do you think about the TC placement? I know you didn't like it when he put it down already.
Yeah, I think it probably has to be up either to the south or to the north somewhere. Like, and then double wall that middle area, and then wall to the edge of the map. It seemed like putting yourself in such a small base was just a death sentence going into the Castle Age.
Whew, I agree, and well, we have very aggressive home maps for Liereyy to follow up here, and we will take a look into that. First 2 games rather passive at the first 5 minutes, and then kind of exploded. That will change in the other ones. Buildings raised 12 to 0. KD not that high, but good enough for the max. Getting 4 conversions there. I think he only had 4 monks, right? That's perfect.
Yeah, he had 4 months. I think 3 of them converted like a frame before they died. They died for the cause.
The max even
now
having advantage in wood and gold. Bit more food for Liereyy. More stone for him. But yeah, as you mentioned, so many towers that didn't delay the push too long.
Yeah, that was just super clean. It's so funny with Max because you'll get games like the first one where you're like, what are you doing, man? Like, why are you playing conservative? Obviously, he had an idea in his mind, and it just didn't work out, and it looks like a stomp. And then the next game, you'll get something like this, where it just looks like complete domination.
Oy, oy, oy. Something I like to do if I play humans in this spot is to have a mangonel defense, right? Because you only face crossbow and mangonels of your opponent. And being humans, you can already build a siege workshop in feudal age, so it could have come in quite early if you wanted to go for that.
Did he even have room to make a siege workshop in that tiny little base?
Had to be far in the back, yeah. Maybe delete some walls at the front, could have been an option. Let's take a look at the civilizations that both players still have as options. Magia's banned, one of the strongest civilizations when it comes to Habub and Atacama.
Yeah, both very, very aggressive, close land maps. Are we going to see the Berbers pick from Liereyy?
On Habub, we did see it twice, right?
We saw it from TATOH, and then...
Didn't we have it once later as well?
I know the TATOH
it was
game.
NICOV against Stout. NICOV had Berbers as well. Yeah, so we did see them twice. Could be a reasonable pick for Habub. And Atacama, maybe Franks, maybe Khmer, something like that. Still
I feel like you pick
blockades as well.
You pick Khmer on blockades, though, right? I mean, it's good on Atacama, but I think it's better than any of your other civs on blockades. Difficult decisions.
You're not really using your farm bonus then, right? Sometimes it gets really small in your blockade base, so I like that you don't need to mill. You can just randomly put the farms next to your lumber camps. And well, we are jumping into Habub. That's going to be the next pick, and we will see Franks against Slavs. 15 seconds to go.
So classic cavalry matchup here. Both civs with great farms. Franks obviously getting the upgrades early. Slavs having the bonus. Great economies for both of these.
Is there an option that we see Man-at-Arm opening, with Slavs having supplies for free?
It's potential. I'd love to see it. We haven't seen it yet. Not with Slavs.
No. Oh, yeah. Well, let's take a look into the action. Liereyy is playing Franks. Let's take a look. What is he doing with his villagers on gold? That gives us the first intel. And he keeps them on gold. Therefore, oh, the stable. Interesting approach. Stays on gold and the stable on the other side. You see the stable as well. Untypical.
This looks very familiar to, was it Max that had this map before? Did Max play Habub in his last set?
Not as his home map.
Because I remember him, yeah, I remember him having a gold in this exact same position. His map looks eerily similar to that. We'll see what he can do here in this game. He's adding an archer range as well. His berries are very far forward.
Oh yeah, that's so true. And you don't really want to put a tower next to your berries. That's why he's sending a spearman out. Can he already get the first hit? Oh, Lierey's so aware.
Lierey's so good with individual unit micro. Gonna run away from the scout from Max. Max gets the first hit there, so Liereyy can't engage yet, but he's bringing a scout of his own.
Let's take a look into that. Yeah, the Max goes back as well. Archer range already producing now. Liereyy
Max is
drops
at the back of
archer range
Lierey's
as well.
base, though.
Oh, 2 scouts. That's very early. And no
He
ult by
looped
Liereyy.
all the way around. He looped all the way around. He's gonna pick a villager for sure. Liereyy can't quick wall that.
Ooh, nice pick off. 1 to begin with, and scouts not taking any damage.
And let's see if he spots Liereyy still on gold. He does. Liereyy quick walling that gold. So that's a nice little piece of information for Max, seeing Liereyy has 5 villagers still on gold.
Indirectly scouts the archer range that way. Is walling his woodline. Is he walling everything in time? Going to be tricky. Sees the scouts coming in. Quick wall with the palisade gate.
One more?
That looks good. Needs another one though. And the scouts are in.
But they're chased away by the spearmen
Oh. Liereyy not committing
from the
there.
Max.
Wanted to keep its HP alive. Jumps on another villager. The Max not really impressed.
No, and Max actually losing 2 scouts for free in Lierey's base at the berries. So that's obviously something you don't want to see. That'll set you back. And now you're on the back foot here against Liereyy because you lost those 2 scouts. And Max with some idle food villagers under his TC, he's got to clean up his economy.
I hurts a lot. And well, where
Housed.
is Tears? Oy, 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 rocky game, but gets that one instantly. And he indeed did opt for the defensive tower. At his berries, opens his gold. Liereyy now knocks at the front door.
Yeah, but Max with some archers out now. He doesn't have fletching. Okay, it's coming in now, so he can take this engagement. I think if he clears up the spearmen and the archers from Liereyy, he can engage with his spearmen and his scouts.
Look at that beautiful spot of Liereyy. There's a tiny hill. Liereyy jumps onto that one, wants to take the fight from there. The Max can't really commit into it. Now scale barding armor coming in for the scouts. Maybe wants to commit. 54 HP on those scouts. Liereyy sends more. I think just a massive attack into the gold. Should be really good for Liereyy here.
Yep. And Max, I wonder if he's going to be regretting that defensive tower on the berries because his gold is so exposed here. He's camping on that hill, but Liereyy with the armor for his scouts and soon with forging as well. It's going to be really tough to stop.
I think we need to see some more spearmen here for the Max. Not going to be too easy. Obviously, Slav farming could be pretty nice for him in the long run. The Max behind this, by the way, didn't opt for a single economy upgrade.
Yeah, and he's not producing units either. He's got 1 archer in the queue. He takes the fight here. Liereyy fighting uphill, but obviously the armor for the scouts coming in clutch.
Oh, that was so good. Spearman now helping out as well. The scouts so good. Archers are dying. Liereyy with a 15 to 7 KD with both basically fighting
Over.
the same armies.
It's over, dude.
What?
That's what happens. That is what happens on this Haboob map when you stop producing military. You don't get the military upgrades, and you just get overwhelmed.
What happened there for the Max? Was it really the lacking production? He had a lot of villagers on wood. Look at that. 18 villagers on wood. Compare that to Liereyy only on 9. He had so much more on food and gold. Therefore, his production was a bit smoother. Did get the upgrades and just one massive push. The Max out of this game. A quickie one for Liereyy.
Yeah, it seems like all 3 games so far have either swung one way or the other. There hasn't been much... It hasn't seemed very equal throughout any 3 of these.
It's funny that Arabia was the most equal game out of the 3.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, what a performance from Liereyy. That heads up play to get the armor right away, to get forging right away, and then to fight up that hill with full confidence that you're going to win that fight.
Yeah, let me quickly close the window. It's a bit wild in my background.
Whew, what a game here. Game number 3. Liereyy now up 2-1 over the Max, and we're going into Max's second home map here. Nili should be back by now.
Indeed. I have a kindergarten in my back, well, behind my window, and apparently they have a Saturday party there. Okay, so Haboob gone and Blockade. Saracens felt like a reasonable pick there. We did see that earlier. This is a lot of wild civilizations. I think Aztecs should be the Blockade civs now.
Yeah, now that you've picked Slavs, you could see Britons as well, though, right?
Yeah, I don't find Britons either. The question is, what are we fighting, right? We are fighting Khmer, potentially Persians, potentially Berbers, all civilizations that have strong cavalry. Do you adjust to that and try to find a counter to that? Maybe monks of Aztecs could be better than Britons. They kind of are the very one-dimensional crossbow civilization.
Are you, if you're in Max's position, are you thinking like, I have 3 civs left? What on earth do I use on Atacama? like, and then that dictates your civ pick for blockades?
Maybe Atacama, because it's so aggressive, has to be Aztecs, simply that you get the eagle out a bit earlier.
Yeah, but it feels like Atacama feels like a map where you need, you know, archers, scouts, and spearmen all mixed together. The eagles seem super out of place in the feudal age.
That's why I said Magyars and Slavs were the 2 picks for the home maps of Liereyy, right? Slavs felt so weird for Haboob. Also, Slavs, a civilization that shines in the mid to late game with their farm economy. If you only have 6 farms, Slavs don't really have a bonus yet.
Oh man, the civs look much better though for Liereyy, I think, for these going into these final 2 maps.
Yeah, I like them a lot as well, especially Atacama. We are riding that horse quite a bit now, and blockades, I think Aztecs, and do you just have to go for Vietnamese on Atacama so that you can go for scouts, have bloodlines, and just not pick Britons at all?
I think so. I really think so. Unless Max has something planned with the Aztecs, it's fully possible with Max that he might have something planned, but I just don't see what you're gonna do there.
And we have our answer. Liereyy is going for Persians, therefore very likely that he won't pick Berbers. We're expecting Khmer for Atacama. On the other side, TheMAX is trying to find the counter against all the cavalry by building monks. He went for Aztecs.
Berbers versus Aztecs. Which one do you favor here?
It is Persians against Aztecs, and I think
Persians, sorry.
Aztecs should be better. I think you can get to gold. It's kind of unlimited as long as you have map control. Eagle production can start instantly. You have a strong economy. Monks if you go for the one-dimensional push. So slight advantage for Aztecs, but it's not a big one.
Yeah, and we'll see if Liereyy can just outboom the Aztec player, which we see a lot with the Persians. Got to get to that stage in the game first, though.
Blockade's a map that a lot of people won't really know. We are starting on a small base here. It is very easy to wall, as you can see, but we have very limited gold here. Need to go to the outside to collect more gold, more stone, but we cannot wall on the stony area. And Dave, my opening question for this map is, how is the woodline shaped? What are you seeing there?
For once, Nili, I don't. Oh, actually, no. It looks like a half-eaten apple to me. Does that make sense?
A bite from either side.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will allow it.
Okay. Cool. I'm glad we're in a big tournament and we can have these conversations and figure this out quickly, because both players are actually going for a defensive setup here. Both players walling extremely early, and they're going to be fully walled extremely early.
They're winning the fight there. Obviously, Feudal Age Scout beats the Feudal Age Eagle. The only age where he is actually ahead takes the W there. 10 HP to the left, and he will have a lot of intel that the Max won't have. But, well, to compensate for that, he will actually go for an Eagle himself.
I think you need something out on the field telling you what your opponent is going to do. Obviously, Max won't be worried about the Persian douche coming in. He is fully walled in his base, and this is a big tournament, so I doubt we would see that from Liereyy. But what do you think they're gonna make going forward here? Does Max go for some Castle Age Siege Monk push?
He's going for the market now. Still keeps 5 villagers on gold, so we'll continue with some aggression surely. Otherwise, you pull some villagers away from gold. Distance not that short, therefore the monk push not too pretty. We kind of will have to see once the mech clicks up to Castle Edge, is he sending villagers forward or not?
And he is sending his eagle forward, so he's going to probably see the stable from Liereyy. This is like the most defensive game I've seen so far in the tournament.
But I think we will see this a lot. Like feudal age aggression, not really a thing on this map, but it is impossible to camp till mid Castle Age. Simply because you have no stone, you don't have any gold control, therefore expansion is important, map control is important, and Castle Age aggression is guaranteed.
And how much does the extra HP on those Persian TCs, if you're going to put them in an exposed position, like along the edge of the map, how much does that come into play?
I think only against a real mangonel aggression, which is kind of something that we from time to time see from TheMAX while he's trying to kill that scout, but not in this game, though I think in this game it won't matter at all.
Look at Liereyy. He moves a little bit with the scout, he stops, he moves a little bit, like within range of the spearman, stops, but he's gonna miss these 5 villagers coming out to the outer edge of the map from Max. Max hasn't scouted any of that, so if he wants to find some stone, he's gonna have to walk quite a distance.
Oh yeah, that's so true. Could have used one of the spearmen to go out there. Doesn't have a great TC spot that includes stone and gold for himself, I would say. Not the prettiest TC.
And here comes a couple scouts from Liereyy. He's also added an archery range behind this. Persian archery range.
Feels a bit weird, right? We'll probably go for 1 archer. Then I probably want to see CA.
CA from Persians. We've seen them once in this tournament so far, I believe, right?
I think they're underrated, honestly. CA, they got cheaper quite some time ago, but people still see CA, okay, you have to have a big bonus, but the mobility is just extremely nice, especially against Aztec. They aren't the fastest civilization.
Yeah, the only problem with that is that it doesn't scale well, obviously, into the Imperial Age. You get the upgrades in Castle Age, but you want something you can continue along, especially with CA, where you're trying to mass quite a few of them.
Liereyy getting his CC up now. On the other side, we see TheMAX going for the economy upgrades himself. Eagle, and now this, as we said earlier, is the spot where he actually wins quite nicely, even had the hill advantage. Still goes for the big defense. I wouldn't mind seeing a very early monastery, and indeed TheMAX goes for it very early on here. Could get a lot of relics for himself.
Yeah, but Lierey's making archers, and he showed 1 archer to Max, and he hasn't made any others.
But he also showed that he doesn't have fletching.
Yeah. Very weird. Maybe it's just to deal with the monks, just in case?
Well, 1 archer won't really deal with the monks, right? I think it was more to like, okay, let's get an easy thing to snipe some spearmen. He did see 3 spearmen, right? Maybe he was scared of a pikeman push in Castle Age.
Yeah. Okay, third TC from Liereyy. So the Persian TCs are going to start making vills here. Obviously faster than the Aztec TCs. And Max making his way out with 1 monk. Liereyy tried to snipe it. That is not going to happen.
Is scouting the outer rim now. Mr. Max is seeing another relic. Is missing some of the others though. Oh god, especially the one at the bottom. So
CA.
far, and yet so close.
Cavalry archers on the field here, Nili. It's your favorite.
It's not my favorite. I just think it is an option. And yeah, I think it's just the mobility, right? You can snipe some. And well, it is a very, very passive game again. Is it a respect thing between those two?
I don't know. Maybe Liereyy. I think Liereyy might respect the fact that Max would have a forward quite early in Castle Age, and that's why he's staying at home so much, making the military and making sure that he doesn't get punished by a forward like that. Max actually spotted a hole in Lierey's woodline with a spearman to the left, and then he moved away.
Yeah, but
So I don't know if he's going to take advantage of that, or if he can.
he's sending 3 eagles over. It might actually be an option. Maximum 5 villagers to be grabbed there. Quite interesting that he feels, okay, I can hold the right-hand side regardless. Now adds another barracks, has 2 monks around, should focus on some conversions. Let's take a look. Is getting Sanctity, could get 20 extra HP.
Yeah, Lierey's got to back up there. He doesn't have Bodcanero yet, so minus that extra range, you don't want to get too close to these monks. And he's just going to stall for time.
Yeah,
Villager count looking better for Liereyy.
9 range there for the max, 5 range for Liereyy. Obviously not a lot of stuff going to happen.
Oh, Max is getting Eagle upgrade before he goes into that hole. I definitely think he is planning something there.
Yeah, but Eagle Warrior isn't increasing the damage output, right? It's 7 to 7 damage anyways. So
But
I think it's
the
not
armor...
that crucial. Yeah, against running villagers, armor doesn't make the biggest difference. Let's take a look. It seems like a planned attack. Maybe debate at the top. No, he's just moving in there. Nice spot.
Yep, he's going to take down, I think, 2 villagers here. Well, Lierey's not reacting to that because he's fighting with the Eagles on the right. So Liereyy, he didn't hear that bell.
Oh, that was so nice. And that's so active. How many villagers are going to fall? Goes for 3 kills. Good job by the Max.
Yep, and he's just kind of evened out the Persian TC bonus right there. So very, very nice job to see that hole, get the upgrades, and send the Eagles in. And he's going to be very annoying with these.
Yeah,
They were trying to rewall. That
Stay-
villager's not going to make it.
Yeah, stayed so calm there, and well, just think about, okay, there's a hole now. Let's send Eagles over. Let's try to debate at the front at the same time. And yeah, just very patient. Great play.
Well, we know the Max, and he's living up to his reputation because there's 2 villagers on the left-hand side going forward. Potential forward opportunity for Max, but he's still got to worry about these Cav Archers on the other side trying to make another monastery. They're going to snipe that villa.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Eagles now chasing this one down, going for the second defense upgrade. The Max will actually go for a really big castle edge push, what it feels like. 2 barracks there dropped at the other side. Meanwhile, the Knight and the CA did miss the villagers there. As you can still see the red and yellow dots missing each other. The CA micro continues. Lots of stuff happening all of a sudden.
That's not great for Liereyy. The fact that he missed those 2 villagers. You never want to have villagers from your enemy behind your lines, especially if it's Max. He can do so much damage with them. He's moving his Cav Archers in a great way, though, Liereyy. He's really using the mobility from those units.
Funnily enough, the Knight actually doing quite some reasonable damage against the CA here. Another Knight coming forward. That one will die. More villagers being transferred. Built another TC. 4 against 4 TCs pretty soon.
And is this the pikeman push, or is this the eagle push from Max on the left-hand side here of Lierey's base?
I think it has to be a mix, right? But at the moment, he doesn't even have the pikeman upgrade, so goes for a lot of Knights. And look at that. Double-pronged push in Castle Edge, something we don't really see from Aztecs too often.
This is classic Max here, but Liereyy is ready for it. He's got the light cav upgrade, and he's probably going to snipe these 2 monks if he sees them.
Oh, very, very likely there. Goes for favor. We'll get another 5 HP and some speed on them. Tries to get some stuff done against the CA. Won't happen. Lightcav getting the snipes. Beautiful move by Liereyy.
See, the unfortunate part about Max pushing these CA back on the left is that they're probably going to find his forward if they keep moving that way.
Oh, let's take
I'm
a
going to
look.
see 1 spearman.
Not enough. Not enough to make Liereyy curious.
And Liereyy spots the forward siege workshop for Max as well.
There's no idea about the push on the other side. Another monk dies. Relic count for now 3 to none. Pretty sweet for our Aztecs player. Will he get another conversion there at the bottom? Gets the one with low HP.
So Max now attacking at the top side with a few eagles, but Liereyy probably just suspects those came from Max's base, right?
Yeah, he has no idea about all this, yeah. No idea at all. Tries to make something with the happen with the CA. Eagles should come in for the defense. This is getting very hectic now. So many fights at the same time.
Yes, both players so active with their military. Liereyy sniping a villager with the light cab. He's going to run away. Now he's running in with the light cab to try and get that monk.
Oh, gets it instantly. Good job. He's getting punished for it afterwards. Another pikeman spawns to deal with the CA. Knights have to run as well. In Castle Age, normally Persians should be better with Mass Knights, but the Max just going for so much aggression.
And I love how he has this amount of aggression, and he still has 110 villagers. Taking a fight against the Knights here, he's going to lose a lot of Eagles, actually.
Oh yeah, Monk could have really helped out. Maybe retreats now, gets the conversion. Some of them are weaker, gets one solid one. Actually, again, the low HP one. More pikemen coming over. This one looks good for the Max as well.
Yeah, it's just fantastic macro from him, isn't it? To keep the economy running, to keep pushes on both sides, and to have the military advantage on both sides.
Oh, that's just crazy. Mobility should be easier for Liereyy. Let's take a look also. How much gold will he have? If he's getting attacked at both sides, that could be problematic in the long run. And the big question is, when are we able to transition into him? At the moment, it seems like neither player is thinking about it. Although Liereyy, quite a reasonable amount of resources.
Yeah, Leary's taking another good fight against Max in the north. Max does have a monk that's at 100 faith now, but the Mangonel pops out, and that's super unfortunate for him.
Goes down
Bad
instantly.
timing.
Monk will find one conversion, but more pikemen being added. Looks pretty solid, while we have another
And
attack
on the
at the
right?
right-hand side. Ooh!
Max is really taking advantage of Liereyy having to pay attention to one side or the other. So every time he attacks on one side, he'll push on the other and clear up a few villagers there. Great move from him. Liereyy actually looping those knights around to the left, and he's going to see if he can do any damage in Max's eco.
Oh, Liereyy wanted to click up to Imp a bit earlier. Didn't really have the buildings yet. Only now getting the university. Now gets the monastery. He was floating resources for so long. Now gets 7 more knights and the defense upgrade to compensate for the idle time.
Max taking another engagement against the knights on the right. It feels like if this continues, though, and both players go into Imperial Age, Persians kind of want to fight in one area, whereas Aztecs will be fine raiding on both sides with Eagles.
Oh, raiding surely, but it's tough to get a good army composition. How many pikemen do you go for? How many eagles do you want to mix in? Monk control on both sides is basically impossible for humans.
I'd love to see a castle maybe on the right-hand side for Max as well, on one of these hills to prevent Liereyy from pushing in while Max is putting aggression on the left.
Liereyy will take another good fight. The big aggression here. Double Mangonel, a ram as well. Iron Castle now coming in for him. Both reasonable in timings. Clicked up basically at the same time. But you see, Persian bonus there. TC's working faster.
And Liereyy coming in with a lot of knights now into Max's base. How many barracks does Max have on the field? Oh my goodness. He's got so many.
15.
Just producing pikemen.
If he finishes those, builds a TC in no man's land there to save his villagers against potential raids in the future. Solid defense again. This is reasonably cost efficient while the attack continues at the top. Knights dealing with this one as well, though. Maybe even going for some conversion against the houses might break through there a bit easier.
Yeah, Leary's got enough knights, though. It always seems like Liereyy just has enough to deny the push on both sides at any given moment. He's reacted really well to this forward from Max.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about having mobility, having the faster units, right? You can decide when to take the fights, and we saw that yesterday in Daud's game number 1 as well. He had the massive civilization, just felt, okay, I have to patrol in, and, well, we had NICOV with the chance to disengage or engage whenever he wanted. We see the same for Liereyy now.
But Max pushing in, Liereyy waiting for his upgrades. So Max has a moment here to explore Leary's farming eco before he gets cleared up. I also love the fact that Max is putting outposts everywhere. He's getting vision, so he knows when Leary's going to come in on either side to try and raid his economy.
Lovely, lovely stuff. As we can see, lots of vision for the Max on the minimap here. So many yellow dots. If we compare that to Liereyy, he has way less vision. Looking at the minimap there. And when is the last time you saw Aztecs being top 200 in Castle Age?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's the macro, man. Max is so good at it. And he's actually through into Leary's base. He made a bunch of rams here, and he could stream eagles into Leary's little eco here, the farming eco, which would be very important for producing his Cavalier.
Interesting choice by the Max. Most of the time we see people go for upgrades on their units first, on their like eagles, maybe some more upgrades on the blacksmith, but ram attack, actually one of the earliest ones, really thinks he can pressure this top area. Block printing coming in as well. So many raids by the Max.
Yeah, and look at the villager count difference. And Liereyy taps out, dude. That snowballed so quickly there. Liereyy was defending perfectly in Castle Age. And Max, the macro behind that was insane. Look at the yellow dots, as you said.
So good. All the aggression everywhere. Liereyy tried to expand to the right-hand side. Raids should have come in there as well. Now the forward castle to follow this one up. Hi. Beautiful play by the Max and a very untypical game for an head stack.
Yeah. Do you think it's a mistake to give Max that much time, like early? To let him get rolling with his eco, let him get rolling with his military? Or do you think Liereyy played that the right way and just it wasn't in the cards for him?
That's what you kind of like as Persians as well, right? To play the long game. The big thing is, though, against the Max army composition, there's a very easy counter. Just go long swords into 200 swordmen and into champions. But, big problem, he was Persians. They don't have 200 swordmen or champions.
Yep, very, very heads-up play from Max to get those raids down, to get the forwards up, and to defend from the raids from Liereyy. Looking at the statistics here, pretty even in terms of KD, but obviously largest army, and that's what swung the game for Max.
Yeah. Let me actually... We said really even KD. Let's go back into Capture Age and look into beautiful stat here, the killed army value. Liereyy actually had the better KD, but the Max, he killed 2,000 more resources. 13k killed against 11k there. In addition to 13 conversions. So that was actually pretty sweet.
Very, very good trades from the Max. I'm just surprised. I'm surprised he got up to 142 villagers behind that constant aggression in Castle Age. That's insane. He's such a good player.
Yeah. I'm well, very, very impressed as well. And okay, so we go into game number 5. Khmer should look strong, and we're expecting Vietnamese to be the other civilization.
Yeah, and what were we saying before? It's kind of... Max doesn't have a lot of great options for Atacama. Meanwhile, Liereyy arguably with the best civ on that map.
Yeah, I'm still a big fan of Magyars as well, and oh boy, they don't need a lot of rest. They are already in the game. We're just waiting for the spec delay to count down. Indeed, it will be Khmer against Vietnamese. We stay. Liereyy should have the mobility advantage. What's the game plan here for the Max playing Vietnamese?
I don't even know. That's what you're for, right? You're the expert opinion here. I don't know what the game plan is here. Like, all in feudal? Gonna have to. It's such an open map. You can't plan on going for an early Castle Age.
Remember the crazy CAPOCH against MBL game, though? MBL had Khmer as well. And Khmer arguably is the best civilization to defend against those feudal pushes, right? You can hide your villages in houses. You can have the wild farms to protect your eco at one single spot. So feudal age all in will be a big, big task for the Max.
Yeah, but MBL was -4 villagers for 10 minutes that game.
And he still nearly made the comeback.
Yep, that's how strong Khmer are. That's how strong MBL is, actually. Max with Vietnamese, Liereyy with Khmer. Game number 5 of the opening set on Saturday. And it is on Atacama. What do you see here, Nili?
I see not enough emotes in the chat. I don't see enough support for your favorite. Either the Max or Liereyy will be out after the set. The other one will go into the semi-final. We see the archery range opening here by Liereyy. Quite a surprise. We said stable opening should be the standard there. And the Max actually going for the stable reversed worlds.
Yep, and Liereyy going for the wood upgrade right away. I don't know if Max got that as well. Both players kind of with a forward main gold too.
Yeah. And normally with like Vietnamese, going for the archer range feels so standard because not investing into wood, into food allows you to go for all the eco upgrades, right? You don't have to put any wood into your eco upgrades, so that's pretty sweet for you. And Therefore, archers feel like the natural choice. Stays on gold though, so we'll add the archer range afterwards.
I like how Max is looping around with these 2 scouts right away. He waited for that second one, and now he's going to come and see if he can pick off a villager. Similar to what he did in the early stages of Haboob. Obviously, that match didn't go to his favor. Now he's adding a archer range by his gold, and he's walling it up.
Okay, tries to make something happen in the back. The 2 scouts that you mentioned. Nice.
He's going to wait for a third.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Nice play.
That could be 2 trap villagers, right? They only need to make it to the house. They don't need to make it to the TC. Being Mer here. What does the Max see? His line of sight. Sees the wood line now. Ooh. Obviously
And he
tough to
sees
get
the
this done.
berries now, too.
Oh, let's take a look
Spots
at the
3 villagers.
And we're fighting back here, being Liereyy, and that will be -1.
Yep. Good vision, though. Good awareness from Liereyy to pull those villagers right away as soon as he saw those scouts.
Yeah, but why didn't he go into the house? It's so close.
Sometimes you don't remember, right? Like, it's only 1 civ that can garrison villas and houses as we have a pause here.
But that is one of the reasons why you picked the civilization as well. Like, it's not like you're playing random civs and asking ourselves, okay, what do I actually do? You intentionally should have gone for that. While Liereyy is looping around with 3 archers and 1 spearman. Could be tricky. Villagers at the back very exposed.
Yeah, the gold. All Liereyy sees, though, is the gold so far from Max, so he doesn't know that there's villagers on the zebra at the back. Max actually moving through the middle. I think he's looking for the army from Liereyy, and he's going to have 7 scouts. One of them very weak, but 7 scouts is no joke here. And Bloodline's coming in too for him.
Wow, deadly. And that's why we said Vietnamese could be safe there. Archers now in the back. How many villager kills will we find? Instant reaction. Might even survive with 2 of them. Feels like only 1 down. Solid reaction. Is going for the defense. Doesn't have fletching yet. Scouts actually moving back.
I actually don't mind this because by the time you clear this army up from Liereyy, I mind losing the archer there. That was kind of wasteful. But by the time you clear this up, you're going to have a huge army of scouts to go forward with now.
Yeah, but didn't you already have a huge army of scouts to go forward with?
It's going to be bigger now.
Okay. Especially like because the counter-attack lined up so well with Bloodlines. Would have loved to see the Max commit there, try to make something happen. Maybe felt, okay, Liereyy, he's not the guy that goes only for an arch attack. The scouts have to be around there as well.
Okay, Max is getting foraging first before the armor. He has a ton of exposed villagers on the right side of his base, and there's no spearmen over there. He's keeping the spearmen over by his defensive tower at the gold, but he does find the archers from Liereyy.
Oh, so good. Gets foraging now as well, and he will get quite some kills in. Is sending his archers over. Now some attack at the gold. Archer could maybe save himself in the tower. Indeed, will jump in. Maybe fighting back the spearman a bit. Out of position.
Still no armor for Max, but he does have archers to support his scouts now in Lierey's base. And Liereyy has scouts in the back of Max's base, and Max is just running through them with villagers. Armor on Lierey's scouts is in.
Oh, tough situation now. Macro has to be on point. Villagers fighting at the front. Not going to be too easy. Archer still finding some more kills. Liereyy now fighting with villagers exclusively. Can we see some more kills for the Max?
Yeah, there's raids on both sides here. Both players losing villagers. Max, though, I love the fact he's got those archers with the scouts. They're taking out the spearmen as Liereyy sends them in. And Max's spearmen at the back of his base, kind of slow. Trying to keep up with these scouts.
And the villagers can't hide in houses. Is running away. Spearman, maybe a bit more of a split could have been nice. While Liereyy clears up the aggression at the front.
Yeah, Max needs to do something to secure his eco. Obviously, Liereyy can just jump in the houses, but Max... not as fortunate. He did make a defensive tower on his gold, which will help, and he can take the wood over there, but that right side of his base is so open.
Somehow, Liereyy sits at 199 stone. Maybe he did build a tower and did cancel it. The Max indeed very open here with his woodlines. What do you think about him expanding towards the center?
I like it. I mean, he's closer to the center than Liereyy is. It feels more natural to me. And maybe you can like wall off a little community on that wood. Be fairly easy. Liereyy being very annoying with these scouts, and he's joined up with 2 more scouts too. Max is trying to quick wall, but he's gonna have to run away once again.
Yeah, and the Max here has only 2 spearmen chasing the whole time, while he's now going through the center with the archers. But it feels like Liereyy should have enough for the defense. He did add another stable, sitting at 2 stables, 1 archer range. On the other side, the Max still 1-1.
Liereyy trying to pincer movement these archers here, and it's going to work for him because he does have the armor. And Max is going to have to retreat. That's a great clear up for Liereyy.
Absolutely, going in with 2020 KD there, and actually it's a bit more even than what I would have expected. The Max gets away with some of his scouts. Some spearmen are now being sent through the center, maybe with a good patrol, get some hits in. That was okay.
A lot of weak scouts here for Liereyy. Got 3 weak ones in this group, but he's using the mobility with them so well this game. Every time Max closes with the spearman, Liereyy goes the other direction and then hits another exposed resource from him. It's going to take the first fight against the scouts, get a few hits, and then back up again.
Lovely play. Now the Max goes on to stone. Maybe an indicator that he wants to get some towers up in the center. Look at all the red dots on the minimap. What's happening there?
Wow, look at the military numbers. 22-12 for Liereyy. Just insane. And Max just now getting the wood upgrade. He's Vietnamese, Nili.
Ooh, so cheap to get those upgrades for him. Didn't really get them earlier because he wanted to go for the scouts so early on in the game, but did retreat. Now goes for some more quick walls. Solid job to be safe at the right-hand side.
Yeah, and now he's got that full house wall there, so the scouts are going to find trouble coming in from that side. He's secured the left side with a tower, and he's going with a counter raid.
Ooh, how walled is he though? Ooh, gets it in time. Only 50 HP on that one though. Uh-oh, that's not enough.
That's
Scouts
not good
are
for
through.
Max. That is not good at all. Just so much military pressure here. Max forced to drop another defensive tower, and he's only got a few spearmen and 4 archers in defense. There's a whole whack of Liereyy scouts. Max raiding at the back of Lierey's base, but
though, is getting 1 villager kill. Might get more again. Liereyy not jumping into the houses. I'm getting angry here.
yeah, I think it's just forgetfulness on his part, but he is taking a fight in Max's base. Look at this army from Liereyy. It's just a crazy amount.
Oh, the spearmen still completely out of position. Look at how they're running. They're not participating in the fight.
They went all the way around the wood line, and now Liereyy, as soon as they catch up to his scouts, he's out of there. He keeps some in the back to put pressure on Max, and Max's raid in the back of Lierey's base has been cleared up. Liereyy looking like the clear favorite to take this game, and he's on the way to the Castle Age.
Ooh, while Liereyy sits at 300 food, 500 gold. Now 13 villagers on gold, while only having 1 archer range. For 1 archer range, you need 4 on gold. He's floating a lot. I want to see a market from him to balance out his economy.
God, the play with these scouts from Liereyy is just insane. He sees an exposed farmer there, traps her. He sees another villager going out to that wall, traps him, kills him. Max just can't leave the safety of his TC, the safety of his towers. He can't move out.
Meanwhile, Liereyy, very uncontestedly taking the center there. Did add some skirmishers, continues with his aggression, even continues with the scout production, although he's on the way to Castle Age. Interesting.
I think, like, if you know you're in such a commanding position, just keep your foot on the pedal, you know? Keep roving around Max's base. Don't let him expand. Max is now on the way to the Castle Age, still producing archers, still producing spearmen.
And indeed tries to take another aggression at the right-hand side. And he just has so many eyes on the army of the Max at all times as well. He just knows there's no counterattack coming.
Yep. I love watching the movement from Liereyy too, because both of these groups of scouts look like they're constantly moving. He's just constantly shifting between the two of them, back to his eco, sorting that out. First group of scouts, second group of scouts. Maybe I'll even have a third group here soon. So impressive.
And, do I even have enough numbers on my keyboard to get so many groups? Spearman defense now continues. The Max, he's just probably grouping up, getting more army, and then tries to make one big Castle Age push happening. But how is he getting to big numbers? 1 barracks, 1 stable, 1 archer range. Only Spearman production for now.
Yeah, you can't help but feel that if he wants to make that big push, maybe he needed a second archery range in Feudal Age, get those numbers up. But he is on stone, so maybe we're going to see some sort of castle from Max. He's going forward with a lot of villagers right now.
Has a lot of gold in the bank as well. Maybe he can buy himself 200 stone. Lightcap raid now through the center. Sees all those villagers. Even raids at the top here. Nice awareness again.
Great quick wall there from the Max on the stone. Really, really good effort from him. Lightcap is actually hitting the villager over the wall, which is always super annoying. And Max is coming forward here, but right into the Knights.
Oh, that hurts so much. Pikeman upgrading crossbow still.
Liereyy didn't see it.
He's just hungry to go for the gold, apparently.
He didn't see it.
Siege
Is this a
workshop.
moment?
Siege workshop dropped. He has so much light cap around. How many
Now
pikemen
he
do we have?
notices.
7 pikemen or spearmen soon to be pikemen. Runs into the TC. This is complete suicide.
Oh no. He's got to go back, but he has to go back into the Lightcap, into the Knights. The villagers don't know what to do. He's getting raided at his own base, losing villagers there. Max dropping a desperation castle. I think he knows this is over, and he's got about a 1% chance, and he's going to try and take it.
Oh, luckily, good with all the quick walls there. So the castle most likely will go up. I don't really see anything defending that. Most of the army
Scorpion?
will go down. Oh, one Scorpion, but one Scorpion alone can't find all kills.
He's
beat
getting
some
some
dead
good
villagers.
some good hits with the splash damage there, though.
I think the villagers that survive here will be all the villagers he will have left, because he's completely open at home.
Yeah, and Leary's just going to ignore this castle. Gonna go to Max's base with all those knights. He still has 3 knights left over there. He's gonna hit that gold area again, hit that stone again. And what does Max even do
30
with this castle?
for the max. Oh,
Oh boy.
what a beautiful game, number 5. The max, I felt with him not going for the EQ upgrades, he needed to do damage with the scouts that did have bloodlines. Got a bit debated by the 3 archers and 1 spearman. He had 7 or 8 scouts at a spot where Liereyy had 3, didn't have bloodlines. That was his timing window that he sadly missed. Impeccable defense by Liereyy, and so many beautiful range controlling so many groups.
You gotta wonder about the Civ draft here. Could he have picked another Civ that was available to pick that would be better than Vietnamese for Atacama?
Yeah, maybe Slavs, honestly. Just
Yeah.
Haboob playing Vietnamese and Slavs for this map felt more natural to me.
Oh man. Well, your prediction was correct, Nili. It is a 3-2 result for Liereyy. Even though you came by that result unwillingly, you thought it was going to be a 3-1, but Max
I will take
making it a very entertaining series.
Absolutely, absolutely, and clearly a top 8 performance in the world by the max. Liereyy will get another top 4 finish for himself. Lovely stuff. KD doesn't feel fair in the end. 85 to 45.
Yeah, well, it just snowballs out of proportion as soon as you get those numbers up, especially once Liereyy got all the Castle Age upgrades. Max couldn't really do anything, had no mobility to counter. Great performance from Liereyy, and I look forward to watching his set in the next round.
Absolutely. He will face off, I think, against the winner of Viper's match against NICOV. If I remember that correctly. And now I'm interested to hear from the man himself. ZeroEmpires will take it away.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Nili. Max really didn't go down without a fight. We do have an interview with Liereyy coming right up in just a few moments' time. But yeah, good prediction from Nili there. Obviously a 3-2 victory for Liereyy in the end. And we did see a pretty solid theme with Lierey's map choices, I thought. You know, he went for these very, very open maps, the Atacama, the Haboob, these very aggressive early aggression maps. And the one game where he ended up playing very defensively, the game on Lowland where he built up with his Cuman second TC, walled himself in really close. That was the one where he looked like he was having the most trouble. So we'll be hearing from Liereyy in just a few moments' time here. And of course, he will be going on to play against the winner of Viper versus NICOV, and that's going to be our last set of the day today. I see Liereyy in Discord, so he should be in here in just a moment here, and we'll get to hear from the man himself. Maybe. There he is. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, congratulations. You're through to the semi-finals. Well done.
Thank you.
Oh boy. So Liereyy, let's talk about your draft there real quick, before we get into the games. You didn't pick any Archer civs. We were kind of surprised at that. You even let Max have the Mayans there in the end. Are you sort of changing your approach to Empire Wars, or are you, I don't know, leaving the Archer civs behind now?
I think in maps like Atacama and Habu, and even in Arabia to some extent, you kind of have to go for cavalry civs. Like, it's just much safer in my opinion, because you need mobility, maps are open, it's impossible to wall, so I just felt like, also that's my style kind of, being the aggressor, just punishing left and right. So yeah, like that's better.
Yeah, definitely noticed those choices of maps, Atacama, Habub, these more aggressive open style maps, and we'll talk through them. But first of all, let's cast our minds back. Remember back to game 1, Arabia, Lithuanians, your Lithuanians against Max's Mayans. That was a really passive game. We thought we might see a bit more aggression in game 1. Were you both feeling a bit nervous, do you think? Or, were you both happy to sit back and just try and control the game in the late game?
I'm pretty sure he expected me to go for my skirm and spear play with Lithuanians, which is pretty good because they're just faster and you have extra food for that to afford. So he made some eagles first, but I just felt like full archers and then switched to skirms counter that, so I just went for that, and I think I won the mind game there.
Yeah, you stuck onto the crossbows for quite a while, and you had some pretty good map control. We noticed, though, Max never had the +2 defense on his crossbows. Do you think that cost him the game there?
I don't think so. I think the game was over regardless. I don't think he could afford it either, because he had to make some eagles, he had to up as fast as possible, because I was up like 1 minute earlier than him. And I also had Fumbling. I'm pretty sure he didn't have it, but I'm not quite sure. I don't think it would have mattered too much, because I would have just switched to skirms, and when you face against skirms, your upgrades don't really matter that much when you have Expo. So I think the game was over when I killed his first army, or when I reached Castlage. I was pretty sure this game is over if I don't mess it up now.
Yeah, a lot of confidence there from game 1 as you then went into game 2, which was on lowland. This was your Cumans against his Saracens. That was a really tough game. He ended up forcing 4 towers out of you. Do you think if you could do it again, you would have placed your TC differently or walled differently, perhaps?
Well, it's obviously hard, right? Like, you have to wall instantly, because he will obviously make a spear in the range right away. So you have to be walled by that time. And also, I need to TC the stone, I feel like. I need to get some towers in. But maybe I'm wrong, I'm not sure. But I felt like without towers, he would just break in. And that makes it even more awkward. But I'm not sure. I mean, it was still a close game, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure the wills were even. If not, I was ahead at the end about the last fight. So if I won that fight, I would have probably been able to snowball. So, yeah, I don't know. Small details, I think, mattered there, which I didn't play too well.
Yeah, I mean, in the Civ draft, you actually banned the Magyars and not the Saracens. Do you think that maybe leaving the Saracens in there was a bit risky?
I knew he had the option to do that play. I was also kind of skeptical if it was going to work or not, but I just felt like I'm going to try it. Also, I'm pretty sure if I ban Magyars, he doesn't have a Civ for Habu or for Atacama. I think Franks and what else did I have? Khmer are also just solid options like Slavs, so I would have two really good Civs on those 2 open maps, on my home maps, and he will only have 1. So I felt like I would have an edge there, and I didn't know if my humans would die to his Saracens, so...
Bit of a learning experience as well.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Pretty cool. Yeah, then we did go on to Habub after that, and you obviously had your Franks against his Slavs. Were you surprised to have such a quick win here? It seemed like it snowballed really quickly, and it just sort of everything went right for you in that match.
It's such a snowballing map. I think if you lose some units for free, I think he wasted his scouts a bit when I was attacking his wood line, and he lost like 2 free scouts, and then I think that just snowballed. And yeah, if you lose some units, the game can be really snowballing and be done really quick, as you saw. So
yeah, that was quite a quick one. And I guess, with you picking Habub and Atacama, you're kind of looking to get that snowball quite early on. And then on Blockades, which was Max's home map, he went really hard in Castle Age there. Were you expecting such a hard Castle Age push? What do you think you potentially could have done differently to try and deal with that aggression?
It's really hard to say. I didn't feel like I could do anything, honestly. Like, I wanted to play some Boom with some aggression and map control style, but he just played the same with his Monks, Spikes, and Eagles. He played it pretty well, honestly. I didn't feel like I could really. I never felt like I was in a position where I could say I feel confident. Like I was always like, maybe even at some point, but I knew that if you push us from both sides with Pikes and Monks, it's gonna be super hard to stop with only Knights. So I'm not sure he prepared pretty well there.
Yeah, it did seem to go a little better for you once you'd switched into full Knights. I think you opened with the Cavalry Archers. Do you think the Cavalry Archers did enough for you there?
I think so. I mean, they sniped some Pikes, sniped some Monks. I think if I open Knights, I might not have the economy to stop his initial push, because he will have like 2 Monks, few Pikes, and few Eagles. And if he gets 2 conversions, I need like 8 Knights to stop that, and I don't think I can afford that. So I felt like Knights only wasn't an option.
Right. To game 5, Atacama, your Khmer against his Vietnamese. I think Khmer had a good chance in that game. Did you like that Civ matchup? It seemed like once he was putting down that panic castle at the end, the game was very much in the bag.
Yeah, I was pretty confident in the matchup. Like Khmer are really good, and Vietnamese, they kind of fall off in late feudal age. Like sure, they have a good economy, they have bloodline scouts and all, but Khmer farms are they just have way better economy as game progresses. And if I didn't die in feudal age, which is unlikely because I'm Khmer, I was pretty sure I was going to win that matchup. So I was pretty confident going into the last game.
Right, good stuff. Well, congratulations again. Obviously, you'll go through to the semi-finals now, where you're going to play against the winner of TheViper or NICOV. Predictions for Viper and NICOV's match?
Well, we all know Viper is the favorite, but NICOV can pull out the surprise, I'm pretty sure. So I would still say 3-2 Viper, though.
All right, 3-2 prediction from Liereyy then. We'll see how that all plays out. Best of luck to you in your next game.
Thank you.
All right, so there we go. Liereyy, everyone, he does make it through indeed to the semi-finals. We'll be seeing that tomorrow, along with the grand finals, of course. That's all going to be starting at 13 GMT right here on the Red Bull channel. We do have our next match coming up today, though, in a few moments' time. We've got TATOH versus Hera. We'll be back very shortly.
I'm Roberto. I'm living in Spain, in Madrid. I'm 30 years old, and right now I'm full-time streamer. I'm a programmer as well, and I have more or less 2 years of math, but I didn't finish yet. That's something I need to work on. And as I said, right now I'm just full-time streamer, and I played TheMAX 2 because when I was younger, I saw my older brother playing it. And I was during the warm summer in Spain. You had to stay at home until like late night, so I was kind of like lying on the bed watching him play, and I kind of enjoyed that. So I decided to give a try, and then I started to play more and more, and I fell in love with the game. I don't really have a favorite civilization, but I really enjoy playing Mongols, Mayans, and Vikings. If I have to be at TheMAX 2 units, I will definitely be a heavy demolition. I think Viper is the favorite to win Wololo 2, even after the Red Bull Wololo 1 result. So I think Viper will take it this time. I would like to play against Doubt. It's always lovely to, because he's my practice partner, and and it will be really, really good for us. Like, it will be tricky for us to play against each other.
Well, my online name is Hera, and I'm a professional Age of Empire player, and I've been playing the game for about 7 years competitively, and played it a few years before that, even just casually with my brothers. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I play Age of Empires 2 because it's a game that's very in-depth, very captivating. It's fun for pretty much everyone, because there's a casual aspect to the game, there's a competitive aspect to the game, there's a historical aspect to the game. There's just so much to it that can keep you interested and keep you wanting to either play more or look into more things revolving around the game. And even after 20 years, we're still discovering new things, new techniques, new build orders, whatever the case may be. That keeps the game fresh for the competitive scene and for pretty much everyone else playing it as well. My favorite civilization would have to be the Mayans. I get asked this question a lot, and it's something that I've came to the conclusion that the Mayans is my favorite civilization. Although I like playing a lot of civilizations just as much at times. However, overall, Mayans are my favorite because they have really fast mobile units with the Eagle Warriors and the Pinged Archers, and they have a really good economy to back everything up. And I'm a kind of player that likes to play with good economy at home and constant either aggression or some army to defend. And I like to have good power spikes throughout the game, which Mayans does very nicely with the early imp and early castle power spikes. If I had to be an Age of Empire 2 unit, which one would I be? That's something I haven't given too much thought to. I guess I'd have to be a longbowman, because there's something that's very satisfying about sniping people from 12 range where they can barely see you, and I guess you stay out of harm's way, so you get to survive longer and potentially dish out more damage, which is, I guess, the dream in war. I don't know. I guess that's where I'd want to be. Okay, who will win Wololo 2? So obviously the first one was won by Mr. Yo. So I'm a firm believer that if one player wins the first edition of a tournament, then they should definitely be a favorite for the second, assuming they're still playing and active, which Mr. Yo most definitely is. So I have to say Mr. Yo is one of my candidates, although I'd say I have two more that I can potentially see winning the tournament. I would put Viper up there and Liereyy as well as my candidates. I think I have my chances, and I will obviously give it my best, but those three are the ones I see winning the tournament. Who would I want to play against and who would I want to avoid? Honestly, I'm with the mindset that I don't care who I play and when. If you want to win a tournament, you have to beat everyone, so just bring on whoever and I'll do my best versus them at any point of the tournament.
Oh boy, Hera against TATOH. Am I excited for this matchup?
I actually just looked at their stats on AoE Elo, and prior to 2020, TATOH was 6-0 against Hera in competitive sets. In 2020, Hera has been 7-0 against TATOH.
7-0?
Look at that face. I know, right?
That sounds a lot.
Yep. So he evened out the lifetime series with them, and he's actually pulled ahead by one game. So TATOH, he's got to make something happen here if he wants to even it out for himself. What are your predictions for this matchup here, Nili?
Oh yeah. It could I think 3-0 for TATOH is the unlikeliest. Everything else wouldn't really surprise me. Hera could go wild, dominate TATOH. TATOH could have a great set, could win 3-1, 3-2. So many options. I think rolling dice would give a better prediction than me.
Yeah, these players are so close. I think Hera definitely has the advantage in my mind going into this set, but I'm predicting 5 games. I don't want to call a winner. Actually, no, I'm Canadian. I'm calling Hera. Yeah.
Okay. I will go for my boy TATOH then. I will go for 3-2 for TATOH.
Okay, I'd be super happy if either player wins, though. Both amazing guys.
I have good news for you, Dave. One of them will win.
Oh, well, that's great. Thank you, Nili.
By the way, something funny, just when we have all these videos, we obviously don't see them live, we see them on the stream as well, and then we get a countdown to know when we have to start to talk. And the lovely overlay guy behind the scenes said, okay, and we're going over to Nili and Dave of Empires.
Dave of Empires. And then the worst thing is they shift to a different scene, and I put my glasses on so I can actually see, and now chat is roasting me for my glasses because they shifted back to the web. Oh boy, I can't get a break. Not even on Saturday can I get a break. Oh my goodness.
Well, let's take a look at the maps and civilizations. Hi, wild ones here. TATOH goes and opens up with Frigid Lake. Hera goes for wings. Two completely different approaches. TATOH, a wild map. Hera, the most aggressive one we have.
Yeah, and he actually goes for cross, which on Empire Wars is quite an aggressive map as well. Hera likes to use his speed, likes to use his adaptability to overcome his opponents, and these maps kind of play into those strengths. Let's look at the civs that each player has drafted here.
Ooh, especially like those are two very different civilizations and their strengths, right? Feels like Khmer could be good. We see Khmer on Hera's side. We see very early humans by TATOH. I think we've never seen humans that early. Incas being squeezed in there as well. Ooh, this could be wild.
Malians. We haven't
Where-
seen that civilization either.
Where
I
are
haven't seen that in
Aztecs?
any of that. They're not here.
Oh, not in the top 14. Interesting. Malians
Yeah.
before that. We have Saracens now banned. Hera did go for them very early on. Interesting choice as well.
I wonder if TATOH's been practicing with Viper as well, because I know Viper likes the Incas, and not just for the Mimi strats. He likes to play them standard. He feels like they're really good in this format. They have the same options as Mayans and Aztecs as a Meso civilization. But I think getting the extra armor to protect against the raids and having that extra population on the houses really benefits in Empire Wars.
Okay, let's go for some theory crafting. What civilizations do we want to see where? TATOH. I feel Frigid Lake. That's going to be interesting. I don't really have a good pick for that one yet. Maybe Lithuanians. Humans feels lowlands. Incas feels wings. What do we go for on cross? Is it Ethiopians? Is it Lithuanians? Probably Lithuanians there.
Lithuanians, maybe, I don't know, maybe he tries to get an early dock up on cross. Maybe he just goes for the aggression there. I love the fact that Hera picks Saracens first. He knows how dangerous TATOH is with that, and then he just bans Vikings. That had to be a plan on Hera's part.
Yeah, makes so much sense. On the other side, we see Khmer looks really good on Frigid Lake. Remember, we can't really farm around our TC there. Huns feel pretty good on Cross. Hera, so many good civilizations for him on Wings as well. Malians feel reasonable. He loves Mayans, he loves Britons there. Persians, also a backup for Cross. Interesting that he has both picks there for Cross.
Yeah, is the idea there to like deny it from your opponent? Do you think?
Maybe it's the same pick phase as well, right? It is TATOH picking Vikings, then we have Hera going Saracens Khmer, then TATOH goes Cuman Lithuanians, and in the second round for Hera, he actually picks Huns and Persians at the same time.
Maybe he's trying to get an extra advantage on his home map for us. Very interesting. The Malians pick, do you see that coming into play, or is that just like a backup pick for Hera?
It is pick 14, right? It is still, you could have gone for Aztecs there. It is quite interesting. Maybe he has some form of a plan. I don't really see that as a throwaway pick. Malians, nice. You have the gold upgrade. Buildings are cheaper. You're putting down a lot of buildings in Feudal Age early on as well. If you want to go for Spearmen, they have a bit more resistance to archers as well. Very diverse tech tree. Can go for crossbowmen. Can go for knights. Lots of options here for both players. It feels like TATOH goes a bit more in the wild direction.
Definitely, with the Cumans pick, with the Ethiopians pick, with the Incas pick, and with Vietnamese as well. We've seen Vietnamese a lot. We've seen it being drafted a lot in this series here. What are your opinions on that? Is it as good as the pros seem to think it is?
Vietnamese, you say?
Yeah.
I think like they're picked as number 13 here, so that feels very reasonable. I think if we can quickly squeeze in something in the Twitch chat here, what does chat think who has the better draft? Because this is like, it feels so standard for Hera, it feels so much more creative for TATOH, and I would really love to see the opinions there. Vietnamese, well, the extra HP is nice, you get the extra cheap upgrades if you want to get them. Sadly, we didn't see the max going for them earlier on. I think they are clearly in the top 15, yeah.
Okay. And I think chat is saying that Hera has the better draft. I have to agree. when you're talking about meta, I think Hera definitely has the better draft. We'll see what TATOH has planned. Someone actually saying Doubt has the better draft, so that's quite an achievement for him. Being able to outdraft our two competitors in this set.
All present. It looked like the Hera fanboys, when it comes to the draft, were a bit faster, but then a lot of TATOH guys followed up, and yeah, it looks like 70% or maybe 2/3 think that Hera has the better draft. Interesting stuff. Huh? It feels like on paper, Hera has the quote-unquote cleaner civilizations.
Yeah, for sure. And the game has started here, so we're going into game number 1, Arabia, just on the countdown right now, so we should be started soon.
Oh boy, and a matchup that we have never seen before, at least that I remember, especially not in Arabia. Persians against Lithuanians. We might see a lot of horses here.
What is that Persians pick from Hera?
Well, he has Huns for cross, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a leftover civilization.
But are they that good on Arabia? I think I definitely favor Lithuanians here, especially in the early game.
Plus 50 wood, plus 50 food, faster working TCs. You can go for camels. I'm interested to see Hera versus TATOH for spot in the semifinal. Game number 1 starts right here, right now.
See Hera with the Persians, of course. TATOH with the Lithuanians. Let's see how they open this game. TATOH going for stable.
Indeed, and Hera on the other side, scouts to the front, still keeps 4 villagers on gold. Oh, one actually misspawned on the wood there, and micros them a bit more. That's going to be archers from him. Indeed, drops the archery range, has a very tight base, I have to say. Should be good for him going archers.
Yeah, the only thing with Hera's base, he has to make sure that gold at the back is secure. It's a very nice location, but you have to either wall or keep military on that right side because your 2 secondary golds are very far away. TATOH on the other side has a extremely nice base.
Wood to the side, some at the front, can wall that one off quite easily there. 2 villagers still on gold, very defensively, and indeed another spot, gold spot there in the back. Did take a spearman to scout the back of his base, something we didn't see too often yet.
Yeah, well, I think he knows that this is going to be a bit more conservative. There's not going to be a ton of early pressure coming from Hera, especially with the Persians. And Hera, realizing that that gold is an issue, is walling up right away. But TATOH might actually go back there and find that villager. No, he's turning around.
I didn't really know. The big wood line obviously might bug out a bit for the scouts, right? They click in a bit to the back and still scouts went to the bottom. First scout here for Hera, needs to retreat, gets a good intel. TATOH with a bit more map presence for now.
Even though we're only in the second game, as Hera quick walls that villager on the berries, that's very nice. We're only in the second game of the quarterfinals, but you can already see the difference between this and the first round. Hera, exposed villager.
And TATOH will punish that quite easily. But 1-0 for the kill. Has to love this opening. Hera, is the house behind us? No, 37 out of 50.
Yeah, the style here for the quarterfinals, if I can finish my thought, is players are playing more defensively, more conservatively, especially in this opening Arabia game.
Oh, remember game number 1, the max there against his opponent. Oh god, Liereyy. That was a really defensive game number 1 as well. Maybe everyone's now like feeling the respect and very defensive game again, but also like TATOH gets all the control in the beginning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's more to play for. You're in the quarterfinals. You want to advance to the next series. And on average, you're coming up against higher level opponents. So you're giving them a bit more respect, I think, whether consciously or subconsciously.
Lots of eyes on them. Obviously, a lot of pride there as well from the players. Let's take a look. Scouts, still not a lot of damage taken. They are spotting the army. TATOH now moves out with his skirmishers. Is having fletching already for himself. Both players looking at Castle Age if we look at the resources.
Yeah, Hera being annoying at the back of TATOH's base with a scout. He's going to push 1 villager into the TC off the gold. Not a huge problem for TATOH as of yet, though. But like you said before, he's kind of got map control. He's dictating the play right now.
Scums now moving forward. No defense upgrade there. Hera needs to give up his berries, I believe. Is going for some quick walls, not too much happening. Hera snipe not going to happen. Sees the low HP villager, but can't commit. 3 Scums enough, doing quite some damage.
Yeah, they're good. They're enough just to be annoying. I think Hera can prevent this from pushing into his base, but obviously you never want to be taking free damage on your villagers. And whenever they're getting attacked, they're going idle for a few seconds. So nice pressure from TATOH here in a pretty even game.
Yeah, and we see 1 villager loss for Hera, already evened out with the faster working TC. Hera on the way to Castle Age. We now see TATOH dropping off some res. Will click up any second as well. Didn't really have a lot of villagers on gold. Only 2 for this whole time. Quite surprising to me. And has to shift some villagers away from wood and maybe the berries on gold if he wants to go for a reasonable Castle Age army.
Both players on the way. TATOH building up a skirmisher army in his archer ranges, trying to take a good engagement, takes the spearmen out, but still Hera has been so active with those archers, TATOH hasn't been able to get any decent hits.
Yeah, I just did pull them back. Actually, the berries constantly actually being foraged there. I like that quite a bit. Didn't really felt pressured enough to force all the villagers back. Now some scouts going forward. Hera pushing TATOH back. Has a reasonable army, but I don't think we will see too many losses here before Castle Age.
So TATOH had the early aggression with the extra food from Lithuanians, the early pressure, but once they get to Castle Age, Hera's going to be pretty scary with those Persian Knights who get the +2 bonus. And with the extra speed on the TCs, so he's going to have a pretty good boom. He's going with a second stable here and actually engages against TATOH. Good splits.
Oh yeah, didn't take a single hit yet. Now the first one. Not a lot of scouts here for Hera and TATOH, although he's in feudal age. Takes a reasonable engagement against Castle Age. Archers focusing down the scout, and it feels like Hera will lose everything, but he is ready for the tech switch. Is going for double stable anyways.
Yeah, he doesn't really care if he loses those archers that much. I mean, it's obviously not something you want to do, but traded decently against TATOH, and he's switching into knights anyway, as you said. Going with a 4 TC on that gold, so he's trying to secure his base a little bit more. I like that. It kind of prevents TATOH from going in through this middle area.
Interesting indeed. Wasn't forced to it with any bad gold spots. Had that one safe in the back. Adds another TC at the left-hand side as well. Very early monastery in the center of the map. Knows that he doesn't want to give too many relics up against Lithuanians.
And here's a monastery as well from TATOH. He does have a relic in the back of his base. There's another one to the north that's kind of close. And then there's a few in the middle that might be contested by Hera. Hera coming in with the knights to see what he can do.
Won't find too much. TATOH instantly dropping 2 TCs as well. Gold will be safe. Wood will be safe. This will be a very passive game. It feels a bit like the old Persian mirrors, where both players are going for some knights, some monks, adding the TCs, and then what do we see as a transition? Maybe something like a pikeman push in Castle Age? Is that an option?
Well, I think it depends on your position, right? And how well you feel your economy is doing compared to your opponent. I don't really have many predictions for this game because in terms of military compositions, because both players are playing very, very safe at the moment.
Both players love their macro game. Sarah feels so safe there. The big question is, though, how are the army compositions? Is it maybe Halberdiers a bit better for TATOH? He might have the better trash if we go into the hyper long game. Villager at the front is getting sniped. TATOH was distracted, trying to find some conversions in the back.
Yeah, and Hera already picking up some relics, too. He's got the second monk on the way as he tries to get out with these knights from TATOH's base. Maybe picks another villager. No, that villager hops into the TC.
Solid defense there. TATOH, what does he actually see? How many relics? He knows about the other 3. Will be pretty sad that one will taken away. His scout should actually guard that one.
Yeah, he had his scout in the middle of the map, but Hera's distracting him in his own base, so he didn't have time to go exploring with that, to go trying to find some monks to pick off. And Hera's going to get 3 relics really, really early.
Feels like it might end up 2v2 relics, although Hera, is he clicking to the edge of the map? That left-hand side relic is so far off.
Yeah, I could see a situation where he won't find that by like 1 or 2 tiles in the fog of war.
Knight's now relatively low HP. We did see the earlier wheelbarrow by TATOH. He's having close to every single economy upgrade there. We don't see heavy plow from Hera yet. Villager count 66 to 60. Slight advantage for the Persian player.
Ooh, Hera's going for that relic at the top, but TATOH is not sitting there with the scout. He's in the middle of the map. Okay, he's going with a monk of his own. Hope for his sake he can notice that. As Hera tries to snipe a monk from TATOH in his base.
We'll get one, eats a conversion against that one though. Look at that. Even putting his knight on defensive stance, so even after getting converted, he won't attack back. Monk is actually getting the relic at the top. Hera will have 3 relics, is getting the one at the left-hand side. TATOH will sit at 2. Good job by Hera.
Yeah, really, really good job to get those fast monks on the field, take that advantage away from the Lithuanian player. And TATOH now going with a forward siege workshop, kind of mid siege workshop rather than forward on that hill in the middle of the map. What's the plan here for him?
Oh, it feels like siege push. I would love to see a pikeman transition. Indeed, he is going for pikeman. Did already add some barracks as well. Is sitting at 3. That's going to be an interesting push. Behind the scenes, TATOH actually having the slightly better boom. His macro-wise, obviously, Persians should be ahead. 6 villager leads there.
I think you mean Hera has the slightly better boom, right?
Well, I mean, like, Hera has more numbers, but
yeah.
The macro-wise, I think TATOH should be further behind playing against Persians. So I think it's like a bit better off on his end to only be behind by 7.
And Hera once again losing HP on the knights. Great job from TATOH to slowly whittle those down as Hera's trying to raid. He will spot that siege workshop, however. And TATOH actually going for a battering ram.
Makes sense, right? Remember, those CCs of Persians have double the HP. Could be tricky to defend that one. And oh, Hera! He goes for another stable. That's going to be 4 stable defense against a full pikeman push. That's horrible for him.
And another siege workshop for TATOH too. So he's coming in here with double siege workshop, pikeman, and crossbow. Hera's got a really try and counter this. Maybe a defensive siege workshop of his own. Yeah, he's putting one down in his base. Is that box formation around that mangonel from TATOH?
Won't sound like him, I'm not sure. It might be just spread formation, and luckily it did spread around that one. And, well, stable will go down at the front. Actually, we're going for mass light cap. Siege workshop still not producing. Won't be that easy to defend against that mass of pikemen. +2 defense on them for now.
Yeah, and TATOH actually pushing Hera off the one wood line as well. He's kind of diving a little bit with the knights and with the pikemen. I think that's a little bit unintentional. Here he goes with the ram push, though. Putting the pikemen in the rams, I love that.
Protecting them there, getting some more damage output. Now in some problems. Knights coming from the back. Hera not getting any conversion, or TATOH not getting any conversions yet. Gets one. Crossbowman trying to defend this one. Meanwhile, some rams dying. I think the own Mangalo is actually doing damage to the own army.
He got 2 good hits on his own army of pikemen with that mangonel, and the pikemen were way out of position. That was a good defense from Hera, but a little bit sloppy from TATOH as well with that attack.
Now behind this, Hera's production just so much better. He is pulling away 16 villager lead there. Persians just so incredibly strong. Oh god, I think he lost too many pikemen.
Yeah, he had, what, 10 or 12 pikemen there, and he nuked his own. I think he killed like 6 of his own pikemen. Not great for him.
Sitting at 11 now, 8 in the queue, and oh, look at Hera's castle. He loves his hills there.
Yeah, and with that Persian TC defending the middle of the map, he's going to put a castle there, and now TATOH kind of has to push through that middle area, doesn't he?
Maybe go for the main TC, maybe go for the direction of the archery range, tries to raid the gold a bit more at the top, goes for mainly Mangonels now, quite an interesting choice, and well, if it wasn't for the Persian TC, I think this one could already be dead. Only 2.9k HP, at least the villagers aren't garrisoned.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice bonus to have, especially when you're facing a Mangonel push. Now Hera with the Knights looping around. He does have +2, and he's going to try and find something in TATOH's economy. I'm surprised TATOH didn't just wall that area to the edge of the map.
Well, Yeah, I think a Palisade wall alone could have been so good. Knights now coming over. We'll find some villager kills. TATOH with a reasonable reaction timing. Some Knights being spread off. 4 TC against 3 TC. One in the front will go down. Soon it will be 4 against 2 TCs. Interesting.
Obviously, Persian TCs help a lot with the production, but not 4 against 2. The Knights being a little bit annoying in TATOH's base, and TATOH dropped a forward market so that he could buy stone for a forward castle, and Hera is counter-castling TATOH's position.
TATOH, does he not see that castle? He does. That's so surprising to me that he isn't committing. Oh, ground attacks could be massive here. Let's take a look.
So many pikemen.
Oh, the ground attack didn't really connect though. Mangonel's still alive. Can we get some shots against the villagers, Dave?
I think this could be a potential doubt castle for Hera. If TATOH has the range to hit those villagers, he has some crossbows there as well. Can he manually target them? No, the castle from Hera will go up. Oh my goodness, how close was that?
Mangonel's not getting the shots in. Now the big question is, are we trying to rush to Imperial Age, or is this a spot where we go for petards? The normal thing for TATOH would be thinking about the petards, and
Petards!
indeed, we see them being produced now.
You gotta see what he's done there is he's kept one crossbow garrison there, so Hera doesn't know how many units are in that castle, and he's gonna keep garrisoning petards. No, he's gonna send them to the other side and break into Hera's economy.
Oh, interesting. Actually, he's already through there. Might be a misclick with the petard there. Some light cav are coming over, trying to clear up under the castle. Good job there by Hera.
Look at Hera at the bottom, though. This game was so conservative for so long. Both players sitting back, and now both players on the offensive here. And TATOH might actually open the gate.
Oh, that hurts so much. Pikeman did open it, and those are all full HP, and they're getting into the woodline.
Welcome to my humble abode, says TATOH, and Hera waltzes right through that gate. He's going to clear up the villagers on the woodline. He's got another castle in the south going down on that hill, and TATOH's pushing the north. Does TATOH have a castle of his own?
Oh, yeah. Sits at 656 stone now. Did buy another one. Attack through the center. Petards are coming in. Those are 4 rams. That castle is going to fall, but so many losses at his home base.
And a castle in Hera's base right now from TATOH. What is this game? This was so conservative for so long, and now it's gotten just absolutely crazy.
Oh god, both players will sit at 2 castles, deleting all those farms there. This is madness. Dave, pikemen, are they able to defend this one? Hera still running.
And the castle from TATOH goes up in the back. Where's the MTC from Hera? I don't think it is that TC under the castle, but it is Persian, so I don't think it'll go down before Hera gets to Imp. Wow.
Solid 8 petards to kill that one. Not going to happen.
What an insane game. Where did this come from?
Yeah, I didn't see it coming. It just felt like, okay, people saw a lot of very important tilts in the center. We now even see Commander Rand flying in for Hera.
TATOH's going for that TC with all 5 rams. Okay, he's attacking the houses. Okay. Worrying times for Hera here. It is a Persian TC, though, so he should be able to get to Imperial Age. Oh, boy.
Population surprisingly even. TATOH not really building a single knight this whole game with Lithuanians. Feels so weird. Did get onto 2 relics himself against 3 of Hera. Lots of economy idle, but honestly, that castle at the top, not the craziest one ever. Oh, we see some knight raid at the top as well.
Yeah, knights coming in from the other side. Hera's done such a good job of that so far this game, and now TATOH goes for the TC after Hera gets to Imperial Age.
Well, didn't really know. Now latest being added as well, but not a lot of upgrades on them, as you can see. +1/+1, doesn't even have bloodlines, now gets that. Pikeman numbers not that scary, 28 on the field, but very spread around.
Hera trying to save it, repairing with villagers, but the pikemen are there. The latest are there. Both players being very active with their military as well. TATOH scouting around the south with pikemen. And it's funny that Hera's actually taking TATOH's second gold, and TATOH's taking Hera's main gold. So they've kind of traded off there a little bit.
Yeah, but Hera also did use a lot of his main gold, so I would say that's even quite similar in that gold count. And now first trap out for Hera. Hera's going for a lot of crossbowmen. He did research Commander Run and upgrade that allows your crossbows to be built without the investment of gold.
Yeah, and very, very good against the pikemen. The TATOH is constantly producing. TATOH right now is still in the castle age. He does have 40 on farms, though, so he should be able to click up to Imp if he idles his military production.
Well, let's take a look if that's an option for him. 7 more pikemen in the queue. Some latest doing some damage in the back. Doing quite some solid stuff here. Should probably even 3 hit villagers. I think so.
Yeah, and if TATOH gets in on that wood line from Hera at the back, it could be very nice for him. Hera countering the latest now with some knights. He is upgrading the armor. He hasn't gotten the Cavalier upgrade yet, though.
Ooh, Hera's breaking at the right-hand side. Only palisade walls there. Maybe a small mistake by TATOH. Also trying to expand to the front. Has another amount of stone in the bank that could be put into a castle. More traps at the front. Lots of ground lost for TATOH. Oh, another castle by Hera.
Another forward castle from Hera. TATOH really, really struggling against this aggression. Remember, Hera is Imperial Age. TATOH is not, and Hera's pushing back on all sides.
What are the advantages for Hera here? It's mainly traps. Has +4 defense on his knights, but not the crazy upgrades on the crossbows. +2 attack, that's it. No cavaliers in the queue yet for Hera, but he continues to raid the back.
Yeah, and TATOH just seems like he's going to be in Castle Age forever here, doesn't it? He's got the gold, but he's really struggling with the food eco, constantly idling those farmers because of the raids from Hera. And it has to produce more pikemen to counter what Hera is doing.
Yeah, absolutely has to. But, well, now we'll lose another castle for himself. That means no more latest for him. And, well, it's just full pikeman production. Goes for more villagers. Queues up some more rams. Oh, out of 2 siege workshops. I think he's trying to break the hill at the bottom.
Yeah, if he waits for enough, it certainly could be possible. He's sending the pikemen to the north. That's a lot of pikemen, dude. And we see the knights from Hera. If Hera doesn't notice that right away, he could get his army cleared up on this side.
Looks like
and yeah,
it.
good fight.
Loses 3, then runs away. Good enough for me. TATOH is grouping up. I think this will be one major push to the center. Now at the stable, I think knights could make a lot of sense, even though we're still in Castle Age. Oh, crossbowmen coming over.
Yeah, and TATOH taps out. I think he didn't have any gold access once he got pushed off that gold in the back of Hera's base. So, actually, no, he had some gold left over in his base, but obviously only 5 villagers on that. He realizes that the ram push is very unlikely to succeed, especially with the crossbows over there from Hera to deal with the pikemen from him. What an insane game that turned into.
That was crazy. Hera going for the stable defense against the pikeman ram mangonel monk push. Not really a thing on my counter list, but it felt like TATOH, too many losses on the pikemen at the early push.
Yeah. If he had saved those pikemen, then he could have countered the knights that came in for his mangonels. If he had walled his base a little bit more, I think that really would have benefited him. But obviously, it's easy for us to say because we don't have to control 15 armies around the map.
Yeah.
But great performance from both there.
Absolutely. And this is very promising to transition into an incredible set. I'm excited to see the home maps after this one. What should I look for in the stats?
Wow, it's fairly even here, isn't it? I mean, everything except the buildings raised, which is in favor of TATOH, who actually lost the game, but the food collected from Hera, I think, is the major advantage here, and the gold as well.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet. Hera's economy is so good in mid-Castle Age. Their Persian economy just crazy good, and, well, the earlier Castle Age timing there for TATOH, not really he could use too much, but TATOH a bit on the back foot, and I love the beautiful awareness of Hera, going for the monastery super early, getting 3 of the relics, and therefore TATOH never really got into the mass knights that you most of the time want to play if you're Lithuanians.
I wonder if his decision making is a bit different if he gets 3 relics or 4 relics. Does he go for knights instead of pikemen in that situation?
I absolutely think so. I absolutely think so, and I think he only transitioned into it because he saw, okay, you build monks, so a lot of knights won't really work. You already go for knights. You could easily go for camels as well to counter, and then TATOH felt, okay, I can make something happen here in Castle Age. Did a lot, but not enough to break Hera. Now I'm excited to see what are the home maps. What can TATOH go for? I think it was Frigid Lake and Lowland. Right?
Yeah, those were his home map picks. He got Land Madness, he banned Land Madness. Hera banned Blockades. Whew, what do you think here? Frigid Lake or Lowland for TATOH's first home map?
It is tricky, right? Let's think about the civilization. It feels like humans for Lowland. Frigid Lake, you're facing Khmer. What are you going for if you face Khmer and Frigid Lake? I don't even have a good answer for that. Probably Ethiopians? Oi, this is going to be tricky. I think I'll try to go for Lowland and feel more comfortable with a straightforward game.
Lowland with Cumans?
Yeah.
Well, it's only worked once so far in this tournament, and it failed pretty spectacularly the last game. Even though Liereyy said that game was close in his interview.
Yeah, Chet was a bit questioning that one as well, yeah.
I was sitting here, and I just heard it. I was getting a cup of coffee, and I just heard that when he came in. He's like, "Oh, that game was pretty close." I was like, "What?"
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe he. It's sometimes tricky to judge a game while you're playing, right? I sometimes rewatch my own games and I felt like, okay, I could have resigned that one 10 minutes earlier. And oh boy, I was actually behind by 40 villagers when I thought it was even. So it is sometimes tricky. If he gets the towers up a bit earlier, if he gets a mangonel there, then Liereyy can hold. But yeah, the thing is, we're expecting TATOH to be, well, very educated on how to play Cumans. What will Hera go for against that? I see Britons.
Yeah. You just get some archers out onto the field early, try and deny the walls a little bit, and then go up to Castle Age and drop a few extra TCs of your own.
And indeed, TATOH will go for Lowlands. And Dave, we are smart. We are smart. Cumans against Britain, indeed what's going to happen, and we can instantly jump into the action. TATOH playing the only civilization in the game that can build a second TC in Feudal Age, and he opts for that one quite quickly, goes for some walls at the top, goes for double bit X. The approach of Hera against this with Britons is no archer range. Builds a market early on, Dave.
So just FC. He knows that TATOH's gonna go for the boom, so Hera wants to get up to Castle Age as soon as possible. Britons get the discount for wood on their extra TCs, so if TATOH has 2 TCs, Hera is gonna want 3 TCs.
The big question is though, where do you put your 3 TCs at? Because at your plateau, at your high ground, well, there's not too much gold and stone. We need to expand towards the center where the big resources are.
Yeah, and I see a few really, really promising spots here with wood, gold, and the ibex for food. It's just, are they too exposed? Got to keep that in mind when you're placing your TCs.
Especially against Britain, there's so much more exposed, them having more range there. In Castle Age, TATOH could break everything as well. Going for a capped ram push in Castle Age if he wanted to, could go for battering rams in Feudal Age as humans, but we are expecting him to be the defender for most of the game.
Do you think TATOH can look at the score from Hera and tell that Hera is not making military?
I think there's so much going on. I'm not sure if that's enough, because scouting is so influential in the score as well. I don't think you get enough intel out of that. But now with dropping score, and he sees the scout is at the other side, I think he might know that Hera's actually up. How could you be ahead in score against a guy that clearly has more vision than you?
Yeah, TATOH has to suspect this is the strategy from Hera, and Hera's going for the full walls to secure his base, so I think his extra TCs are going to be inside this little plateau area.
Interesting stuff, and those are late walls, but that's fine against humans. They won't have army for quite some time. TATOH, very uncontested play as well. Very low military game. The trap. Ooh, didn't happen.
We saw it in our minds.
Yeah. Well, Hera as well.
I can see the clip right now. I don't need to watch it live.
Yeah. And it's like Hera not streaming, and he's still screaming at his PC. Zoo?
So pretty passive game once again, and the Siege Workshop from TATOH already going down, so he's ready. Like you said, the last time we watched Lowlands, it's nice to be able to build that in Feudal Age, so if there's any pressure in early castle, you can get that Mangonel out right away.
Yeah, but there's no pressure coming. Look at that. Still no archery range from Hera. That's a full boom game.
That's what we said last game though, right? And then
Yeah,
it
but
devolved into whatever that was.
Yeah, but they actually built military buildings, Dave. So they had the option to go for wild pushes. This one is just Hera going down and booming. And then the big question is, once TATOH reaches Castle Age, how will the villager count look like? At the moment, obviously massive lead for humans.
Yeah, and Hera's not that much farther ahead in front of TATOH. And TATOH is going to keep producing from the 1TC as you go up to Castle Age. Very, very nice for the humans. So I think TATOH's eco is gonna look pretty good in comparison.
0-0 KD, and it will stay like that for quite some time. 1 TC in the back next to the wood and gold. Builds another TC at the front. Will control a lot of that. TATOH, is he scouting that one? No, barely misses the TC.
Good TC spot from Hera. Bloodline's now coming in from TATOH. So he's planning to shift into some cavalry. He's building a second stable now. Or do we see step lancers here, or do we see knights?
Knights feels like the easier
Hera finds that bill.
choice. And he attacks it downhill as well. But yeah, just annoying. Nothing more.
So you think knights then? We're not going to see any step lancers this game at all?
Well, TATOH still doesn't have the great intel to see what's happening on the other side, but yeah, Knights, they just transition so well, right? You have a solid economy, and, well, simply having Paladins is really inviting to go for Knights.
Second barracks from Hera.
Well, he did scout the stable at the front, right? So, could make some sense. Did scout double stable.
So he sees both of them, and he sees the Siege Workshop. Mangonel immediately from TATOH. So Pikeman looking like a pretty good option here from Hera, as long as he can dictate where the fights are. If he's running around after the Knights, then he might be in some trouble.
TATOH not using those stables. He's only building one Mangonel. This is so weird. He goes for the eco upgrades first. Villager count now pretty close. TATOH only 8 ahead. This is kind of fine because he's still at 2 TCs. Hera sits at 3. This one will be very close when it comes to economy.
Do you think... Okay, TATOH's producing Knights now, so he just slowed the production down a little bit to get the eco upgrades, as you said. And he's going for a monastery now. Really aggressive with that Mangonel, though. Okay, the Knights are out to support it.
Oh, and TATOH actually decides to not push the bottom. He tries to attack the main base of Hera. Did scout the double barracks, so knows about the defense. Quite an interesting choice. Drops the monastery. He knows it's going to be a long, long game.
Stable now from Hera in the middle. I can't help but feel like that's just for a few Knights to snipe the siege from TATOH.
How can he know about the siege? Well, he did scout the siege workshop early on, so Mangonel not completely unlikely. Army value heavily in favor of TATOH at the moment. He did invest 800 resources into creating this army. Hera, way less.
Scorpion too. Does he know that Hera's going into Spears? What does TATOH see here?
He knows about the double pikeman, and maybe he even knows about the monastery. That would surprise me. And oh, he even knows about the monastery.
Great scouting from TATOH. Great scouting.
Scout
And he's
still
going to be in.
active. Okay.
And this is the problem with pikeman defense. Hera does have some monks as well. TATOH's going to have to run away from that.
Oh, is that maybe a deletion? He will eat one conversion. Oh, that was really good for Hera.
Yeah, and he's distracting the Scorpion at the other side too. I was going to say the problem with pikeman defense is that they're slow compared to the Knights, but not when you got 2 Knights converted!
Over the wall! Crazy stuff here. That was so good for Hera.
Yeah. I think that was like a max range conversion over the wall, down the hill. like you said.
Aye.
And then now he's got mobility of his own.
Yeah. He didn't even need to build the stable. Just 2 conversions could be fine. Dave, this could be a really long game.
Yeah, TATOH is on stone right now. How much does he have in the bank? Okay, he's got 430 stone in the bank.
12 villages in
3TC.
stone. Did expand a bit to the top there. As we all know, not a lot of stone on our starting base. Need to expand downwards if we want to build a lot of castles, maybe even towers. Not the likeliest thing with those 2 civilizations, though. TATOH now gets wheelbarrow a bit late for 82 villagers. Hera sits at 74. Actually, 10 villagers in the queue.
And a defensive castle from TATOH. So he's going to secure his little plateau here. And then think about pushing out into the middle. What do you see the composition being for humans against Britons in Imperial Age?
Humans against Britons, I think something like Cavalier, maybe even Paladin, Siege Rams, Skirms. Yeah, that feels very
Siege Ram is
reasonable.
kind of the Briton killer, isn't it? Especially if you have something to deal with the halberdiers from Britons. And in terms of Hera, it's pretty straightforward composition. Are you thinking about archers with some halberdiers and then maybe some trebs to back it up?
Oh, I'm actually wrong. Look at that fletching being researched. Although we don't have an archer range, so that's going to be some kip checks from TATOH. And yeah, Hera's composition most of the time, something like Arbalest, something like skirmishers and halberdiers. Not that mobile.
Yeah, Britons are one of those civilizations that feel like hard to push with in Imperial Age, but hard to push against at the same time. Especially if they're fighting in a choke point area, as you could see in the middle of the map here.
TATOH in the 16-minute game only found 1 single kill. Now some knights in the back is doing a reasonable job of losing. Okay, only 1 villager down there. Goes for the defense upgrades for his kip check. Oh, Mangonel aggression through the center. TATOH mainly went for Mangonels, for Rams.
Yeah, and TATOH lost 2 scorpions there to the Mangonel from Hera, so the pikemen are going to be pretty annoying here. TATOH just hops in that TC though.
Going to be an
And a
aggressive castle. And
Oh
TATOH
boy.
doesn't have that much gold control then. Needs to expand. Yeah, he can still get the one at the top. Has one at the left-hand side. But for now, that's going to be a dead...
TATOH's getting capped ram. That's one thing humans can do in Castle Age. They can get capped ram. He's pushing this castle.
Can he get the Mangonel? He has 2 kip checks. That could be sick. Is he focusing that one down? No, he needs to go back. Oh, it was a low HP Mangonel. TATOH knew about that. He maybe could have committed with the...
I think he canceled capped ram. It was almost complete. And I think he canceled it and then started it again. Very strange.
Indeed, very strange. Not going up to Imperial Age right now. Is idling all his TCs. Doesn't have a lot of gold income. Did he not scout the gold at the side? He did.
Raiding some villagers from Hera now in the middle. He also has enough stone soon for another castle. No, he's dropping another TC on the left. But the villagers on stone to the north, he'll have enough for a castle soon. Where does he place that?
I think maybe right-hand side to protect your golds could be an option. Also left-hand side to get some more map control. I think having lots of castles on this map could come in really handy to, yeah, prevent some raids.
And the pikemen finding those rams. TATOH did cancel that capped ram upgrade once again after realizing he couldn't take down that castle. Do you think he's going to start running into some gold issues here? I mean, he has the one at the north, but if Hera pushes him off the one to the left, that's really his only option.
Not going to be easy. Let's take a look what the kip checks can achieve. Not too much. For now, I think that's fine when it comes to gold control. He's simply not getting onto the numbers. Now adds some archery ranges. Probably wants to go into skirmishes. Monks with the defense against the kip checks. Trap war is going to be interesting as well. Hera just up to imp so much earlier.
TATOH already with 3 relics too, and he's going to find the 4th one in the corner here. I don't think he'll ever find that 5th one, but that could be some nice gold income for him, especially if this is going into a longer game.
I agree. Let's take a look. Halberdy attack now, very early on. We see Thumbring. Hera not going for a single ranged unit this whole game long as Britons. Quite interesting.
Well, remember in his interview, he said if he were to be one unit, he would be a longbowman. So,
okay. Yeah, he's queuing
let's
some
see
of them
if
up now.
he... There he goes. Starting to produce those. That's obviously the best range unit in terms of pure range in the game. And, ooh, forward castle from TATOH.
Interesting choice indeed. That will block 2 of the gold spots. And, well, Hera, he won't have too much there. But it's not that easy to defend. Meanwhile, Mangonel's trying to find the kill. Or no, Knight's finding the kill against the Mangonel. TATOH, is he going for the repair for the castle? Surprisingly, no.
I don't think he can just let that castle die, though, right? Okay, he's going to repair it now. As he's pushing him with the halberdiers on the other side, the castle from TATOH is only at 70%. There's longbowmen here. There's halberdiers here. Uh-oh, TATOH.
This is really rough for him. Now a solid 30 population behind. Another defensive castle there for TATOH. Uh-oh, this castle won't go up for him. That's rough.
Yeah, second game in a row, we've seen Hera with the counter castles to the castle foundation from TATOH. And that one, I think TATOH can just delete it.
More siege workshops, maybe, just maybe. TATOH just plays it completely differently without any castle. It just goes full skirmisher and ram attacks at the sides. That's something that Britons could struggle against.
Yeah, and especially with Hera's army all being on the right-hand side there, it's not a very mobile army. It takes him a while to get over to the side, so maybe TATOH can get something done here with the skirmishers with the rams. He does lose that castle in the middle, though, and now he's housed.
Ugly spot. Loses more houses there. So many burning at the front. 150 out of 150. Tries to micro with the Kipchaks. Not too pretty for him. 153 out of 150. Needs to make something happen. Now ram attack at the left-hand side, but not a lot of army to complement that.
Where are the skirms? They're back on the hill.
Has all upgrades on them now. But remember, humans lacking bracer. No last range, no last attack upgrade on them.
He's done a good job killing all those halberdiers on the right side. He was actually microing there. That's probably why the skirmishers were out of position. He's going to start pushing back against that gold. Might be able to take out the Treb with these rams.
And if you go full skirmisher and siege ram, you don't need that much gold control, so that's not too problematic for TATOH. Is stabilizing population now, is getting to 160. Siege ram finishes now. Halberdiers dying slowly but slowly. TATOH actually with a positive KD.
TATOH killed like 30 halberdiers with 5 Kipchaks. That was really, really good micro from him. He lured them all the way across the map, and now he's going to be hitting that wood line as he pushes back with skirmishers and siege ram, which is generally considered the Briton killer.
Absolutely.
There's
Look at
not
that.
much you can use to counter it.
There's so much in the castle, though. Look at that. The skirmishers trying to sit under that one, trying to protect the ram. But Hera doing a beautiful job of focusing that one down. Massive amount of skirmishers dying under the castle.
Hera is getting cavalier with Britons. How often do we see this?
Oh, that's surprising to me. You don't have bloodlines, but you get +4/+4, so it's not that bad. The big thing, though, is it will absolutely, catch poor Tatito out of surprise.
Hera actually lost quite a few villagers in his own base, too. TATOH was raiding the wood line, so good raid there, but he won't find much else as Hera sends the longbowmen over. TATOH needs halberdiers for these cavalier. I wonder if he saw those stables. He did, but you have to assume it's like light cap with Britons, right? When do you ever see cavaliers?
TATOH is switching into CA behind this. Really weird choice to me.
No bracer for Cumans, as Nili mentioned before. That's really weird.
Uh-oh, Monastery at the front might go down as well. Feels very likely at the moment. 3 relics and garrisons. Have Archer coming in. Another attack with the 4 rams. Castle back to 70% of HP though.
And here are the Cavalier, and I can't help but feel like TATOH must be surprised about this unit choice. It's the correct choice right now in Hera's position.
Oh, has to retreat there for sure. CA actually quite reasonable against the Cavaliers then if we get to that phase, but TATOH sees, oh god, your eco has to be so good, and has to tap out.
Great play from Hera there. Where do you think TATOH where do you think he went wrong there?
The castle placement was okay. Didn't really have enough gold. I'm not sure if I like the kip checks. I think I would have just played the normal cavalier and skirmisher army there. Not sure how much the kip checks can do. And the cast at the right hand side just felt a bit too aggressively.
Yeah. Also letting your castle die in the middle and letting that castle go up from Hera in the middle too. Maybe opt for some mangonels instead of rams early. Great play from Hera though.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can tell how
Yeah.
good he is because both of us are sitting here like, what did TATOH do wrong
Yeah,
exactly? You
yeah,
know?
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Testament to his great gameplay there. And that was TATOH's home map with probably his desired civilization there as well. Wanted to go for heavy CA. We couldn't really see that happening. And just think about the mind games of Hera there. His first building he built was a market in Empire Wars.
And then he went for the double barracks with Britons. And then he made a few long... Didn't make an archer range all game, did he?
I would be surprised. Yeah.
With Britons.
Well, you don't have thumb rings, so you don't really get any upgrades there for your longbows anyways. But yeah, no crossbow, no skirmisher. I can't remember a game with Britons. Yeah.
Okay, now we're looking at the final home map from TATOH coming up. Do you see anything in the statistics here that
Nope.
is...
I didn't get
nope,
smarter.
nothing
I
surprising?
didn't get smarter, no. Feels really bad, man. Hoi, oi, oi. Dominant performance by Hera. Just great mind games. He did ban blockades. Somewhat of a map that feels tricky as well. Goes into the lowland direction, as we saw the Finns preparing for that one. Frigid Lake, the last option here for TATOH. He needs to win that one and needs to win both home maps for Hera. But I feel Khmer, the best civilization in Frigid Lake, TATOH has to get creative with his civs.
And it's not like Hera needs Khmer for wings or cross either. He has good civs for those.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
definitely picking it on Frigid Lake. And I mean, TATOH has to save Incas for wings, you feel like, right? And then for cross, are you saving like Magyars for cross? So you're going Ethiopians on Frigid Lake? It just feels...
I think
Feels
Ethiopian
weird.
wings and then probably Magyar's cross, but is that great against Huns? The thing is, like, Huns already felt really powerful, and most of the time they faced Persians, right? And now not facing Persians, they should just be so good there.
maybe TATOH could go Magyars and try and make something happen early against the Huns.
Yeah, maybe make the game so scrappy and so wild that Huns can't even find the time to go for the dock there. Maybe
Yeah.
delay it very, very long.
Wow. Well, I hope TATOH gets a game here and extends this series because the game quality so far has been really, really good. Like the level of play is so high between these two players.
Hera looking
will.
sharp. Last time he did fall in the semifinals 3-0 against the Viper. Now wants some redemption, wants to go in deep. I think the winner of this set will face the winner of the CAPOCH set, if I remember correctly.
I'd have to look at the bracket. That's a question for our host,
Okay.
I think. That's
Frig-
his job. Not
Frigid
ours.
Lake coming up. Hera indeed with the easy choice went for Khmer. TATOH, he in the end did decide for Ethiopians. Interesting stuff. Ethiopians, crazy archers, fire very fast, get 100 extra food, 100 extra gold at the start of the game.
Yeah, and I feel like this was like the only civ he could pick for Frigid Lake, considering the remaining maps. 6 seconds until the game starts here. Can TATOH take a game and extend this series into the 4th game, possibly into the 5th game, and keep his tournament hopes alive? Here we go.
TATOH needs to win 3 games in a row. What's his plan for this one? For everyone who doesn't know what Frigid Lake is, we cannot farm around this area. Don't have any farms to begin with, starting with 1 shorefish. And we can fight for this pond in the center. Generally, not that easy to wall all this. We are opening with an archery range here for TATOH. Hera himself goes for nothing.
Okay, there's an archer range forward. He wanted to finish that house first. So TATOH is going to have military units out on the field a bit faster, and a pause from Hera.
Hera still keeps 5 villagers on gold, so it's not going to be the skirm defense. It will be archers here as well, and
Something's wrong.
seems like maybe someone had a bugged villager. Oh yeah, TATOH had a bugged villager at the right-hand side. Did
What,
call
she can't
the
chop the... She can't bring back the wood from there? Come on now.
Well, he was actually only 80 wood away from chopping over there. But yeah, we will have the restart. Now the question is, did they see the opening of their opponent or did they not?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, so Ethiopians against Khmer, Dave. We did say Khmer looking pretty good. Ethiopians, can they break Khmer if they go full archers?
Well, I think anything is possible. I mean, once you get that mass with Ethiopians, it's so deadly. People have been struggling, though, to win with them, if I remember correctly, this tournament. Aren't they like 1-4 or something?
Sounds reasonable, yes, but also, you know, sample size, 4 games alone, tough to say. I think one of those games was... Didn't Doubt have the one game? Or no, that was Saracens on Golden Swamp, right?
The game they won with was a game I was not cast.
Okay.
So it was you.
It was me.
And
It
you
was
can't
Doubt.
remember.
It was Doubt winning Ethiopians on Habub against Berbers of NICOV.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's right. When he was behind in the initial fight, and then he got that crossbow mass, and started just... The Doubt micro was insane that game.
Chat not believing too much in TATOH. The question was actually they're pretty much believing, I have to say. Look at that. Can TATOH come back? 63% say no. So 37% say yes. Before the set, we asked, will TATOH win? And I think even less people said yes.
What have you seen?
Fewer people, yeah.
Changed your mind.
Oh, that was unlucky. He's the bigger favorite now. Ay. This is so far not the greatest 2 games for TATOH to start this one up. He didn't play bad, but Hera absolutely sharp so far. We are loading up game number 3, home map of TATOH. Archer range, as we saw, feels so likely. Hera. The question is also, are we transitioning into the center? Are we sending more villagers in gold, trying to keep our archer range running, to go on to archers, and to produce fire galleys at the same time? How much do we want to fish? Can we get some demos out? How do we move with our archers then if we are not controlling the pond in the center? This is a tricky map, something where TATOH normally shines. Let's jump into game number 3.
Gonna have to give me a minute here as I find the game, Nili, but I know that's no problem for you.
Small bugged villager here at the side, but nothing to restart. Obviously, the villager should spawn on the gold. Can easily go over there. TATOH micros that one to the side. Will accept to have 4 on gold for now. Hera not putting the villagers. Always opens with the house first before he builds the archer range. Wants to get some vision. Wants to have an idea on where he wants to build his stuff. Walls this one a bit more. Quite surprising to me. Archer range at the front for TATOH is going for more control. Will have a very tight base. If he walls off the right hand side, left hand side feels pretty nice as well. Mill allows some farming, but not too much. And big walls here for Hera. Does not want to be surprised by any archers looping around.
I really like Hera's base too. See at the back, he's got that stone and the gold in that safe area. If he manages to wall this, could be really deadly, especially with Khmer.
will wall the front. Wouldn't be surprised if he sees, okay, a lot of aggression knocking at the front door to rush out a tower behind this one as well. Goes for a relatively early fletching. TATOH, oh, squeezes in both eco upgrades. No horse colors so far from Hera and TATOH. He will have a tight base, but leaves his gold somewhat exposed.
As a general rule, you never really want to wall to your gold. But in this situation, it's kind of like, it's an initial wall just to stay safe till he can get his army numbers up. Once again, I think we're going to see pretty passive opening. We've seen it in the first 2 games, and now here in the third one.
Hera will wall off the left-hand side as well. The big question is that good for Ethiopians if you go into the full wall game? I think you need to do damage in castle edge, because if we get into the super late game, Khmer economy is so strong, they get the reasonably good skirms, reasonably good hussars, and can simply outproduce Ethiopians. They would struggle in a very open game.
Yeah, and look at this wall from Hera. This is crazy. He's taken like a quarter of the map here. And he might actually get punished for this by the archers and the spears, or the spearmen coming in from TATOH.
Oh, how much is the punishment going to be, though? Seems like one villager will fall. Trades off some HP against the scout. Shouldn't even try to quick wall. Will never really happen. 3 archers around. We do see fletching on those. Hera has 3 archers out with fletching as well. Shouldn't really have too many losses, but loses track of that army. Nah, he still has the scout.
That's nice from TATOH to go in that direction, though. Really nice from him. Hera's going to go re-wall. I think Hera suspects that TATOH's over there, but TATOH loops back.
Oh, that could be another villager. That could be so good. TATOH, what does he see? Ah, so close.
But Hera's archers are out of position now. He's still looking for that army. He's convinced it's in the corner there.
Hashtag mind games.
And more archers coming in before it's walled for Hera.
Ooh, but only 2. Is that enough, though? Hera tries to right-click. Goes for the house. 21 HP on that one. Scout comes around. Trades off. Spearman gets the kill. 5 archers against 3. Can TATOH out micro this one? Oh, villager jumps into the house. Beautiful.
Yeah, that was great timing there from Hera. Now let's see if Hera can get a good engagement here against TATOH. 4 archers against 5 archers. Hera's are pretty low HP, but manages to take 2 of TATOH's.
Oh, but still 3 surviving. Ethiopian archers doing so much there. Both players having very good resources to click up to castle edge pretty soon. Look at this floating wood by Hera, though. Would have loved to see him at a dock in the center.
Yeah, I think when Hera first came out to place this wall, he envisioned it being finished before any military from TATOH showed up. Great timing from TATOH to be this annoying. The villager comes out and right back in again. He's trying to bait him.
This is so crazy. Oh, gets the archer kill. Villager at 1 HP and jumps.
Oh my goodness.
Such a nerd. Oh, God.
You love to see it at this level. You love to see little plays like that. TATOH's still streaming archers across the map. He's got 2 ranges. And I think I saw a third one.
He wanted to go for a third one.
The side's better of it, though.
Did sell 100 stone to go up to castle age. Normally you want to have 8 villagers on gold. And that's a bit of the problem early on, right? We had the 1 villager not spawning at the gold, did go for the wood line. And therefore we had to sell 100 stone to compensate for that. TATOH tries to find another angle. Should not be overchopped, though.
No, he might be able to range some of those villagers if Hera doesn't notice. But Hera pulls away right away.
We're talking about Hera. Castle edge timing's pretty even. TATOH 10 seconds earlier. Not sure if that's enough for a timing window. Hera walls the top there. Is that going to be a siege workshop? Not as a follow-up?
For TATOH?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we're getting to the point where Ethiopian archers, when you get them in that mass and upgrade them to crossbows, can be so deadly. I think if he complements it with a siege workshop, then it kind of counters any maybe scorpion play from Hera.
Goes for the
take care of the archers
first. Okay. Breaks through that wall and opens all the area at the front. Siege workshop indeed will most likely be scorpion. TATOH drops a TC in the back. Did buy 100 stone back for himself. Probably wants to go for ballistics before that one, though.
Yeah, University in that weird position, but she's probably going to come forward and make a siege workshop. Do you make it on that left-hand side, way over there? Or do you go for the middle?
I don't know. I think it's just too risky. You didn't scout enough. I think that one might actually build another TC.
Here's the engagement. Ethiopian crossbows, super, super dangerous. Especially once TATOH gets ballistics.
Do villagers heal in Khmer houses?
I don't think so.
How does she have 16 HP? Is that a new villager?
Well, the other one was a guy. The one on 1 HP. And he didn't heal at all.
Oh.
First Scorpion out from Hera. Khmer Scorpions do get that extra range, so they're really, really deadly against crossbows. We'll see what the micro is like from TATOH.
Blue takes a good bolt into his back. 15 crossbow against 11. 2 Scorpions now on the field. Villager count virtually identical.
And now TATOH's trapped in here. So this could be good or bad. I mean, he could run around forever, distracting Hera, preventing Hera from coming forward. But at the same time, he's trapped.
Pulling it to see at the left-hand side. And wow, so surprising to me that both players completely ignoring the center. And both players floating quite some wood at times.
Great micro from both here. Hera gets the superior engagements. Amazing splits against ballistics for both. And now the Scorpions are in. This looks like a clear up for Hera. This looks like a great trade.
Oh, that's impossible to micro against anymore. Did a great job. So few losses for Hera.
Oh my god.
16 to 8 KD.
Oh, what perfect unit control from Hera. I think what did he lose? 2 crossbows there in that engagement? Now he can come forward with them. And TATOH trying to find an opportunity on the right-hand side. He's not going to find anything with these 5 crossbows.
Dave, please explain to me, why is no one going for the water? Isn't that a big element on this map?
Yeah, especially when you consider a player like TATOH, who's known for his water play, his demo presence. And that extra fish just seems like it would have been so nice, especially with the way Hera has been sitting in his base so far.
Neither one getting any exploration there. And crossbows running around, won't find too many kills. Late army composition feels better for Khmer. Maybe if we get a one-dimensional fight at the left-hand side, Bombard Cannon could be nice for TATOH. Khmer without them, but map control, always in control of the Khmer. Just so good for them. But we are still deep in Castle Edge.
Yeah, and both players... I think TATOH spotted that army. If he saw the footsteps on the snow, I think he spotted the crossbows. He knows where they are.
Not really sure if he saw those though. Let's take a look now. Crossbow want to take another engagement, this time without the help of the Scorpions, at least from behind them. Mangonel around as well.
Great micro.
Oh god, how is the Scorpion still alive?
I don't know, but I mean, TATOH, great micro to avoid getting hit. Hera, great micro to avoid the Mangonel shots. He's gonna avoid this one, splits away. Oh my god, this guy is so good.
Oh, Mangonel dies before shooting a last time. 20 to 9 KD, so good. We need to see more Mangonels. Didn't really have too many in the queue early on. Now with Scorpion for the defense. How can Hera micro himself against those?
He's answering your question right there. Doesn't get hit at all with his crossbows. He's kept all of these crossbows alive through all of these engagements. It's really, really impressive. And TATOH's no slouch either. He's been splitting around ballistics, splitting around those Scorpion shots.
The danger is around the corner. Hera now moves in. Shouldn't really find too much there. Another Scorpion. Did he cancel a Mangonel? I thought he had 2 Mangonels in the queue at one point.
He's got 1 Mangonel out on the field. He's going to take care of, looks like, both of those Scorpions. And he's going to push Hera away from coming into his base. TATOH looks like he wants to go up to Imperial Age pretty soon here.
Oh yeah, solid resources, not too shabby for Hera either. Still floating a lot of wood, could maybe use the market there. TATOH just waiting for some more gold, gets control over here. Drops more archery in his left-hand side push. Is what it's going to happen from TATOH.
I really like the fact he's building a lot over here. He's got 2 secondary golds and the stone. It's a really important position on the map, and the way he's set it up, it's going to be hard for Hera to do any damage over there.
And it's also a really nice area to push into if you're not controlling the water, right? There's so much ground, and he thinks, okay, if I'm just pushing here, maybe my opponent might make the mistake later on to try to go for some control, and I have more resources to just go for the land push.
Yeah, let's see. TATOH, the first one on the way to the Imperial Age, but Hera, really, really close himself. It's not going to be a huge difference between these two players.
Mango shot. Oh, completely misses. Scorpion misses as well. Okay, gets one reasonable shot off. Scorpion behind this one. Some damage. TATOH, where's he ground attacking? Shoots through the center. Gets one Scorpion. That's it.
Yep. He did a bit of damage to the other Scorpion, but it kind of feels like against Hera, against Liereyy, against Viper, Magnanos aren't the same unit as they are against other players. They're just not as effective. You kind of have to predict where they're going to split an attack ground, where one group will end up.
That's pretty good for TATOH, though. A bit under the TC. So much damage. Scorpion shooting from behind, though. That's not really an area you want to split.
Yeah, that's a bad fight for Hera. He got himself in a terrible position against the TC and against the faster firing crossbows from Ethiopians. And he's going to only get out with about half the army. Now TATOH has the momentum going forward.
Oh, that has to be Mangonel, though. And finally the ground attack. Bam! Gets the clear up here, and Hera can't split against that.
Great fight for TATOH.
Ooh, so important. And now Hera is completely blind. Is preparing a attack switch. Look at that. 6 stables on the way.
Yeah, and he's going to have enough stone for a castle soon, too.
Goes for the ground attack, survives with 1 HP, TATOH. Goes for the Goes for the delete. There, you do a bit more damage if you delete, but if you completely miss and your opponent is not shooting. It sometimes look like that. Oh.
Oh, boy. That's going on the highlight reel for tomorrow.
Okay, so battering ram now attacking the palisade there. Defensive castle for Hera. Score is pretty close. Population is very close as well. Summer outpost now at the right hand side. And what is Hera going for? Is he just going Hussar Skirm? Oh god.
Oh, this is such a great timing from TATOH to get in here.
Oh, I was so sure that's the house behind there as well.
He's gonna kill the foundation too. Hera's gonna be denied of the stone of the castle unless he deletes it.
Chemistry already coming in. Siege Workshop. That could be Bombard Cannons quite quickly behind this one. Micros perfectly against the Mangonel there. Lightcap won't do much against Ethiopian Arbalest.
And where does Hera even put this defensive castle? He's gonna have to like delete the farms or something, put it near that TC, but so much of his eco is exposed on the left-hand side. Oh my goodness. What a push from TATOH.
I think Hera needs to go for some skirmishes as well. Lightcuff exclusively won't really cut the chase, I believe. Ram's now doing the job there. Lovely stuff. He is going for another castle. TATOH is seeing it actually, but is happy with the TC kill for now.
The villager count is probably going to even up a bit here as TATOH pushes into Hera's base. Hussar is getting the picks on the ram, so that's good positioning from Hera there. TATOH now going with 2 barracks forward, so it's going to start making pikemen to counter that.
Yeah, already researching halberdiers, and now the big thing is for TATOH. He is so open at his home base. This is an easy win if he goes halberdier arbalest and can dictate the fights, but Hera won't give him any fights. Hera will constantly raid. TATOH needs to build either defensive barracks, defensive castles, or need to be fully walled.
Yeah, or maybe even some more TCs on the wood line so he can garrison in them. He's making defensive barracks, so that's step number 1. But he's got to hope that Hera doesn't get into his wood line, into his farming eco. Speaking of farming eco, though, TATOH is stepping all over Hera's, and he's pushing into the main TC with that deadly ball of Ethiopian Arbalists.
Yeah, losing the starting TC not that bad because you don't have any resources around that anyways, but it's just a path to more kills now pushed away from the gold. Look at how efficient he is against all those TCs. Those rams just so good. Hussar's not really finding the engagement. Why do we not see skirms, Dave?
Yeah, it seems like skirms would be such a great option here from Hera. Behind the Hussar is a meat shield and then range to follow it up, but Hera he doesn't look like he has the food. Look at how many farms are denied here from this push from TATOH.
Well, he still has 25 working. TATOH is sitting at 15 at the moment. Is just completely idle at home as well. Needs some Halberdiers there. The Arbalest now taking some shots of the Scorpions. Not really. Another TC is going to fall. Now going in for the big attack. Hera is...
Yeah, TATOH's got to make sure to snipe those Scorpions. He does. And now the Hussars trying to engage against these Arbalists. I think the Arbalists will win the fight, but that'll give time to Hera to clear up the Rams.
Oh, good job here. Micros that one down nicely. I think TATOH will survive with quite a bit left. Oh, this is so even. But already preparing the next attack at the left-hand side. Will be in a clear-up eventually. Score is so incredibly even, Dave.
Yeah, it was such a great time. I mean, part of what helped Hera defend against that wasn't only the force in his base, it was the raiding army from him in TATOH's base. So TATOH had fewer Halberdiers to stay with those Arbalists. So great timing there from Hera to go forward and kind of defend by attacking.
Yeah, indirectly indeed. It was only 2 Halberdiers with that army. Bombard cannon somewhat exposed now over here. Nice defensive castle by Hera. TATOH, did he learn from his mistakes before? 2 Halberdiers here for the defense. Oh, this is going to be rough. This will be so many raids by Hera all game long.
Yeah, and tons of idols too for TATOH. His economy is very, very messy. It's so hard on this map with your starting TC being surrounded by water to solidify your economy. Pushing forward again though, 1 Bombard cannon only.
Let's take a look. Hussars trying to find another engagement. This time a bit more Halberdiers around. 1 Scorpion here. Is that a committed against the Bombard Cannon? No, it's not. Now tries to loop around and tries to micro back the Bombard Cannon. Does a reasonable job. Halberdiers not really finding the angle though. Bombard Cannon survives for now. More Hussars coming over to finish the job.
Yep, still 1 Bombard cannon left for TATOH and really, really struggling at his base once again. The villager count, quite a difference now.
Holy moly, 90 villagers just at 30 of them idle against 134, and it's so easy as a Khmer player to expand to the right hand side. This just makes this Civ so crazy good on this map.
You almost feel like where's the castle from TATOH? You feel like there should be one, either in defense or in that forward position. He hasn't made one all game.
Oh man, not really getting onto the stone indeed. Has 0 villagers on
Just
it.
double-clicked all his villagers too. On the left side of TATOH's base, he double-clicked everything to wood. Oh, everything is going!
He didn't realize it for so long. Now sent some back onto gold. Luckily, most of them were on wood anyways, but yeah, that really hurts. Pulled so much away from food. And another raid through the center. Ah!
He is going to take out that castle now, though. So there is some exposed eco. He's got 3 bomber cannons. Hera snipes one with the trebuchet. Oh my god, that thing has ballistics.
Oh, Hera heavily housed now. Look at that. 175 out of 165. Trap is missing. That's a lot of houses exposed. Trying to cut off reinforcements. Get some nice kills. Hera so aware. Gets the Arbalest and gets out of there. Beautiful play again.
And TATOH just hasn't been able, even though he's been pushing into Hera's eco, he hasn't been able to kill many villagers. And Hera's just using that superior eco to spam Hussars. He's got so many in the middle here.
Oh god, takes the fight against the Halberdier straight up. Look at how few upgrades we have here for TATOH as well. Oh, hurts so much. 0 attack upgrades, only 2 defense upgrades for the Ethiopian Halberdiers. Now tries to find another angle, but he goes in deep into Hera's eco. Some Scorpions are coming over there.
Exposed bombard cannon too. Oh no, that's a bad trade there. And look at this. Hera's trying for the pincer movement here. TATOH needs to protect his bombard cannons, but I don't even think the Arbalists survived this fight.
Oh, fully surrounded there. Feels so bad. Yeah, he still has the hill advantage. Drops down below pop 130. Scorpions are clearing this one up. TATOH, 0 control over the left-hand side area. Is trying to make something happen at the right-hand side, but Hussars already around there as well. 140 villagers, 45 Hussars on the field, 12 more in production. His production is out of control. Look at all those stables, Dave.
Yeah, and that's the Khmer farming. That's the eco that Hera built up to sustain that, and now we're going to see Hera try and take map control castle on the right-hand side. We've got Hussars streaming in on the left, back into the eco, and there's no way for TATOH to deal with this. I think this is the 3-0 for Hera.
Feels like it indeed. 6-0 for TATOH in a row before this year. 7-0 then for Hera. And it feels like he will get another W on his resume. So many villagers going down. GG. Hera again will go into the semifinals.
I feel like the scoreline of this set does not accurately convey what happened because the quality of the games were so good. And on every single game, both players had a chance to win and were in the advantage at some point. So very, very well played from both. Obviously, Hera, super, super clean. That early micro was super impressive to watch. And then the fact that TATOH was halfway through his base and Hera lost like 4 villagers to that push and kept the eco alive, spammed the Hussars.
And how do you kill 2 TCs of your opponent and still face a 60 villager deficit? That just shows you how good Hera expanded there, how easily he got away. Obviously, it's beautiful. Just look at that. Builds a castle on the hill, builds farms around that. So protected. Khmer, so good in that spot. And, well, sadly, I did see it coming for quite some time, right? TATOH's base just so open, and Hera, simply a great punisher.
Yeah, Khmer is so good on this map too, because you can hop in the houses, because you can farm anywhere you want. And how many farms did Hera actually have at the end of this game? Oh my goodness, the whole map is farms, dude.
79 farms indeed, and that was even like pulling some villagers away, so he might have had over 80 at some point. Did have 9 stables already set up, was going for more even. Weird. This map played completely without water, and Hera takes the W.
Oh boy. Anything in the statistics that you can notice here, Nili?
Well, I don't even want to look at the food count. It should be completely out of
my
control.
god! Oh my god!
Double the food! Oh, well, it's 80 farmers against 12 at the end of the game, right? That's kind of the story. Holy moly, so many Hussars being produced there, and TATOH didn't really have the chance. This map is just tricky to fully wall, right? You can't really control the center. There's not a lot of natural hills that you can put castles on either, and yeah, Hera got so many kills, and that's not against army, that's mainly against villagers. Ay. Got so many more villagers. TATOH only got 1 relic. And Timeline, you see, Hera didn't have a lot of army for so long, but in the end, reigned supreme. Now I'm interested to hear what Hera has to say. ZeroEmpires will have him for an interview.
Indeed, we will have Hera in just a moment to asking some questions about that series. He'll be here in just a minute's time. That said, we'll have Nili back actually in a little while as well. We're going to go over some of the stats and some of the map data that we've collected so far, see if we can glean any information from that. But yeah, man, what a great series. It really didn't feel like a 3-0. Those games went pretty long. It almost didn't feel like even Empire Wars at some point, because the early aggression that we've seen in the previous series so far this tournament almost didn't exist in that set of games. So yes, Hera should be here in just a minute's time, and we'll ask him all about that. Coming up today, of course, we do have 2 more sets of games to look forward to. T90 will be joining Dave for the last 2 sets of the day, and we'll be having the first set with Yo and CAPOCH, followed by Viper and NICOV later on. But the man himself is here. Hera, welcome.
Hello, Zach. Hello.
Hey. My goodness, a 3-0 for you. But I just wanted to say to the chat here that didn't feel like a 3-0. Those games went pretty long, and they were pretty drawn out in some cases as well.
Yeah, drawn out, but I feel like I had the advantage in pretty much all of them. Like, even if they were long games, I think I was never really... I don't think I was ever really worried of losing. Like, maybe I was behind at some points, like on the back foot, but I don't think I was actually like losing the game at any point, really.
Oh, I'm loving the confidence. It almost didn't feel like Empire was. You guys played pretty slow at the start, sort of ramping up into the mid-game. But obviously, it does go quite a bit faster. I wanted to talk to you about your Civ draft. I think that went really well for you. You had a great draft in that series. You must have had some confidence from that going into it.
Well, yeah, actually, I was practicing with Liereyy yesterday, and we basically predicted all of TATOH's draft, and I was basically like before the game started, it was 5-0 for me because of the civs. Like I had, in my opinion, like almost the best civ, or at least a really good civ on every map. And I knew he was gonna pick Frigid Lake and Lowland as well, so it was just like super straightforward for me.
I'm more surprised that you were practicing with Liereyy of all people, but yeah, game one, Arabia, your Persians against his Lithuanians. That was a really messy game. It got really scrappy in the Castle Age. Did his Ram push and Petard push surprise you in the middle there?
Actually, that was a good play because I was actually distracted. I didn't even see that that thing happen. I was distracted. There was like 2 other fights going on. I think that was a good play from TATOH. He went for the distraction play on the side, and then went for the Petard plus Rams, and my castle was instantly dead. I looked back and it was gone.
Yeah, so playing against the Lithuanians, how badly do you want to deny those relics? We saw you going out into the center of the map with a monastery so early. You managed to get 3 overall. Did you feel like, once you had those 3 relics, you were in a good position?
Yeah, I mean, that's like for me, the Lithuanians are really tricky, actually. I think they're actually pretty solid. Well, basically, I want to talk about the draft a little bit more for the first game. Basically, since he picked Lithuanians, I couldn't really pick an Archer Civ because Lithuanians is like pretty hard counter to Archer Civs, Mines, and Britons, so I took Britons. But then the danger of picking a Cav Civ is then they have the stronger Cav for Lithuanian if they get the relics. So my idea was, to try to secure the relics, but I was pretty slow in taking them, so I only got 3. I kind of wanted like the 4 because I'm greedy, but it was okay. I think the fact that he was playing crossbow and Castle Age was really good for me.
Yeah, you sent your knights into the back of his base, which kept him quite distracted, actually, even keeping his monks at home to try and convert them. And it sort of bought you a lot of time. Do you think he could have benefited from trying to wall off a little bit more, or was that just a bit too ambitious to try and wall that right side of his base?
Sorry, which game? The first
game? Yeah. He was kind of wide open. You had your knights in the back of his base quite a lot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think his defense was really good, though. He didn't really lose that much. I mean, the most damage he did was like idle time. But like he had like monks and pikes, and he did really good defense there. Like I could have gotten way more damage than I did. Maybe he could have walled it, but with the defense he did, it didn't really matter that much.
Cool, and you breezed through to the victory in the end, but he nearly took out your Imperial Age TC. The castle drop in the back of your base, you don't see that too often. I bet you were pretty glad to have a Persian town center in that situation.
Yeah, I think I saw the Imperial TC, then I started repairing it, but I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't repair it because I don't want him to know it's my Imperial TC. But yeah, in the end, the Persian TC is really clutch there. That was a bit sketchy though, yeah.
Yeah, pretty funny. I mean, it's not often you get a castle in the back of your base like that. Then into game 2, Lowland. That was his first home map. He went for the Cumans. You obviously took the Britons there. Now, we've heard about the Saracen market being OP, but what about that Briton market? You were up to the Castle Age in under 4 minutes there. That was really good.
Yeah, that's just preparation. I knew he was going to pick Cumans. I knew what he was going to do. Like, when you know what your opponent's going to do, it's like when you're playing against Huang. You can't really lose if you prepare something that you know is going to win. So we practiced, me and Liereyy, this matchup. I don't know if I should be talking about this too much because there's still more rounds in the tourney, but we practiced this matchup a few times, and I was confident in the preparation, and it was just like I knew the timings that Cumans hit, I knew the danger, and I knew how to stop it as well.
Yeah, well, don't say too much that could give away too much later on, although I'm sure everyone's watching each other's games very closely as we go into the semis tomorrow. But yeah, you managed to get quite a lot of castles out, and you had a lot of map control there. You even got some longbows in. You must have been loving that.
Yeah, like the problem with Cumans is that they have no answer to how late game unless they go Kipchucks. But then if they go Kipchuck, that's like Britain completely counters Kipchucks as well. So it feels like a really awkward matchup for Cumans in late game. And I remember I actually lost the CAPOCH in arena. It's a completely different situation. I lost that matchup. I was playing Cumans, and I was like, you know what? Like Halb is really hard to counter. And it's even more so the case on this map or in this setting. So that's kind of the reasoning behind Britons.
Yeah, and then even Cavalier at the end. That felt like a really great choice in the moment. You obviously had a huge amount of gold control. Getting the Cavalier out just to deal with those rams and his mass skirms just seemed to work really well. He had an answer for everything.
Yeah, like the tricky part about that map is that you have so much gold. Like as soon as you lose the middle, I can go like Cavalier, Onager, Halb, Longbow, like whatever I really want. And same thing goes for humans. Like if humans get the center, they go Paladin Seed Ram. So yeah, it's actually really tricky. It's a bit snowbally.
Yeah, snowballing is something I think we've heard a lot of players talking about in this Empire Wars version, and with all these maps as well. But on game 3, Frigid Lake, Ethiopians against your Khmer. Khmer feels like a really logical choice for this map, obviously with the farming being so effective, but also the fact, hey, you can't farm around your TC anyway. Looked like a pretty comfortable game for you toward the end, but looks like in the middle of the game, TATOH had a bit of good momentum after he killed your army outside of his base.
Yeah, I actually take back what I said earlier. I think this is the one game where I think I was in a losing position. Like I was actually like pretty. I wouldn't say scared to lose, but you know what I mean. Like I was pretty on the back foot and getting pressured really hard. I think I did good plays in the beginning with the archers, but then TATOH played really smart in the late game or like in early imp because he went for fast Arbalest, but then the smart thing he did was to not waste any time pressuring. Like I tried to get a defensive castle, and he was right there with Capram and an Ethiopian crossbow, or Arbalest rather. So that was actually like super smart from him to not waste any time there, and it was pretty tricky to defend. I went for like the only thing I could do in that case, like which is cut off reinforcements and raid him with Khmer Hussar and kind of just wait. But I think he had really good winning chances there. So yeah, that was an interesting game.
I was going to say, it looks like the raiding was what made all the difference, right? Like you were able to rush across the map with all those Hussar. It was quite funny because at the end of the game, I think you had 1.7k gold in the bank and you were just making Hussar only. It's like, who needs all the gold anyway?
Yeah, exactly. I was basically like, should I be mining gold at this point? It's really inefficient. Like, so it's whatever. I just left it and just started farming instead. I had like 80 farmers at the end, I think. It's so OP though. Khmer farms is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and they were even nerfed recently as well, and that players still saying that they're still so good.
3% nerf.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount, is it? But you think small margins, but they're still very strong. I think you had about double the food of TATOH by the end of the game. One thing I think Nili was asking during the cast, and I'm going to ask you this question here because of that. No one was taking the lake in the middle. Do you think it's a lost opportunity? Because I think at one point you were floating quite a bit of wood. Was the lake just not interesting to you for some reason?
I've actually never played that map, so I had like that was the one map where I just knew Khmer was really good, but I never actually played it, so I just figured, okay, I'll take the good civ and I'll wing it. So I don't even know if I played optimally. So I don't know, but I was kind of happy when I saw that he wasn't on the lake as well. I'm like, okay, like maybe I did something right, So I think I kind of just winged that one. I just knew Khmer were really good there.
Cool. Well, considering you winged it, you still got the victory and 3-0 win for you as well. That's very nice. While we've got you here, I just wanted to ask one more thing. And something that has been on my mind for a little while now is that the Chinese were banned in the first Red Bull 1 because they had the extra villagers, and that was deemed too OP. Now they've been nerfed, so they start with less vills. But we haven't seen the Chinese picked once. Do you think that they just don't stand a chance, given that they don't have the extra villagers now? Is that a really big nerf for them?
Actually, can we talk about that? Because like Chinese, we took away the 3 villagers, but then Vikings are sitting over here with 3 wheelbarrow, which is literally more than 3 villagers, and they don't get hit. So it's like, I don't know why we're hitting Chinese and we left Vikings untouched. Vikings are insanely broken. Devs, Bill Gates, if you're watching, my man, like Vikings are so broken. If anyone's like need free win, even in RM, just pick Vikings. It's completely ridiculous, and it's not touched at all. So, like, I think if Chinese was in, they'd like with their villagers, they'd probably be ban-worthy. But since we took away their vills, it just became Viking as the ban-worthy map.
Yeah, and then you don't even see Chinese picked at all. And actually, we're seeing Lithuanians because they start with the extra food. So, it gives you that option, I guess, early fletching or something like that. You talk about that early fletching quite a lot. It's a Hera special.
Yeah, I mean, fletching is like, you start with a blacksmith, right? So, like, fast fletching with archers is so natural as an opening. Unless you set up, like, you don't die to anything if you go like fast fletching archers. And it like it's maybe not the strongest strategy, but at least lets you play every game basically.
So one more question then. Yo versus CAPOCH. That's going to be the other quarterfinal. You'll be playing against one of them in the semis. First of all, are you surprised that CAPOCH is playing so well? Are you quite impressed by his return to the game?
Oh man, CAPOCH is I mean, very, very impressive by him. He what I really found inspiring about CAPOCH is that he came back and he just like put his head down and he grinded. He played a lot of games. He looked at, you know, like what's the new meta. He just relearned everything. Lost tons of games to you know, average players at first, then to better players, and now he found himself in the first big tournament, top 8. That's pretty nuts. So props to him, honestly. I think that's really impressive.
Yeah, it's so impressive. I mean, to come back and just improve at that pace so quickly is amazing. Do you think you'll be seeing him in the semifinals? Do you think he has a chance?
I think he always has a chance, yeah. I definitely think he has a chance, but I mean, I think Yo is the favorites. Personally, I don't really mind who I play because I think they both have dangerous styles. So I think both of them will be tough opponents for me. I would say Yo is the favorite and probably the guy I'm a little bit more afraid of, if that's even the right word. But I think it's going to be a good series between them, and I probably expect Yo to win slightly.
All right. Well, thanks, Hera. Really appreciate the time, and best of luck with your match tomorrow.
My pleasure, man. Have a good one. Keep up the good production as well. It's an amazing tournament so far.
Cheers. See you later.
Bye-bye.
All right, there you go, guys. That was Hera. He goes through 3-0 against TATOH, making it, I think it was 7 or 8 back-to-back victories against TATOH so far in 2020. Really solid performance from him, and we're really looking forward to, of course, his match tomorrow against either Yo or CAPOCH, whoever advances into the semi-final. We'll be watching that game later on today as well, but first of all, we have a short break, and then Nili and I will return to look at some stats to fill a little bit of time because we're slightly over schedule here. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
Come to an overview of the top 5 civilizations in Empire Wars. Obviously, pointing out the exact top 5 will be close to impossible, but we can give you an overview of civilizations to look out for. Remember that we are starting in Feudal Age with lots of villagers, therefore Dark Age bonuses are not really relevant, and we're looking into strong Feudal Age bonuses. Arguably, the strongest civilization in Empire Wars are Vikings. With a whopping 87.5% win rate in Red Bull Wololo 1 main event, they dominated their games. If we look at the Civ overview, there's actually only one thing really going for them, but that one thing is incredibly strong. Getting wheelbarrow and handcart for free just puts your economy so far ahead. Starting with free wheelbarrow is roughly equal to 3 villagers, 25 food and 50 wood extra at the start. Therefore you can get to Castle Age pretty quickly and even get handcart for free on top of it. With lots of picks and a solid 60% win rate in Red Bull Wololo 1, Aztecs made it into my top 5 as well. They have some more bonuses going for themselves. The villagers carry more resources, making the economy better, your military produces faster, and you start with an extra 50 gold, allowing you to go for fast production and even an extra eager warrior at the start if you want to. Simply the fact that you start with the barracks and can instantly go for some eagle scouts makes all Meso civilizations pretty damn scary at the start. Khmer also had a very strong performance in Red Bull Wololo 1. Khmer play very differently to every other civilization. You don't need mills or town centers for your farmers to drop off the resources. And also villagers can garrison in houses. Therefore your economy setup looks pretty different, but you also should lose fewer villagers. You can protect your villagers so much better, especially on maps that are tough to wall. Slavs was often picked due to their strong farm economy. Also having supplies for free means that you can go for a very quick men-at-arm opening. Having cheaper siege workshop units might come in handy if the Slav player decides to go for a Castle Age push. Therefore Slavs is one of the few civs that has a crazy strong opening but also shines in the late game. Another scary civilization could be the Britons. Having more range for their crossbows and having faster working archery ranges makes them super scary. It's so easy for them to get onto high numbers with incredible range. The cheaper TCs also allow you to add the second and third TCs so much easier. Other civilizations that could have easily made it into top 5 are Mayans with their crazy amount of crossbow and eagles, and Magyars with their extremely good scout rush. Those were the top 5 civilizations for Empire Wars. Now let's go back to your host, ZeroEmpires.
All right, welcome back. Hey, Nili.
Hey Zach.
Hey, hey, teammate right here. Looking forward to seeing more games today, but we are a little bit ahead of schedule. So we'll take this time to have a quick look at some stats. We've been collecting all the stats throughout the first 2 days so far, and even for today. Let's take a look at the maps first of all. Kind of interesting to see the map picks and bans. First of all, we'll look at how the maps have been picked. Haboob and Cross sort of at the top there with 7 picks and 6 times played. Are you surprised that Haboob has been so popular, Nili?
Haboob, yes. Cross, no. Haboob, I'm not really sure. Maybe it is just, okay, we have the short distance, it is tough to wall on the outside, and therefore people that want to see a lot of aggression are jumping on it. But I would not have predicted that. Cross, on the other side, a map that we even had in the map pool, a map that is liked by a lot of players, feels like a pick where you kind of know what you get.
Yeah, it's such a nice map, and it's a really favorite map as well. One thing I noticed that was so interesting about Cross and Haboob, though, is that even though they've been played the most amount of times, they're 2 totally different styles. Cross has been dominated by the Huns and the Persians. Out of those, all the times it's been played, either the Huns or the Persians have been the winning civ. Whereas on Haboob, it's been played 6 times, and 5 different civs have been successful there. So do you think there's a lot more to be figured out with Haboob?
I think it's simply because Haboob is so much closer to Arabia, and 80% of our balancing discussion is on Arabia meta. So therefore, we will see lots of different civilization wins on Arabia as well, and not that surprised. Cross simply is a special map, and therefore narrows down the reasonable picks.
All right, now let's look at the bans here. Obviously, there's a lot less bans because only 2 bans per series. But we've seen Frigid Lakes, Blockades, and Wings being the most banned maps with 4 bans each. Shame, really, to see Wings being banned so much. It's quite a crazy map. But yeah, I mean, I guess these maps are a little bit more of outliers. They're a little bit unusual. Anything surprising here?
Well, Wings is a map that we already know, and we know that it's super crazy. We know that it's extremely aggressive. And if you're facing people like Hera, like Liereyy, do you really want to play Wings against them? I would absolutely ban that map as well. It's just like instant microing, it's just instant aggression. So if I feel, okay, maybe my strengths are more decision making, late game, then I would absolutely ban that one as well.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, I think in all, these maps are really kind of outliers, right? They're crazy maps. They're really aggressive. And I guess players have had less opportunity to prepare for them, or at least when they are preparing, they might focus on 2 or 3 maps which they really want to be picking as their home maps. And then the others, they can just kind of discard. They can know that they'll get the ban if they need it.
Yeah.
So,
good.
Oh, I was just going to move us on to the civs, but if you had anything else to add on the maps, we can cover that. All right, let's go take a look at the civs then. A little bit more interesting, really, because obviously there are so many more civs. Out of the 35 civs in the game, we've seen every civ except for 7 played so far, which I think is quite impressive, really. I think that says that there's a lot of viability in all of the civs in the game.
Yeah, but one of them, for example, was TATOH, randomly picked by Liereyy. So we could say it's 8 never picked. And then we also had some wild ones like Burmese that we still don't fully understand. And yeah, interesting stuff surely there. And a lot of picked like in the 5 times, 6 times, 7 times out of the full 10 sets that we had so far.
Yeah, and then at the top, Lithuanians, I sort of mentioned this in the intro today. Lithuanians were the 19th most picked civ from Red Bull 1. And here they are at the top spot alongside Khmer and Vikings with a really good win rate as well. Why do you think that might be? Do you think expert players have sort of woken up to the fact that Lithuanians are actually really solid, or something else perhaps at play there?
I think it is a bit because they got some buffs as well. Like, not buffs that necessarily help you directly for Empire Wars, but some buffs that let you play them more in RM. And then people saw like, okay, they're actually pretty good in car stage transition. You can put on some pressure. the extra attack is nice. The 150 food at the start obviously is nice. And we also have some more like short distance civilizations where the 150 food just kicks in so much faster.
Yeah, and something here that I think is missing is the Aztecs. They're not featured at all on our little graphic. They're not. They're picked 6 times out of the games that we've seen so far. Thought maybe we'd see them a little higher up, but something in there that does again surprise me a little bit is the Vietnamese, another civ which we really barely saw last time around. They seem to have really risen up quite a lot ever since they got the buff to their research costs, their tech costs.
Yeah, so sweet. You're starting with exactly 200 food, right? If you go for horse color and double bit X, that costs 175 food. You can still add the archer range. That is so lovely. Your transition is so smooth there. But so far, only 2 out of 6 wins.
Yeah, a little surprising perhaps, but who knows? It could have just been in the wrong hands. Although I don't know if you could say the wrong hands for any of these players. Top 16 in the world, no doubt. Let's take a look at the win percentage then for the lowest win percentage so far. Civs which have perhaps underperformed or really not lived up to expectations. Things such as the Byzantines that have been picked twice, lost twice. Maybe we won't be seeing them again in a hurry.
And this is sometimes not the quote-unquote the fault of the civilization, right? Liereyy, I remember the Winchester game, 164 villagers. Burmese, well, I don't think they're too great. TATOH with the castle age play there by Liereyy. I don't really remember the Teuton games. Byzantines, I remember the one game where Hera had the massive uphill battle as well.
Yeah, and then we'll take a very quick look now at the bans just to see what the most feared civilizations are. And no surprise there at the top, 8 bans for the Vikings out of the 10 picks that we've seen so far. Hera in his interview saying, someone nerf the damn Vikings, they're insane.
Yeah, and I think we're missing even some... No, it should be 20 bans indeed. And yeah, that it's like, he is absolutely right? It doesn't make a lot of sense to ban Chinese, and Vikings actually get a bigger starting bonus than them. So either like removing wheelbarrow from them at the start and only give them free hand card would be something nice for Empire Wars. At the moment, they feel pretty strong.
They do indeed. And I was kind of hoping we might see some Chinese, but maybe they didn't need that as hard a nerf after all. But we'll be keeping a close eye on the stats as we go through the rest of the weekend. We do have 2 more matches coming up today. And Nili, I think that's it for you today. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow, but I believe T90 is coming in now to cast with Dave for the last 2 sets.
Yeah, it was a great day. Saturday will continue. T90 will indeed take over. CAPOCH is going to be a banger of a set. And, well, Viper will finish off the day then as well. A bit sad that I can't cast the sets, but I will go on the couch. We'll watch those. And should be a great day of Age of Empires ahead of us.
Definitely. Thanks, Nili, and we'll see you later. Yeah, that's going to be it for the little analysis segment. We do have Yo versus CAPOCH coming up next, so stay tuned. We'll be back very soon.
My name is Gang Fan. I'm a professional AOC player and a streamer. I play H2 because when I was young, I saw an uncle playing the game, and I liked it really much. And then I get to play more when I got older, when I have the time, and I fall in love with this game until now. The most enjoyable civilization for me is Inca, because I always love to go Tower Rush. Tower Rush with Inca is just amazing. If I would be an H unit, I think I want to be Mangodai, simply because it just runs fast and shoot fast. It's a free unit. I think this time Hera might have the best chance to win Wololo 2 because he's looking good lately, and he beat Viper 4-0 last time. I mean, last show match. But still, it matters a lot, and I don't think Viper performed as good as before. Yeah, so I think maybe Hera. Hera should be the most favorite.
And we're back. Tristan, I actually can't hear you if you're speaking, so I don't know if it's an issue on your end, but he has
Hello?
to plug in his microphone. This guy does this full time for a living, by the way,
Fine.
chat.
Fine, I'm new here. No, I actually, what's funny was I almost removed the muted emote like 10 minutes ago. Like, we don't need the muted emote. What's up? What I said was, hello, nice to see you, Dave, or something like that. But off to a banging start here.
Mm-hmm. And we have a banging set in front of us, a couple banging sets, actually. Argentina, this is going to be a big day for them. I think the Argentinian community will be happy if just one of their competitors advances, because they are the underdogs going into both of these sets. We're going to lead off with CAPOCH, Mr. Yo, and then we're going to head into NICOV, TheViper, later in the afternoon.
Big time underdogs, too. Like, big time. We got Mr. Yo against CAPOCH. CAPOCH is probably a bigger underdog than NICOV is against Viper later, but both of those guys, like, I'm going to act like I'm Nili for a second and just give a very weird exact percentage. I give 7.3% chance to CAPOCH and 11.3% for NICOV.
If you were really Nili, no, this is Nili. He would be like, 4.5%.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you'd say,
Anyways.
Nili, do you think there's a universe in which one of these can win? No.
No, no.
But I hope
Well,
there is, though. I really want to
yeah.
see a great performance. CAPOCH has worked so hard, like Hera said in his interview. He's been grinding for 4 months. He hasn't just come back with his old skill set. He's built a completely new one, and he's an extremely aggressive player, as we saw against MBL. I said it was going to be 3-0 for Mr. Yo yesterday. I still believe that, but my heart wants it to be a more competitive set. My heart wants CAPOCH to take a few games here, or potentially even challenge for a top 4 spot.
Well, there's a beauty in no one believing you're going to win. And for CAPOCH, no one believed he was going to qualify. Maybe not no one, maybe himself, maybe a few others. But like, this guy recently came back to the game and has really worked his way up and beat some big names in those qualifiers. So he got here and then he beat MBL and now he's up against Mr. Yo. So if he loses, he's still going to be very happy, I'm sure. And he'll learn some lessons and he'll move on. So Mr. Yo is fighting up against someone who has nothing to lose, and that's dangerous.
Yeah, and he beat Vivi in the qualifiers too.
I know, yeah.
So arguably, like Vivi, I know he's been at the beginning of 2020, he was widely considered to be top 10. MBL is considered to be top 10 right now. So CAPOCH has had some pretty impressive showings here. We'll see if he can convert that against Mr. Yo. And then the second set of the day, NICOV looked so good in his series yesterday against Doubt. Obviously, the little bit of shakiness on the last game, but other than that, super solid. I wonder if he can translate that against the Viper, who did drop a game yesterday against Miguel.
All right, well, let's just dive in here. Let's talk about the civs and the maps. I think if CAPOCH is going to gain an edge over Yo, it would be with maps and with prepared civilizations for them. Same thing we've said so many times about so many players when facing up against who we consider to be in the top 5. I don't think you can go, I think we have it available now, but I don't think we can go too crazy with it, Dave. Like, there's been instances where even TATOH, Hera said, he's like, I won 5-0 with the draft. You can't just rely on the draft, but that is something that is very helpful here. So I think maybe one map CAPOCH could have planned and have a planned civilization that he's guaranteed to get. You might not get the civilizations you practiced for both of your home map picks on top of everything else.
They switched right back to my camera right as I was squinting at the screen.
Oh, I thought you'd be picking your nose or something.
That's great. Okay, looking at the maps and the civs here from CAPOCH and from our competitor here, Yo. It looks like Yo has banned the Vikings from CAPOCH. So once again, Vikings not getting a lot of love from the competition here when people pick them.
We'll have the civilizations come up with the maps maybe for the viewers. Liking these picks for Mr. Yo. The guy has so much confidence on the open maps. Obviously, game 1 is Arabia. He has okay, we got the civilizations. Let's talk about the civs, Dave. Mayans, Lithuanians, Incas, Franks, Burmese, and Teutons for Yo. Dude, what if he goes Teutons on Land Madness, like Viper did in Red Bull 1?
It is a possibility. I mean, that was kind of an out-of-the-box pick. It's not so much anymore because Viper blazed the trail with that. I also see Burmese for Mr. Yo, which is only picked by, I believe, ACCM. And it was used in the first Arabia game. Didn't work out well for him. You guys were questioning that pick in that set. But other than that, I mean, Yo gets Mayans, he gets Incas. You always love to see him with those Meso civilization.
Yeah, very, very typical Yo draft. You know, only big surprise is no Aztecs there, but Yo with Incas and Mayans is just a different player. Huns and Persians, those civs look great for CAPOCH here. He has cross, so he can go for either Huns or Persians. Also, that means that because I think right now Huns are considered number 1 and Persians are considered number 2 in this tournament on cross. So if it gets to cross, Yo won't have those available, which is nice. For Atacama, I think Slavs and Khmer and Berbers are all top tier, Dave. I guess the only question is, like, where do you want to use Slavs, Khmer, and Berbers when you have Land Madness around? I actually like CAPOCH's draft better than I like Mr. Yo's, to be honest.
Same here. CAPOCH's draft seems more... It conforms more to the meta, to be honest. And all these civs are very, very good on the maps that have been selected. I love the fact that 2 series in a row, we saw Hera do it last series, we see CAPOCH do it this series. You pick Cross as a home map, and then you pick Huns and Persians.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you're locking it down, right? You're going to have a real advantage.
Yeah, it just makes sense. I can say this goes there, this goes there, this goes there. I was surprised watching you and Nili cast that TATOH's draft, of all people, did not make the most sense for me. There were a lot more question marks there than you would have expected. So CAPOCH, I know he's been practicing with quite a few players, and I know he's been sharing strategy ideas with quite a few players who are participating in this tournament. So he'll come prepared. But what's going to be the difference between these two, Dave? Is it going to be experience? Is it going to be skill, or just a huge mix of everything?
Well, I think the experience is mitigated by the fact that we've only had one other tournament really on Empire Wars. So CAPOCH is in a better position there than he would be, let's say, if this tournament was on standard settings. And TATOH has, 4 or 5 years in recent times of experience to pull from. But I think for TATOH, or not TATOH, sorry, Mr. Yo. I'm still in the last set mentally. I think Yo has just faced up against better opponents more recently. So he's not going to have as many nerves as maybe CAPOCH might have going into this. Also, Yo is more familiar with a lot of the new mechanics than CAPOCH would be, even though CAPOCH has been grinding for the last 4 months.
Yeah, I definitely think that. And if you're thinking that maybe CAPOCH might have more nerves, I think you're spot on there. However, again, he has nothing to prove here. But also, this is a guy who left Age of Empires in the mid-2000s and has been playing other games. I believe StarCraft 2 he played at a very high level. I unfortunately don't have the list of games that he was competitive in next to me. But the guy is playing other games. That's why he was able to come back to Age of Empires 2 and just pick up right where he left off. So I think with that, and having that consistent competitive mindset instilled in him, he might not have as many nerves as someone who maybe comes through Age of Empires 2 only after a couple of years and then steps foot into tournaments and then has the shaky nerves. So there is that to be said. But Mr. Yo won Red Bull 1. Do you think that he had his best performance in the first round?
I think Vinchester, it's hard to judge against Vinchester because if there's one thing that Vinchester does, it's make good players work. So it's really, really tough, I think, to judge someone's current form when they're playing a player like Vinchester.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yep. Well, I think game 1's about to begin, so we'll get all of our questions answered. I see everyone's here. Everyone's excited. That's good to see. I guess I've been asking predictions every time I cast with somebody. So you said 3-0, right, for Yo here?
Yep. I'd love it to not be 3-0, but I'm going to say 3-0.
Yeah, I'm going to... That's kind of the meme right now is Mr. 7-0, Mr. 3-0. That's what people have been saying recently instead of Mr. Yo. So, yeah, we'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. I think for CAPOCH, if he has any chance in this series, I think gotta surprise Yo with something on Arabia and get a win. It's so hard to fall behind against these top players because then, since players are going to be so much less, they're going to be driven to not put themselves in positions to make mistakes already because the stage is higher. So I don't think you can fall behind against Yo because he's just going to play too safe for you.
Well, anytime you fall behind against Yo or allow him to make the game messy is rarely a good thing. I mean, he's arguably the best player for making a game messy, putting people in terrible positions, and somehow having a stable eco behind it, stable transitions.
Sure.
He's very, very good at that.
It's funny, we say stable. He loves his mesosieves.
That's a Nili joke right there. Come on, man. I thought Nili was gone.
Did Nili patent that? I'm sorry, I won't make that joke anymore. But no, I mean, he uses a lot of mesosieves. We haven't seen mesosieves as frequently from other players. Like Mr. Yo is with Incas is a completely different beast. I love watching his Inca play.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll see some of that today, Dave.
We might even see something like that with a map like Haboob as well. We'll see where he goes for the Incas. I'm actually looking for the game right now. I've been told that it has started.
Yep. Got the game. It will be Mayans against Ethiopians. And here we are, everyone, and welcome to another best of 5 set in the round of 8. CAPOCH was not expected to be here. Mr. Yo definitely was. Yo opens up with Mayans. Then in the yellow, Mayans. Then in the yellow, we have CAPOCH. CAPOCH is Ethiopians, and both players going with the range opening. Dave, I look at the maps, and first thing, I think CAPOCH has been blessed by the Age of Empires gods here. He's got easy wall off. He's going 2 ranges, and if he fully walls the right-hand side, the left-hand side's about to be completed. The only worrisome thing are his berries.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the game right now, so I will join you.
Yeah,
you
no
can
worries.
fill the time until I do, which I'm sure you can.
Well,
Be right back.
I think Yo's gold could be a problem, but another thing is with the starting lumber camp, since you start with 3 of them, you don't want them all to be forward. So CAPOCH does have that. I'd say early Castle Age, which can be dangerous against anyone going archers, would be the only point in the game where I think he'd struggle. Difference between these two going archers is that at the start, having the scout's going to be a bit more useful, but I think the fact that Yo could produce eagles and also produce archers could mean that he could go spears and eagles later on. Although I don't think you want to do that against Ethiopians. Ethiopians, what's great about them is not only do they have the eco bonus of getting plus 100 food and plus 100 gold when they arrive to each age, but also if you go eagles against them, they can go to stone and make those amazing Shoto warriors. I'm liking the start for CAPOCH. I did notice he got housed on our overlay, but very passive, very safe as Mr. Yo pushes forward.
Yeah, the thing about the Shotels too is that they're quick. They can catch up to the Eagles. They have good damage output, so it's a really, really nice counter to transition into. Just catching up to the game now. You were right, CAPOCH has a very, very attractive base there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And he's holding the hill. And he's also scouting Mr. Yo. We've seen a lot in this tournament, more than I would have expected, Dave, where players don't use their starting scout effectively to see where the opponent's getting resources. CAPOCH is definitely doing that. So if he's shaky, he is playing well. The map doing him favors, of course, but no reason to take any risks or go for any big plays right now.
And he did get the eagle from Mr. Yo too, so like you were saying before, Yo with limited vision.
Mr. Yo wants to wall a lot more than I would expect. Like, obviously it's Yo, but a big house wall that will come up on the left. And there goes CAPOCH, and the Argentinian is on the way to Castle Age before Yo will have faster firing archers and also gets plus 100 food and plus 100 gold when he hits the next stage.
Yeah, and he didn't have to put a defensive tower down like Yo is on the gold. Yo is playing super safe. He doesn't want to mess with those Ethiopian archers. Putting a 3rd range down, actually, and he's going to finish the wall. Actually going to stone wall on the right-hand side, too. So Mr. Yo, I think, feels like his late game is going to be much better than CAPOCH here.
Yeah, interesting. So what I like about that move is after you build a tower, you will only have 75 stone in the bank. That doesn't help you for anything when you get to Castle Age. You can't build a TC with that. Oh, Yo? We find a villager? He does. But yeah, he makes
just
the
walk
walls
right
so
around.
Intelligent. I like that.
Yep. And he's got the tower on the gold. Like I said, he's got a house wall to the left, so there's no real weak palisades that CAPOCH can find a way in here. It's going to take time for him to get in through the walls, and that'll give Yo some time to get some units in defense, maybe a siege workshop up to push back that aggression. And this is the classic China style that we always saw back in the day. Fully walled at home, and Archer sneaking around the side. He actually kills the animals.
Okay, if Yo was
his way in.
Franks, he would have eaten through this bush, Dave. And it would be a disaster. Still could be a disaster, though. One villager goes down. It's got to be two, right? What?
No, I think Yo has the right angle to get away from there, yeah. Before the crossbow upgrade can come in, and Yo, don't go back to those berries.
Yeah.
Do not.
Yeah, you're right,
And
Dave.
an outpost there, super smart.
So many players would have Palisade walled the left side and the right side, and then CAPOCH would break through. And now CAPOCH is thinking, well, I've got to go forward. I feel like as he goes forward, Yo might be able to surprise him on the left soon. So this is really going to be fun to watch. Yo behind the castle age, but in a very aggressive position with 3 archer ranges.
And so smart from Yo to wait till he's in castle to get the upgrades, to get crossbow, to get bodkin, bust through that palisade wall quicker. And CAPOCH is streaming all his military forward. He might have to send some back here to deal with that.
This is one of the more difficult things about Age of Empires 2. When you see walls, you don't know what they're doing with their military. I think all that CAPOCH is expecting here is for Yo to have run back within his base to be massing units to go for ballistics. So he thinks, I'll have ballistic crossbows, I'll have mangonels, I'm going to pressure heavily in game 1, but there's going to be a surprise.
There's nothing at home for him, dude. If Yo gets through this wall and into that gold, oh, it's going to be so bad for CAPOCH. Yo getting ballistics now, too.
Yeah, this is not
And he's
what
sending
you
all it
want.
back!
All the crossbows have to go back. I think this is pretty clearly... this might actually be CAPOCH just not being experienced enough against this type of a style. Because, you know, he recently returned to the game. For you or I, we've seen this hundreds of times over the last few years. Now, like, Yo, he's going to stick around here. And he's also going to be better off to push out at home.
Far.
Yeah.
Look at how far he has to run, and look at the crossbows already heading out in that direction from Mr. Yo, too. He's tracking the villagers. If he brings the crossbows into the middle of the map, he could catch those.
Those villagers are bugged! He clicked them out, but they got stuck in the one-tile gap, and those villagers pay the price. CAPOCH.
It's a disaster.
Oh, man. And Yo also just bought 100 stone, and now he's going to add TCs.
Yep, and he's going to reunite his army with his defensive army that he had in his base. So now he's going to have decent numbers fighting on the hill against CAPOCH, and CAPOCH has to run away because I don't think he was in a good position to take that fight there.
How would you feel if you were one of these villagers right now? They just ran the whole way around back to that gold.
But he does pick off the crossbows coming forward from Yo. So he gets like 5 free kills there. So that's nice from him, but Yo is still... The thing is, Yo is being a threat in CAPOCH's base, and he could lose this army, still be fine, because he has those stone walls at home.
Yeah, and he's just going to boom. And that siege workshop, if he would have just built it at home, it would have been fine. But he ran forward, didn't read the game properly, and now he did not plan on being on stone at this stage. He's just doing it because he has to. It's all now going to be down to if Yo can close out this game. CAPOCH is certainly going to be ahead. He's going to do his best. Yo picks off 2 more vills, and I feel like this fight's going to be pretty close. Both have ballistics.
Both players with ballistics. Ethiopian archers, so that plays into CAPOCH's favor. Mr. Yo has the armor upgrade, just like CAPOCH, and they trade off pretty evenly there.
If this was an Austrian player or a certain Canadian player, these crossbows would be microed. I don't know if Yo is going to do some dirty dancing over here, if he's just going to send more units forward. 2 more ranges on the front. No dirty dancing. He's just going to take the hill.
He's going to take an effective trade, though, against these crossbows. I think he might get 1 more here. Oh, no, he missed the shot. Okay. He had 1 shot there. 1 opportunity, and he missed it.
Let it slip?
Yeah, he let
it
Mom
slip.
spaghetti.
Oh, man.
And Yo's at the front.
I love this TC, and I hate this TC. This TC...
I feel like it could be on the other side.
Yeah.
Even.
But then, I like it because it protects the wood line, which is going to be harassed if the TC's not there. So it's just CAPOCH trying to catch up. The vill counts are even. Yo has double the military, though. So I think CAPOCH should try and use the siege workshop. He does see it out there.
Yeah, CAPOCH did a great job pulling those villagers away, saving a lot of his eco and stabilizing. He really did have to come back with the military. There was no way he was going to be able to defend it at home. As Yo takes another good engagement.
Got Thumb Ring, Dave, so that will help out here against Ethiopians. Or, sorry, researching Thumb Ring right now. Also able to afford the defense upgrades. Do you think Yo will drop a forward castle? Because I'm thinking we're going to see castles in our near future from both players.
I think maybe in the middle, somewhat near that secondary gold from CAPOCH. It all depends on how much military he has in the middle and how much he sees.
Yeah.
From CAPOCH.
Yo's the type of guy to drop a forward castle just to deny your gold for 2 minutes. He's okay with losing into a trebuchet. He just wants the map.
Oh, CAPOCH is going for a castle, though, I think. Here come the villagers. Yo is on the right-hand side. He doesn't see them, but he does have crossbows in the middle. Oh, this could be a disaster for CAPOCH. He needs to cancel this, I think.
If he had a Mangonel with his crossbows, maybe?
Oh, God, but the spearman for Yo has been sitting under the siege workshop, so he didn't want to make one.
Yeah.
I know CAPOCH has the hill here, but I think Yo can engage.
See if Yo is forced to fight. He's running up the hill. He takes out the crossbows from CAPOCH, and there's 12. Well, there's 16 from Yo. He could deny the castle. Also, a lot of villagers building the castle, so the castle might still go up.
I think this is game over here.
Let's see if it's a doubt castle.
Oh, Yo pulls away.
I think the castle's too close to going up. CAPOCH sent the proper amount, but now maybe Yo builds his own castle. Man, he lost so many crossbows there.
I think he had a chance. I think he really did have a chance to deny that if he split them into 2 groups. But also important to note that Yo was at CAPOCH's woodline, and he killed about 5 villagers there and 1 on the farm. So just furthering his economic lead. And now he's dropping a castle safely. If he's the first one to Imperial Age, that castle for CAPOCH doesn't do that much to him because it's just going to get trebbed down right away.
That's a good castle too because it does protect the gold further and also the stone. I think Yo will still love his position. It's all about getting to the Imperial Age. It's still CAPOCH reacting to him, and that has been the case ever since early Castle Age.
Yeah, and credit to CAPOCH too, because the villager difference is only 3.
Yeah.
It should be way more in this situation. So excellent macro from him. He's going to lose a few more villagers on the gold, but garrisons them right away.
Oftentimes in a best-of-5 series, if one person gets ahead and doesn't win right away and the other person hangs on for longer than they should, you begin to think, okay, the person who lost game 1 can do really well in game 2 and 3 and 4 and potentially 5. So I think CAPOCH will be happy with his performance, at least to stabilize. Because many people were calling the GG right there, and I was kind of thinking it.
Does Yo idle his TCs to go up to the Imperial Age? His gold is looking pretty good, and he's back on that woodline too. This side of the map has been so annoying for CAPOCH.
It's a classic situation where your starting gold's good, but all your woodlines are forward. I guess that's not true, but he can't even take his back resources. Obsidian arrows from Yo? Oh, man. That could be amazing against that town center that's forward for CAPOCH.
Even, you know what? You could just even go in and start killing farms in the back of his base. Like, once you push him off the gold. And CAPOCH is forced to respond to this just like this entire game. He came forward once, and then he hasn't passed the middle ever since because so much pressure from Yo. Picks off another villager, runs back to that hill.
Look at these villagers, man, running around the range. It's so messy.
Oh, that TC in the middle is dead.
It's going to get nuked.
Obsidian arrows. Oh, my God.
The villager's obviously dying. CAPOCH still focused in the back of his base. He reacts. Now, I think Yo should take the hill if he's going to do this.
Yep, he will. Watch how fast this thing dies. Oh, my God, dude.
God, no. He can't use the siege workshop either. It's between what will be 2 castles soon. This is Obsidian arrows. One of my favorite quotes ever was from NICOV. He said, "Why should Mayans get bombard arbalest?" These are just crossbows. Why?
They were already like a top 3 civ in the game. And then they got this stack.
Yeah.
And CAPOCH has to run with all those villagers. He's relocating to the left-hand side. He's not giving up. Still in this game to some extent, but Yo, with a second castle there in the middle, he's oh, wow. What a performance from Mr. Yo. The game recognition there to commit to the stone walls.
Yeah.
So that he could put those raids forward, waiting until he had crossbow to bust through those walls, and CAPOCH just caught off guard. He came forward, saw the walls from Yo, wanted to put aggression in. That was not the optimal play in that situation.
That's Mr. Yo to a T. There wasn't anything flashy in that game. He was going to be behind a Castle Age, and you can consider him at a big disadvantage because CAPOCH would have had forward siege and faster ballistics and Ethiopian crossbows. Yo realized like 5 minutes ahead of time, I'm going to need to have full house walls and full stone walls. And then I sneak my army in, and then he's reacting to me. That is something you only see from certain players in the world. Mr. Yo's specialty. But I was still impressed with how CAPOCH could hold on.
Yeah, keeping the macro behind it was really good, especially since he lost those villagers early, and his aggression stalled out. He didn't end up making anything from that siege workshop.
Yes.
And he managed to stay in that game long past where a lot of people would have tapped out. So I wonder how he'll be feeling going into game number 2.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful moment of defense into attack right there. It's like compared to a sport, defending into the counterattack. That was exactly what Yo needed. More resources collected with the Mayan Eco, had more kills, and the control is really what gave him this, because the Vil difference wasn't that huge. He could just take the resources he wanted to. CAPOCH had more of the map explored, but he was exploring more areas that would have got slaughtered by the crossbows. So, Dave, we back out. Continue Satter Dave here, game 2. I'm really excited to see CAPOCH, because we said that we think that his civilizations are better for the maps that are going to be played.
Mm-hmm. We've already seen Mayans for Mr. Yo, which is, a lot of the times when you see Mayans in a set from Mr. Yo, that's like an insta-win, isn't it? It's
It
just
feels
you just
like
consider it's like 1-0 already.
It feels
He's
like
so good with that civilization.
Yeah, just mesocivs in general. I know Aztecs haven't been that. I missed out on some of the statistics that Nili and Zach went over. Maybe chat can help me out. I know Aztecs haven't been that dominant, but with Yo, he takes him up another tier.
Well, he doesn't even have Aztecs on his draft list. But Incas, I think Incas might be better than Aztecs in the Empire Wars format.
Yeah.
I know Nili would probably disagree with me, but
No.
no.
Okay, so Cross and Atacama are the home maps for CAPOCH. Both very aggressive. I think a lot of this is going to depend on what he's going to want for Lands Madness and Haboob. Because also, Land Madness and Haboob are very open maps. Like, all these maps are similar, with the exception of Cross, which does have some water. So I think that's clearly Huns or Persians. I look at Huns, Persians, Slavs, and Khmer, and Berbers. All those civs work on the remaining maps for CAPOCH. So it's hard for me to speculate here.
Well, you're going to do it anyway, because that's your full-time job, so...
Yeah, okay, I guess. We bring the part-time guys in for that. Come on, speculate. Yeah, I always say, oh, we can only speculate, and then that's all I do, because there's nothing else to do, so... what about Yo, though? This is where we can really have some conversations, because Cross... I don't see a clear pick there. Maybe Lithuanians? Because you start with the extra food, you can send more villagers to Wood? I don't know if that applies the same in Empire Wars?
I think you can put a lot of early aggression on land and just forego the dock completely with Lithuanians.
Yeah.
If you're talking about Cross, yeah.
Okay.
I love how CAPOCH picks Atacama as well after that crazy game against MVL.
Yeah, that's true.
Puts it in his back pocket.
Great game. All right, we'll get it soon, guys. See Twitch chat. A lot of people are still hyped for CAPOCH. Some people are just mesmerized by Mr. Yo. We'll get in soon enough. I think CAPOCH, he's going to learn that lesson, and maybe Red Bull 3, if he makes it in, or some other tournament, he'll realize how Mr. Yo would play that situation.
Yeah, that's it's also a very Yo thing to do. You almost have to play against him a couple times to have a feel whether he's going to go for a strategy like that.
It's also one of the most frustrating things to play against as a player. Like, to make military, run into walls, and then think, what do I do? And then as you're thinking, what do I do? The army arrives. It's so frustrating to face against. I think especially at mid to low levels, people might hate walls in that situation. Awesome. Well, I think Yo is going to do something out of the box here. Like, Burmese, I think he might use, not for Cross, because that's what we'll see next, but maybe something like Atacama. I could see Yo going for fast man-at-arms on Atacama. Because that wood's in the middle.
It kind of feels like scouts rule that map, though, right?
Yeah,
I don't know how men-at-arms are gonna play out, especially if, CAPOCH is going to use Khmer there. You can just garrison in the houses,
Mhm.
and then the time window for your men-at-arms kind of fades away while the villagers are just hanging out in the house.
Do you think Yo goes Lithuanians here on Cross and actually goes Teutons on Land Madness? Because he doesn't have... You look at civs that have Bloodlines and like Great Knights and Eco. Well, Burmese are an
Yes.
option there. I feel like maybe we see Teutons on Land Madness if we ever get there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Dave,
But
Dave
we're going
says
into
yes.
Cross. The game is up. There's a 25-second delay before we get into this. And Mr. Yo has opted for the Lithuanians against the Huns from CAPOCH.
Yeah, you know what's awesome about having Lithuanians here? Because the players tend to be so close together, and it is also very scout heavy. So if that's the case, Lithuanians have to faster trash. I don't know how useful the skirms will be. Maybe you need them against Huns, but having forward spearmen, or even just faster pikemen in Castle Age could be the difference.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how players use that faster trash for the Lithuanians.
Yeah, well, here we are. Game number 2. Mr. Yo won the first game. Did have the weaker start, and then he turned it around with a brilliant move. Wow, we have Yo in the north, and we have CAPOCH in the south. A pretty easy order here, and both players opening up with an archery range.
Yeah, and you can see how close they are. That's why it makes Cross so competitive on this Empire Wars format. The early pressure from Lithuanians might come into play here, especially with that forward hill into CAPOCH's woodline.
Yeah, exactly. Yo bringing the fast spearman forward, and CAPOCH sees that, and CAPOCH backs away. It looks like Yo will be the aggressor. You can afford to do a bit more early with Lithuanians. And I don't like the location of CAPOCH's lumber camps. Also don't like the fact that Yo is housed. He forgot a house stave. Huns don't have that problem.
No, he had it building, so he was
okay.
only housed for about 5 seconds there. And another stable forward from CAPOCH. This might be a mistake with that military pressure there. The stable could be delayed or denied.
Well, he's almost got to fight with villagers, which you never want to do. What's nice is the archers back there. It's kind of cute. But then Yo has the skirm.
Look at how fast they are.
Yeah.
They're just streaming across the map. CAPOCH really wants that stable to go up. He's going to have to commit to it. Keep right-clicking that, my friend. There we go. It goes
man.
up.
Oh,
Yo's
Yo's
house
micro is sick, too. He didn't run into the TC. He didn't take any damage with these units unnecessarily. I'm about to jinx him. Nope.
Yo was badly housed this time.
This is where,
Badly.
okay, yeah. I mean, this is where games can be won or lost in this. We saw NICOV against Doubt, and Doubt got destroyed 2 games really early. You don't see it that frequently because the players are so close in skill, but great start.
You almost feel like CAPOCH, like he should have. Oh, that villager's trapped in on the wood line. He should have like placed the archery range in the stable a bit farther back. Just abandoned that position forward.
Yeah,
because now he's stuck here in a tower from Mr. Yo. This is classic Yo right here.
Classic Yo. Probably sending more villagers to stone so we can get more up as well. Fletching is going to be completed. I don't know, like the situation with the rules on villagers being trapped in wood lines. I think if it's trapped and can't chop, they redo it, but if it's trapped and can chop, the game's played on. So CAPOCH reacts. He tries to hop out with the scout stave, but Yo's just got trash everywhere.
And there's the skirmishers, and he's dropping a counter tower. If he can't stabilize against this push, if he keeps losing military like this might be a super quick game.
Yeah, I almost
he
feel
could have
like...
always deleted that lumber camp too to get the villager out of there.
Yeah, he has other ones. I almost feel like CAPOCH should have abandoned the area. That tower doesn't seem like a great tower. Like that still doesn't give you most of this wood line. But oftentimes when someone towers you kind of have to react with a counter tower if you want to stop the future ones. So maybe that was it.
Yeah, especially when your gold is so exposed. Having the tower there seems like you could have house walled or something to your TC and been just as safe. His production buildings, though, are still in that forward position, still making archers out of that archer range underneath the tower. He sent 2 forward, but they're super weak, and Yo is tracking that with the skirmisher.
Yo is,
he's sending more villagers forward, too.
I feel like Yo, while he will tower, because he's now on stone, it might not be that aggressive. I think he wants to sneak around, almost go Vivi-esque. Do you remember the old Vivi towers with 1 villager? Like, maybe do that, or even dock the pond of CAPOCH. This is the real bonus for Huns not having to build houses. They're saving a lot more wood right now. And he does have a dock up, and Yo also just adding a dock.
I love the outpost from Mr. Yo, too. I wonder if he's going to put one near this wood line. and spot all of that from CAPOCH, maybe on this hill.
Oh,
Just trying to get vision. He wants to know where to pressure.
if CAPOCH reacts, that could be huge. The villager's sitting within his vision. If he's looking at the mini-map, you could see the red dot. He's also very focused on the front, though, and he wants to unleash these archers, Dave.
Yeah, he's really trying to get a counter raid in. He knows the amount of damage that Yo has done at his base, trying to get a raid in, and the villagers are heading back just when the archers from CAPOCH get there, just when the scouts get there.
And he takes out the spears, Dave. This could be great for CAPOCH. And now Yo has to build a defensive tower, and this swings right back into CAPOCH's control.
And that's what you get for having scouts on the field, right? Yo with no scouts yet. He's just dropping a stable now, but you can't help but feel like that was a little bit too late.
I think CAPOCH has got to kill more there. He misclicked the tower once. There's still weak villagers out there. Like, CAPOCH is going to pass here, and there's berry villagers exposed. See Yo now looking to dock the backside. He didn't go for a tower, Dave. He wants to dock, and that could be 4, maybe 5, maybe 6 fishing ships down. If CAPOCH doesn't spot that, I don't think he will. He thinks all the villagers have run back to Yo's base.
Do you like the fact that he split up his scouts with his archers?
I actually do, because he has, if you think about what Yo is making skirms and spears, and he was clumping everything up. So I do like the move, and as you can see, if need be, he can always bring the scouts over. Yo's off his gold. Yo's off a wood line. This is a really close game, and the military lead is for CAPOCH.
Yeah, and Yo's housed again. That's the third time this game. Very, very much unlike him. Badly housed, too. He's trying to make fishing ships. He's trying to make military units.
Very common
Getting
on
those
this map.
houses is not, yeah, it's not the greatest thing. And CAPOCH trying to find villagers to pick, but Yo has done a good job bringing them back into the safety of his own base. And now he's going to have enough skirmishers to potentially counter those archers, also with a couple scouts of his own in that stable.
I love the military activity from CAPOCH. If there wasn't a dock up in his pond, or about to be in his pond, I would think his position is way better than Yo's, but that dock could change this game. CAPOCH just doesn't know it yet, and Yo housed again.
Yep, and CAPOCH is actually docked the right-hand side now, too. And he's going to place a lumber camp, so he might actually see that dock from Mr. Yo.
Let's see. If the villagers go to the left, I think he might, Dave. There's so many areas for even us as casters to have to look at right now. Okay, now... Sorry to interrupt, but now I think this is where CAPOCH does need to keep his archers and scouts together. A moment ago, it was okay.
This is where Yo needs to continue to make... Just make houses, man! Make like 15 houses. He's been housed 5 times this game. He's going for a defensive tower on his wood line. It's unfortunate he's been forced into that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him delete it now.
I feel like a tower there for CAPOCH could be good if he ever has the opportunity. Yo's going to counter with the scouts. Classic Yo to be behind it is at home, but to go for towers or walls and then a counter attack.
Yeah, great movement with the scouts there, but CAPOCH has done a really great job to not lose most of his military while he was wandering around Yo's base and putting a lot of great pressure on him too. Wants to clear those scouts up for Mr. Yo, though. He knows those are a threat.
There's the first fire galley. This is the eco difference right here. And that is going to hurt big time. Oh, but CAPOCH is doing the same thing at Yo's base. What?
He got that villager around somehow. She was on the pond to the right. She snuck all the way over there. So that's really, really great from him. Yo is perfect at making games messy, but apparently CAPOCH is too.
And what a great cross game we have here,
Oh,
Dave.
the scouts in the back.
Yo knew
Scouts
the
in the back of
villagers were
CAPOCH's
there.
base.
He knew they'd be far away, too. And I think CAPOCH was obviously looking for them. He brought the scouts back. He's got his archers alone on the front at the moment.
And Yo going for a market in the middle, too. So he wants to balance his economy a bit, maybe try and get up to Castle Age. He needs a new wood line, though.
Yeah, both players might need new wood lines if this aggression continues. Did Yo spot the dock? Did he react? He's building a second dock in that pond. Okay.
He had a house there, and then he deleted it. So I think his vision was there, but he's not making any ships.
It's also kind of weird, and we have very high standards, but kind of weird how CAPOCH didn't try and find the vill that built the dock in the south. He has
look at that tower
scouts.
from Yo.
Yeah.
Look at that tower from Yo on the wood line. That's perfect from CAPOCH, but I think CAPOCH is going to spot this. Yeah, he sees it.
Oh, the quick
wall,
walls from Yo. Okay, I mean,
so good.
If CAPOCH pulls 2 villagers, he can batter that tower down, so it's not a big deal. or if he sends archers over. There's 26 archers on the front for CAPOCH right now. That's insane.
Yeah, it's so good.
Also, scouts on the right side, Dave, some of which are weak. Worth noting that Yo has found the dock for CAPOCH on the right side, and it's 55 eco for both.
Yeah, but the 2 fire galleys out now. So those 5 fishing ships are probably going to die. Only 1 fire galley coming out from Mr. Yo on that top pond. He's also been pushed back on the bottom pond. The tower's going to go up, but like you said, it won't last very long.
Is this a classic position where Yo's gone up to castle too early? Because he doesn't have many resources to fight on water and on land right now. I don't know.
Well, he's getting defensive tower. Like, he has defensive towers in the gold at the back. He's got 2 of them,
And
which would be
skirms.
really nice. Yeah, so I think he's in a decent position where he can risk going up to Castle Age. But the scouts coming over now can deal with those scrims pretty nicely.
And if he didn't have the towers there, he would lose everything. But 2 towers should be enough to keep CAPOCH away. CAPOCH has really got to click up to Castle Age and keep the army numbers up. Yo swings in with 5 scouts on the right side and also sending a villager
Demo
over to
coming
the right
out.
side.
Demo coming out in the north. There's 3 fire galleys from CAPOCH. He only killed 1 fishing ship from Yo.
Good demo.
Gets a great demo, and he's got a fire galley building in the other dock.
And scouts on the gold, Dave. So Yo
But the archers
clicks up
on the wood line.
castle. Ah! There's action everywhere.
They're everywhere.
When you said there's a demo coming out of the dock, I was going to be like, which pond? I don't know which one. Okay, we figured that out.
This is a crazy game. Yo showing how well he can operate when the games get messy, but CAPOCH also showing exactly why he's here, why he's in the top 8.
Yeah.
Fantastic plays from both.
This guy stopped in the mid-2000s. All they played back then was Hun Wars.
Bad fight for CAPOCH, though, against these skirmishers. Oh, really bad.
Oh, why commit?
Oh, wow, dude.
I don't think it's worth it to lose more there.
No. Look at how low they are, too.
Well, maybe he's going to shift into Knights, so maybe he feels like whatever, but I would have preferred to see him run away there. Hey, he held on to the south, and now he's got to deal with the right pressure, and Yo does have fishing ships in the north. This is wild.
And Yo has a dock in the right side, too.
Yeah.
And CAPOCH has a dock in the left. I didn't even notice that one. Oh, my goodness.
There's a lot more on food for CAPOCH right now. He is 21 on food. So if this is night production, you'd favor Huns because of the stables as well. But then again, Yo is going to get to the Knights faster. There's his first one.
I wonder if Mr. Yo sends that villager from the right back to the dock at the bottom. Or the pond at the bottom to redock
I bet you
there.
he will. We've
This
seen
is
enough
just
Yo
crazy.
games to know that he might send a villager down
CAPOCH
there.
is gold. He has to retreat. He's going to lose a couple villagers.
Now he'll make Knights out of 3 stables and go to the gold on the left. Man, his gold positions are nasty. Every single one is nasty, and Yo sees them. Yo has the outpost there that's still on fire, so he actually does
But
spot
CAPOCH
the villagers.
reacts right away.
Yeah.
Reacts right away. Both of these players are on top of their games right now. Very impressive to see.
The gold spots are nasty for Yo, too, if you look at the minimap. It's just that Yo's the offensive player right now. That might shift a bit.
I think he might kill that villager on the left pond, too, as he's trying to come in to pick some villagers for raids. No,
So-
he didn't see that villager in the left pond.
When CAPOCH beat MBL in round 1, a lot of people might have felt like, well, MBL didn't train, he didn't practice, he's not in top shape, which I think might be fair. But Yo right now is in top shape. He sees every resource. He's on the wood line. He's checked every single pond. And Yo is about to gain the eco lead because of these raids.
Yeah, those knights in that one wood line. CAPOCH still hasn't noticed that. There's so much to pay attention to in a game like this. Scrappy game where you're contesting 4 different ponds and you're contesting all your open resources as well. It's insane. And Yo, finally, on the left-hand side in that pond.
Yeah, you cannot rely on attack signals because you're being attacked in 6 different locations. Yo has checked every pond, is now contesting every pond, and
he's in
also
the
raiding
back
every
wood
wood line. Yeah.
Yeah. And these knights, he can afford to just target the villagers while CAPOCH's knights come in to hit his. And he's got more following up behind that. I think this is going to heavily swing in favor of Mr. Yo here.
Yeah, also got 1 relic, Dave, is Lithuanians, and has the monks out, of course. So could
And he's going back
defend
to the
with
main gold, I
conversion.
think. I think he was sending the knights. No, he's pulled them away now. But if Yo hits that main gold from CAPOCH again,
yeah,
that will be lights out.
CAPOCH has had more military, at least on our little stat sheet here, little board, but I think a lot of that's on water. Yeah, he's got 3 in the south, 2 on the right side. Like, knight numbers and also knight strength is going to be so huge. CAPOCH has got to be like, are you kidding me? I take the only pawn you're not contesting, and now you're here again.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
But look at the knight numbers, though, for CAPOCH. It's 10. And what does Yo have in defense? I know he's got a few monks around. Okay, he's got 2 monks. He's going to have to hope for good conversion luck here.
Yeah.
As he's on the gold from CAPOCH.
On the gold. Again, with 2 knights. So sneaky and so defensive. Monks and
This
towers.
is why he won the first Empire Wars tournament.
This does
He's
remind
so
me of
good.
Viper having to react so consistently. Yeah. Very right on that.
He
Dave.
knows exactly how much to keep at home to push CAPOCH away, and then he sends the remaining army that he has left to raid CAPOCH's base.
This is unbelievable. I think CAPOCH is playing amazing.
Yeah,
Like,
me
this
too.
is a
He's
great
playing like
game.
a god. Yeah.
Well, Yo goes in for conversions. I heard 1. It's 11 knights there for CAPOCH. It is 9 for Yo, who has the same amount of attack, but also 2 towers and a new monk. I think that'll be
And he
Mr.
wins
Yo's
that.
fight.
Yeah, he wins that pretty convincingly there, given the starting numbers. And CAPOCH has to retreat. And what does CAPOCH have going for him now? I mean, he's lost control over 3 of the pawns. He's got lower military numbers on land now, and he's got a lower boom as well. Mr. Yo has just solidified his position here.
Yeah, that was potentially a situation where Yo could have been in trouble because he started investing into new villagers on land and farming eco. And when you are creating villas out of a second TC, you might not have the food for the night production. But he had less military and was able to just hit the right locations. And now I think CAPOCH, like maybe a tech switch, Dave. Maybe you go into pikeman, but I think it's going to be so tough for CAPOCH to come back, realistically.
Yeah, I don't know about pikemen because you're lacking the mobility, right? I mean, with Huns, usually you want to transition into something like cav archers, but you're not going to have time to get the numbers up. And you're still so open at home.
Yo loses the monk
and
as he was
Yo's
trying
coming
to
to
get
the
a
gold.
relic. But yeah,
Oh, no.
the second CAPOCH is not threatening Mr. Yo. Yo would push out, and Yo does that. And Dave, that was such an unbelievable game from both players. This was only 26 minutes, but if you're watching that, you're looking at CAPOCH's his ability to adapt, his ability to dock Yo's pond, defend from the towers. I mean, they were on every pond. They had knights and archers and skirmishers and towers, everything you would ever see in a very short game. That's just Mr. Yo on steroids. That was crazy.
Yeah, he's so good, man. He's so good. Look at the KD, even for a 26-minute game. It's just insane. I love these scrappy games, and we've had so many of them so far in the first 2 rounds of this tournament. Wow. Going into game number 3, Mr. Yo is up 2-0. I wonder what CAPOCH can make happen here.
Well, if he plays like that, he has a chance to win. But Mr. Yo, like you, as a competitor, you obviously want to win. But if you lose, you want to have played your best. And so far, I would say that CAPOCH has played his best. Maybe some question marks in game 1, but certainly there. So I still feel like CAPOCH has very good civs leading into the next home map. But before we get there, just a quick look. CAPOCH actually had more food and more gold collected, Dave, when they're making knights. And Yo ended up getting the win. Crazy.
Yeah, I really like the decision from him to go on so many defensive towers too.
Yeah, and even here on the timeline, you can see how there was so much more military for CAPOCH, even after he tossed the archers away, which we maybe should have brought up as a big mistake. But still more military for CAPOCH, and Yo was able to hit the right locations and eventually take more of the population control. Okay, let's move on. And let's talk about, I forget already. It's Cross and some open map. Habub or Atacama, I think.
Yeah, it's Atacama for CAPOCH. Obviously, the last time we saw him on Atacama was one of the greatest games I've ever seen in Age of Empires 2. So we'll see if he can repeat that performance. Obviously, probably doesn't want to lose half his eco to a few raids again, but
Probably not.
he'll take it if he gets the win.
What? You don't like that? I like that. If I ever get in a tournament, someone kill half my eco.
They're going to do that anyway.
I know. Realistically, I'm going to be, what, like 64th seed at best? So I get the first seed? Yeah, that would be a disaster. Okay, so it is Atacama. Which civ do you think he goes for, Dave? Land Madness and Habub are going to be
Khmer.
upcoming if he wins. You think he goes Khmer?
Yeah, I think Khmer is just so strong on this. You can
Okay.
jump in the houses. You have the farms you can place anywhere. It's just such a scrappy map. You want a Civ where you can save as many villagers as possible. Also, there's a possibility he could go Slavs, but I think Khmer's.
Okay. It's honestly going to be so tough because what you just said about Khmer is very true. That would also be true in the 2 potential maps we'll see. So, I personally, if I were playing, I would save Khmer for Land Madness if you win this, and I think I would go Berbers here.
If you're down 2-0 though, are
yeah.
you playing to save civs or are you playing to win?
Yeah, that's
and keep
true.
yourself in.
Well, yeah, in order to win the best of 5, you have to save civs. So I guess it comes down to, do you want to get 3-0'd or do you want to get 3-1'd? So, yeah.
We'll see what he can make happen. The game is started and the Civ picks. Okay, we were way off here. Okay.
Well, he's certainly going to save civilizations. CAPOCH has gone for Persians, and Yo is going for Burmese. Now, I think, knowing Yo's style and the fact that we've seen towers from him every game so far, I think that Yo might be tempted to go for Man-at-Arms, which is something you haven't seen too frequently in Empire Wars. Burmese do get extra attack on their infantry, so it will be one of the stronger Man-at-Arms rushes available.
Dude, are towers really that viable in Empire Wars, though? Men-at-Arms towers. It feels like they can just run away to a different part of their base, right? Because you start with a gigantic base. I don't know if they put as much pressure as they do in standard games.
Yeah, certainly the map favors towers because of all that wood in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a straight-up tower rush at the start, you know. Yo actually going for the range, and he's not going to go for any infantry except for the spear. Keep in mind, Burmese get the free lumber camp upgrade, so that's nice. And then CAPOCH also opening up with an archery range.
Yeah, and Yo's keeping the villagers on gold, so he's going to produce archers here going forward. CAPOCH has a somewhat exposed gold.
Yeah.
At the front of his base.
There's also
fortunate for him.
The hunt's there too. Like, you normally want to take that. I see a lot of players with Persians build a mill there because you have the extra wood. I remember Viper doing that yesterday. But similar openings for both players. It will be dicey at some point. This was the map where CAPOCH and MBL played one of the best games you'll ever see.
And CAPOCH's house this time, so he's taking a play from Mr. Yo's book, and he's going to be housed immediately. Gets that up and follows the archery range with a stable. We're going to see very heavy feudal on this map from both players.
Yeah. Only bonuses right now that Mr. Yo can take advantage of is that his spearman gets +1 attack. I don't think that's going to do much right now. Might if the scouts come into play, of course.
How much you want to bet he kills these ostriches?
Oh. I mean, I don't...
Could be a play.
I don't want to place a bet, but I think that's a good play, yeah. I don't want to place a bet because I think you're going to be right. We might go for it.
CAPOCH is coming over with the archers. Okay, opts for the villagers, and Yo only with one archer forward of his own. He's kind of just annoying CAPOCH at the moment. He might actually snipe that villager, though.
I think the archers are going to miss, and the TC garrison wouldn't be enough. Oh, my goodness. Calculated.
She is on borrowed time, my friend. 1 HP on that villager. If Hera were his opponent, he'd have to watch out for the Hera snipes. Fortunately, it is Mr. Yo, and Yo is just gonna.
I think he's
wander
looking
around with his scouts.
I think he's looking for it. He is.
Oh,
clearly...
he lamed a farm.
What? Did he actually destroy that farm? Is that a bug? Oh, what? Oh, get the bill. Get her. Come on, Yo. So that's all I want to focus on, but we got to focus on the other things. Yo just got some good... sorry. CAPOCH just got 3 big kills. 2 on the front, and then the other one with his scout.
Yep, and Yo clears up the scout from CAPOCH. I wonder if he... I'd love to see him head back to that TC and try and get it. No, he's going to track the army.
Just passing. Other armies over here. 3 scouts.
Is there no stable follow-up from Mr. Yo? Is he just trying to go FC?
That's not a good strategy.
Okay, there's the
map.
stable. That's late. That seems really late to me.
That seems like he does want to go knights in the castle age. CAPOCH should get 2 villagers here. If he doesn't get 2 villagers, he'll be very upset with himself. Oh my god, this...
That's such good micro from Yo to pull those away.
Yo should have lost more. He knows it. He brings his army over, and now 2 of those scouts are 1 hit away from going down. I think Yo will like that. It could have been so much worse for him in that situation.
Yeah, and he took a good engagement against the archers from CAPOCH as well.
And what you tend to
driving
see in
them
that
away.
situation is running past the villagers and getting in front of them. CAPOCH did not do that. But I think he'll like his position right now.
Yeah, Yo is gonna tower defense again, but CAPOCH getting that armor for the scouts. And like we always say, when you're going up to Castle Age, it's a big risk because your opponent could flood you in feudal, and with the armor on those scouts, it's gonna be very, very dangerous for Mr. Yo to counter this.
Yeah, Mr. Yo, after building this tower, does not have the stone to tower his gold, and CAPOCH was just on that gold, so he's gonna head over there. Yo's here to
Have to quick wall
defend.
this too.
I think CAPOCH should be favored in this fight, assuming he takes it properly. He'll take out the spearman, and Yo is off gold, but on his way to Castle Age. This is way too greedy for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, it's a very, very greedy play. I mean, if CAPOCH takes bad engagements with the archers, then Yo could just produce a few spearmen and get some good engagements against the scouts, but he's gonna need that gold for the knights in the Castle Age. He's actually dropping another range, so more skirmishers probably coming out for him.
Okay, then maybe he goes crossbow and bodkin.
Oh, bad fight for CAPOCH in the back here. Really bad positioning there. The scouts are halfway across the map. They're coming back now.
I'm just looking at this position to see if it's possible for Yo. He's sending more to stone. Would not at all surprise me to see him sell that. And he's got to be careful on the wood line.
He's gotten away with this. Like, he's really gotten away with this. He should have taken way more damage than he did. Is that villager stuck in the wood there?
What? Am I allowed to say
Weird.
thanks to E? How did...
No.
How?
You reached your quota yesterday.
How does that happen? Because that's a new lumber camp. That is...
He's just hanging out, dude.
Chop me free. I guess he'll be chopped free in a second. You would assume so. Wow, that's a new one.
So now he's in the Castle Age. CAPOCH must be like, wait, what? This guy just really went FC against me?
Yeah, I know. And he'll feel forced to take an engagement. And almost seems like Yo's still going to have decent army numbers. It's 10 to 17. And CAPOCH was building more stables and archer ranges. He's just got to find where Yo is on stone or gold right now.
Yeah, and he sees that wood line there, but there's a spearman from Mr. Yo. Yo's been so active countering these raids, and CAPOCH really hasn't committed in any area. Okay, now CAPOCH is back on that gold with the armor on the scouts.
Yep, armor on the scouts. He'll kill villagers here. And also, he's on both sides. He's on the stone and the gold. So this is exactly what we were expecting just a bit later, and good pickoffs for CAPOCH. No counterattack for Yo either. Yo's in Castle Age. He's made one knight and has the archers remaining from feudal. He's going to add a town center. This is so greedy on this map.
This is the greediest greed I've ever seen. What is happening, Mr. Yo? And the thing is, like, he's only... I would expect him to be more than 12 villagers behind at this rate.
Well, this might have a lot to do with how game 1 and 2 went. Maybe because he played so good. Maybe because of the name of the opponent, he's underestimating him. This is exactly what CAPOCH would want, though, because he didn't use Khmer. So if he wins this game, based on how Yo is playing it, or, you know, also his own ability, and goes into the next game, he'll be in a great spot.
Yeah, CAPOCH really streaming everything to that right-hand side.
An amazing micro,
He knows how
too.
important that gold is.
He distracted that spearman and pulled it away so the scout could kill another one. That was cute. But still does need to defend. I feel like CAPOCH in this situation should continue to go feudal and then send just 2 villagers to stone, maybe. 2 villagers to stone, so if there is a counter, you have a tower on your gold, a tower on your stone. You just know that if Mr. Yo were in CAPOCH's position, he would do that. It's either that or you try and get up to Castle Age, which I don't think is possible because he only has 20 on food, and he's still creating units.
CAPOCH, 16 villagers ahead on Atacama. I would say that's a good position, but we've seen this scenario play out before.
I know. Suddenly it's slowed down, Dave, and the Knights are holding. Yo is producing vills out of 2 TCs. He actually has the res to go 3 TC. Maybe on the middle wood line.
And he did drop a market to balance his eco somewhat. CAPOCH being so active with those scouts still on the front wood line, getting another villager.
I have to look away.
And he's on the stone.
I continue to have to look away from where CAPOCH is because he's in so many different spots. Nice
on the
doink
stone
there.
from Yo again.
And he's running away with his main force to the north of that main gold from Yo, but Yo will lose those villagers. Not the best horsecolor time for CAPOCH. I'm sure a lot of his farms were expiring because of that. That's way too much on wood. I think he should be investing this wood into farms, but he's too focused on the micro to do that.
Yeah, and Yo dropping ATC on the wood line, which is something he really needs to do. His gold is secure now. He had the farming eco, but he needs access to wood, and that's a good place to drop a TC.
It's almost like Yo is playing this as Saracens. Like, be really greedy, go to Castle Age, and use the market. Nobody picked Saracens in their drafts.
I feel like if you're gonna go for this strategy, there's no middle ground, right? You can't make some military.
That's true.
You have to just go full greed for the boom, and then get into your knight numbers later in Castle Age after you have the 3 TCs up.
That's a good point, and I would say that this is as greedy as you might expect, or could possibly see. And because of the fact that CAPOCH still hasn't clicked up to Castle Age, I think Yo is...
It's getting dangerous
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Like, he might be in the better position.
Yeah, because once he clears up this army at home and the knights can come forward, CAPOCH as a player in the feudal age with all these open farms, like, look at this area. He's going to be so vulnerable.
Dave, his macro just wasn't good enough behind the micro. That's what this comes down to. Everything that he has now can be countered by the few knights, archers, and a scorpion that Mr. Yo has. This is incredible defensive play from Yo.
Good pick from CAPOCH, though, getting that scorpion. Oh, loses 3 scouts, though.
He lost his scouts. At least he has avoided having to deal with Yo. I think Yo is going to come forward now. Oh, but again, another raid from CAPOCH.
And CAPOCH is on the way to Castle Age, so is it too late?
I think he's going to need spearmen in defense. Or towers, as I mentioned.
Mr. Yo for the raids. Oh, Yo's just going to opt to clear up the archers. So clear up everything at your base. You know you have 3 TCs. You could pop out villagers faster than CAPOCH. And look at the walls. Oh my god, CAPOCH sees this coming. Look at the walls on his main gold. That's a gated community right there.
Oh my god. That's hilarious, actually. He's not messing around with palisades, is he? He also must think that Yo is not going to go for archers, which I think would be correct. It's been only knights for Yo over the last couple minutes.
And is Yo going to opt for a castle at some point? He's sending more villagers to stone. Maybe get into some Erembi potentially against Persians could be a strong option.
Tough for Persians to deal with, definitely. I don't think there's a hole here. Just checking. Yo might be tempted to go into just crossbow, Dave, if he sees all the walls.
Not producing out of all.
Oh my god! Oh my god! There is a hole. Are you kidding me? There's a hole there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I feel so bad for this guy. Oh man, he's fine at this point, but to be completely off of gold, is such a tilter, and that could change the entire game. That puts Yo in the driver's seat.
I looked at that and I didn't see anything. CAPOCH did neither. You did neither, and the knights just waltzed right in. And now look at the villager difference. It was so far ahead for CAPOCH, but he was just a little bit later to Castle Age. He's forced to go into camels. Camels are good against knights, but they're not the greatest raiding unit ever. So if he wants to do damage to Yo's economy, he's gonna have to figure something else out.
Now, we didn't see it. CAPOCH didn't see it. High-level players will look for those things, and mediocre casters like ourselves. But I feel like you still gotta check. Like, is that what I'm supposed to say now? That you're supposed to click a villager out to check? I don't know. Like, I wouldn't check there. In other situations, I might. He would have found that if he clicked the villager outside to see if there was a hole. But I still think CAPOCH is in this, and he also just spotted that Yo is heavy on that stone, Dave. So I think you called it maybe some Erembi.
Yep, castle is in the northern side of Yo's base. He actually placed it in the middle and then thought better of that. Placed it a little bit farther behind. And Erembi against... Oh, CAPOCH is going for a siege workshop there right near the castle.
I think that's a misplay. The whole situation was not a misplay. It was just unlucky. But I think to go for a siege push when your opponent's on stone and probably going for Erembi is a misplay. They'll see the stone again. He loses the camel to a conversion and kills the monk. And then we'll run away. Monastery, if anything, might be better. But he does have a lot of camels. Yo could lose the villagers on the stone.
It is possible. There's still some streaming over here. Yo has 2 camels of his own now, though.
Yep, good conversions.
Courtesy of conversions.
I'm surprised.
And he's going to have Erembi numbers soon.
Yeah, maybe he will send the Erembai back over here. But he
Yeah,
just
still
didn't
on
leave
that
the
stone.
stone.
Not. Yeah, with wounded villagers too.
All right, well, he loses a few because he stays, and I think CAPOCH should just take the fight. I think with camels, should be pretty good against the knights. Yo will be happy to get another conversion, and he does get it. That's not bad for CAPOCH, though.
No, that's a good raid. It feels like Yo is just sticking to the greed. He's like, it's got me here. I'm just gonna continue with it. When in reality, like, you're in a good position now.
Yeah.
Maybe you should play a little bit safer.
Yeah. Also, not picking common civilizations for these maps. It's almost like Mr. Yo says, all right, I'm going to the semis. So let's use some wacky siths, and let's not even play close to how we might play it against who will end up being Hera, I think, right? So
yeah. Let's not reveal anything. Don't show our hand before we need to.
Obviously,
unless of course CAPOCH takes a game and then it suddenly gets more serious here. Erembai numbers getting up there for Mr. Yo. He's keeping them in the castle, keeping them hidden a little bit.
That's a lot of Erembai.
Yeah, and Persians, like, you can go camels against them, but what else do you do?
Erembai it's a unit where if you don't have ARBs, you struggle so heavily. It's insane. I mean, camels certainly won't do it. Knights don't even do it if they get to a certain number. That's not 4 or 5 Erembai. That's about to be 10.
Yep. He might release the hounds soon. No, CAPOCH backs off. He's actually going for ram push here.
He's like, you will not use that market anymore. Get out of here.
I know what you did with that market. Second castle over in an interesting position for Mr. Yo. I guess he's got the secondary gold, the stone, and his main gold over there, so he wants to secure that. He'll probably get a third castle somewhere along this this wood line in the middle later on in the game.
You could go camel skirm. I don't know if he'll have the eco for it, but you could do that. The lack of mobility is a huge issue, and something like Erembai Knight would counter it, but going into skirmisher, or even something like guard tower defense wouldn't be the worst.
Ooh, CAPOCH? Is that his fourth or third TC?
Dave,
third TC.
Can he trap these Erembai?
I don't think so. I think Mr. Yo is going to get away. Nice attempt, though, from CAPOCH there. And here come the monks once again. The bane of CAPOCH's existence. And the Rams are going to get cleared up from behind.
Yeah, Rams getting cleared up, some camels getting cleared up, monks getting, or not monks getting converted, camels getting converted. And you can see how quickly those camels die. We haven't talked a lot about the middle wood, but the players are really close together. Either a castle drop or guard towers, anything ranged there would be amazing for both players.
Yeah, obviously there's these little clumps around, but you never want to resort to that. You want to have access to those big areas of wood in the middle. If either player gets a castle in the center there, it could be pretty deadly. Yo going for ballistics now and actually adding in an elephant too.
This is so crazy how well Yo has played this, because if you have an army like Erembai and the opponent's making camels and knights, the camel and knight player does not want to fight in one spot. They want to raid. And so that second castle tells me Yo knows that. Look, there goes the camel to go raid. He has the castle to protect that area. So now CAPOCH is forced to just defend. And Mr. Yo
look at where the third one goes. Third one goes on the left side of his base. So good luck raiding anywhere for CAPOCH. It's going to be so tough now. That's just excellent game sense from Mr. Yo. But we have to say, CAPOCH, his eco is not looking bad. He's had decent macro behind this. And now Mr. Yo might be in a situation where he's trapped himself with these Erembai. Let's see what CAPOCH can do.
I think if you would have said his eco's in an okay position 10 seconds before the Erembai arrived to the wood line, I would have agreed. You were like, that's it. As a caster, you think of what you're going to say next. So that was on Dave's list. And then he's like, uh-oh, this is not so good.
You just spent too much time talking, dude.
Sorry,
didn't give me time.
That's my fault.
So he's going to clear up that siege workshop in the middle. That didn't really do much for CAPOCH at all. I think he placed that before he noticed the castle from Mr. Yo. And the economy for CAPOCH is awfully close to the military for Mr. Yo here. This giant ball of Erembai. He can pressure that wood. He can pressure the farms. CAPOCH is going to need to figure something out here.
You know what?
Trap?
This could be... I never know how these are going to go, right? Because there's a town center there as well. But also, I don't know if Yo can fully engage. Oh! Trap him!
Trap! But does it work, though?
I
the
think
Erembai are so strong, dude. Look at these things!
You just played yourself.
God!
You You just played yourself. Now your camels can't come in here. Oh,
what is it?
God.
What is the, someone call an ambulance? But not for me!
Oh, that had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Oh my God. And then Yo was obviously going to place his next castle forward. Opted for the safe castle so he could protect his base, and then wins the game. Dave, I mean no disrespect to CAPOCH, because especially game 2, it was amazing. But Yo he's just a different class player. He was the champion of this tournament, and he is ready for the semifinal. So ready that he picked Burmese, where we've never seen Burmese used before, and he does not want Hera to know what he's going to go for tomorrow. So I'm amazed by Mr. Yo. I would love to salute and thank CAPOCH for coming back to this game. We've had so many old players returning and playing well and trying to grind out and get results, and it's so good for the community. I want to see more of this guy, both in Empire Wars and regular competitive play.
Yeah, I think you're not alone there. I think we all want to see more from CAPOCH here. But Mr. Yo, there's a reason he won Red Bull Wololo 1, and there's a reason, like Hera said, that he's the favorite going into this one. He is so good, and he showed it in this series, especially with that second game where CAPOCH looked like he was in such a good position. This third one where CAPOCH looked like he was in such a good position, and Yo just turns it around. And yeah, it's going on to the top 4. Really, really impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, CAPOCH, just to back up and talk a bit more about what happened in this game, you and I both felt like the kills that he was getting were fantastic. You can see it right here. Had more military, had more eco, and we felt like it was greedy for Mr. Yo to do what he did. So CAPOCH, while he was getting kills, needed to macro better than he was, Dave, because he did not have the farm numbers. There were various points where he had 500, 600 wood. If he was able to do both at the same time, then I think his castle age time might be around 18 minutes instead of 20 or well, maybe like 16-minute castle time instead. I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but point is, he just couldn't handle everything he needed to do there, and Yo knew that.
I think he should have maybe added, I would have liked to see a third stable in Feudal Age from CAPOCH and just flood scouts and like overwhelm the spearmen from Mr. Yo. In that transition period, the door was open.
Yeah. Also,
he just couldn't take advantage.
You know what? I can actually go back into the game here, right? If you look at this area, Yo preemptively towered that wood line. And so while CAPOCH was going for the gold, we talk about preemptive towers being bad because then you can't place a defensive tower if they come forward. CAPOCH was in feudal for so long, there was nothing stopping him from placing a tower behind that wood line for Yo. So maybe he does that, and while he's patrolling on the left and the right, he's denying golds and stones too. But so easy for us to say, and not difficult, or sorry, not easy to execute. What's up next? Oh, NICOV versus Viper. Never seen this before. NICOV versus Viper will be great, but I think before that, we will have ZeroEmpires speak to Mr. Yo.
That's right. Thanks, T90. And thanks, Dave, as well. I think we were kind of expecting a 3-0, but Mr. Yo did play very well. CAPOCH as well, putting in a great performance. But we do have Mr. Yo here right now. Hello to you. Are you feeling good after that 3-0?
Yeah, sure.
Give us your thoughts about that series. Did you think that CAPOCH would be a difficult opponent for you, or did you think it would be straightforward?
No, I don't think it will be a big problem for me, but I try my best. You know, I even stonewall at game 1, so I was really trying hard. But then I realized I might take this game 3-0.
Yeah, that first game you played quite safe with the Mayans. It went very smoothly for you. But then in the last game, I think CAPOCH did quite well with his feudal pressure. You were very greedy in game 3. Were you worried at any point that it might be a bit too greedy for you?
Yeah, I wasn't planning to be that greedy, you know. My plan was to go full rush on third age, but then at some point I just realized, oh, I have the resource for castle age, so I just click up, and then I was worried for the next 10 minutes because he was raiding really hard, and I thought I was going to lose the game.
Yeah, it was very close. And then the Arambai is so strong. You actually were one of the only players to choose the Burmese in the tournament so far. Do you think the Burmese are better than many players think?
Yeah, I think it's underestimated because you have the wood bonus because you and then you have +1 attack spearman, and you have the most powerful castle unit. So yeah, I love Burmese, but I don't think I will pick it again. Compared to other civ, it's just not strong enough.
Okay, well, we're very much looking forward to seeing what civs you'll pick in your next games. You've had some very good results in Age of Empires lately. Do you think you're playing at your highest ever level right now?
To be honest, I don't know. No, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I play bad and I play good. I don't know when. I'm not that stable anymore. I don't know if it's my age or something. I just don't feel like even when I'm trying 100%, I could still play really bad one day. So I'm not sure.
That's interesting. Well, tomorrow you play against Hera. He's obviously one of the younger players out there. Do you think he'll be a difficult opponent for you?
Yeah, of course. Hera is, I don't know, the last player I want to meet is TheViper.
Of course, and you met Viper in the finals last time. Do you think you'll meet Viper in the finals this time as well?
Let's just play my games versus Hera first. I don't want to think that far.
Makes sense. Take it one game at a time, one match at a time. One more thing then before we go. It's nearly 2 a.m. for you right now. Is it normal for you to play so late in the evening? Are you going straight to bed now?
Nah, it's morning for me. I mean, I just woke up like 3 hours ago.
Wow. So you're playing through the night, basically.
Yeah.
Wow, that's some dedication right there. Well, Mr. Yo, thank you so much. Good luck for your game tomorrow against Hera, and hopefully we'll hear again from you soon.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
There you go. Bye-bye. So there you go, guys. Mr. Yo takes a 3-0 victory over CAPOCH. So nice to hear from him. As a player, he's always such a joy to watch him play. And he was really quite clinical in game 1 and 2 today. He said it in the interview. He didn't take any chances during game 1 with the Mayans. He was walling up. He was playing very safe. And then as the series went by, he got some more confidence and that, he thought he would take the win 3-0. Obviously, tomorrow, it's going to be very difficult against Hera, but we'll see what he can do in his semi-final match there. We do still have another match coming up today, though. That will be Viper versus NICOV, and we're a little bit ahead of schedule here. So we might have a short break, and then we'll return with those games. But before we do, I just want to give a huge shout out to CAPOCH. It's absolutely incredible that he made it this far. It's obviously a difficult match for him against Yo, but the fact that he's come back since March and he's performing at this level, it's so exciting to see. It's amazing that a player can come back and perform so high so quickly, but also it's a great to shake up the top level a little bit. We've seen a lot of the similar faces, similar names over the last years, and whenever we have a newcomer on the scene, it's very exciting for all of us, and I'm looking forward very much to see what CAPOCH can do in the future there. But Argentina still has one last hope in the form of NICOV, and that's going to be coming up next. NICOV versus TheViper after this short break.
Although we start with a lot of villagers in Empire Wars, we still start with the same resources: 200 wood, 200 food, 100 gold and 200 stone. To find out a lot about the strategies of the players, we have to look at the upgrades. Where do they invest their resources in? Those are the top 5 technologies to look out for to understand the strategic choices of the players. The strongest economy upgrade is Double Build Axe. To be researched in the lumber camp, costing 100 food and 50 wood, increases your villager wood gather rate by 20%. Wood is the basic resource to build buildings, lots of units. Therefore, we rarely do not see Double Build Axe being the first upgrade. Horse color, a technology that is available in the mill, costs 75 food and 75 wood. It provides another 75 food on your farms before they need to be reseeded. Most of the times, farms run out in Castle Age, and if you have your farms lasting longer there, your Castle Age is simply so much smoother. Often do we see players researching horse color before they drop a lot of farms. The Franks get horse color for free, which allows them to drop the farms very early on. The third very important economy upgrade is Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow can be researched in the town center, not allowing yourself to produce villagers at the same time. Villagers carry more resources and walk faster. Therefore, the villagers have to drop off resources less often and become so much more efficient. Going over to the military upgrades, we have to take a look at fletching, costing 100 food and 50 gold. It gives you one more range and one more attack on your archers and skirmishers. It is very easy to get fletching in the Empire Wars since you're already starting with the blacksmith. It is a crucial upgrade for every ranged unit. If a player is not going for any ranged units, we have to look out for bloodlines. A very costly upgrade with 150 food and 100 gold gives you 20 more HP on your scouts in Feudal Age and later on in Castle Age for your knights, camels and elephants. It is being researched in the stable, therefore you cannot research bloodlines and keep your scout production alive. Not every civilization get bloodlines, and we rarely see civilizations committing onto lots of scouts or knights that don't get it. Those are 5 crucial upgrades you can keep an eye on. Now back to your host, ZeroEmpires.
So let's take a look at the bracket so far. We've had some fantastic games this weekend, and our semi-finals is shaping up to be extremely exciting as well. Mr. Yo against Hera will be our semi-final number 1, and our semi-final number 2, Liereyy against the winner of our next set today, either NICOV or TheViper. Very good games so far today as well. We saw Hera taking a 3-0 sweep against TATOH. A little bit of a surprise for some that TATOH wasn't really able to get a single game in that series. But Hera coming out strong as ever, and I'm sure his game against Mr. Yo tomorrow will be close as well. Liereyy against TheMaX, that was a 3-2 for him. Max really playing well and really taking Liereyy right to the edge in that series. Liereyy definitely going to have his work cut out for him to make it through to the finals, but the micro nerd himself always in with a shot at making it to the later stages of the tournament. Of course, we have got NICOV and TheViper coming up next. We've got a short player profile of TheViper, and then Nili and Dave will be back with some commentary.
Hey, I'm TheViper. I'm coming from Norway, currently living in Germany. I play Age of Empires now for about 10 years or 9 years competitively, and I currently do content creation, streaming on Twitch and YouTube for a living, as well as competing in Age of Empires. I play Age of Empires 2 because it's just a game that has so much depth and so much variation that makes the replayability just so good. Compared to other games where you feel like at some point that it's becoming repetitive, Age of Empires will always have something new because of the random map generation and so many different opportunities in terms of what civs to play, what strategies to go for, and so on. So I just love the whole package of Age of Empires. Personally, I'm more drawn towards civilizations like Khmer and Portuguese, a little bit more gimmicky civs. I tend to play them more in order to execute my masterpieces, as we call them, where I will go for like a fast imp Feitoria and just meme around pretty much. Khmer, for example, they have scorpions with extra range, and that's always fun to play with. Might not always be the best, but those are the civs I kind of tend to like the most. If I was an Age of Empires 2 unit, I would probably be a ballista elephant. I would run around, just chop the trees for everyone to be annoying, and that's it. The winner of the Wololo 2 tournament will hopefully be myself, obviously aiming to win it, but at the same time, I wasn't successful last time, and I know there's plenty of good players out there, so we always have to look out for people like Yo, Hera, Liereyy, TATOH, pretty much everyone. Wololo 2 is playing on Empire Wars, obviously, and it's a very tough and different format to what we're used to, so it's pretty open, but obviously I'm aiming to win it myself. I would probably like to avoid Doubt. I know he will love that I say this. It's just our playstyles are very similar, and in certain scenarios he will make good decisions that kind of counteract with mine, and it becomes a really tough one to beat in those circumstances. And who I would like to play, probably Mr. Yo. I gotta get my revenge, so that's a simple answer.
All right, so Viper listed Liereyy, he listed Hera, he listed TATOH, he listed himself, and he listed Yo as favorites. TATOH faced against Hera and is out, but the other players are sitting in the semifinal, and he's the only one that needs to join yet.
Exactly, and he's definitely the favorite going into this series, but NICOV, I mean, NICOV has a lot of experience against Viper. This is kind of, you know, a deja vu on Saturday here to see NICOV facing up against him. We'll see if he can finally take a win. I know the interview yesterday, Viper said NICOV is always a threat. He's been lucky against him so far, but maybe the luck shifts today. I mean, NICOV's put a lot of practice in this Empire Wars format. Maybe he can take a few games, potentially take a best-of-5 series.
I mean, it would be a shock, but I think, like, if you compare this set to the previous set, we didn't think there was really any potential for CAPOCH, like, in terms of speed, mechanics, even if the strategy was there. I feel like NICOV is one of the fastest players. I spoke to him a little bit yesterday because he was up 2 games against Doubt, and then it was tied up 2-2, and then in the final game, if you haven't seen, you should watch it. There were some very nervy mistakes there, and he said his nerves were very high. So I don't know if that means that going into get Viper, he's already won the first round and he's feeling better, or how that works. But I'm excited for NICOV, and I think my prediction for this series is probably the same as a lot of predictions I've given when you have anyone against a top 5 player.
I'm going with 3-1 Viper.
Damn it, you said it before me. Stop it.
Got
Dave.
him. Got him.
All
Nice.
right. I had 3-1 NICOV then. Yeah. So, hey, either I look like a fool or look like a genius. NICOV could definitely get some wins, though, Dave. All kidding aside.
It's definitely in the realm of possibility. I'm being told that we have 10 minutes until the series starts, obviously, because we've had so many lopsided sets today. It's kind of pushed our schedule forward a little bit. But that'll give us some time, unusual amount of time to talk about the players, talk about what's happened so far. Like, these first 3 days, we've kind of been rushed through the pregame and all the usual chatting that we do.
Well, let's pull up the bracket then, right? We have the bracket here. Mr. Yo will play Hera in the semifinal. That would be great to watch. And if whoever goes through in this set will be fun to watch against Liereyy. Do you think that Viper was his best against Miguel?
I feel like he definitely played strong. I mean, Miguel's an opponent that you can't come in to the set and play, you know, at 50 or 60 or 70%. You definitely have to be like 80, 90 plus. But I don't think that wasn't peak Viper that we saw, especially with that first game. Even though the pressure from Miguel was so much, I think Viper took some questionable engagements early there and then got put behind. So we'll see what he can pull out. Like usually Viper has a history of maybe dropping a few games early in tournaments, and then as he goes, he gets stronger.
Yeah. Well, what was interesting, and this was my biggest takeaway from the Viper so far in this tournament, was his interview with Zach after he beat Miguel 3-1. And he said, I'm not sure why I played game 1 the way I did. So, like, that is kind of interesting. While Viper's probably the best at adapting to situations, it's interesting that he had to think twice and be like, yeah, you know what? That wasn't good strategy. So I know NICOV is going to be very prepared. So against prepared players, that could punish Viper, but that's not something you'd expect to hear from him with every game. You know, like he might have that early game, first game of the day problem, but then he's going to turn on a switch.
Yeah, and I think Viper, he kind of gets better depending on his opponent, you know, and NICOV is really, really strong opponent, and that might drive Viper to the next level.
Yeah, I just... I have to bring it up, man. How many times have we seen NICOV versus Viper? It's
so
not
many,
the first
dude.
round.
It's ridiculous.
So
like, it's a meme. It's a meme at this point. You feel bad for NICOV, but I think he'll forget about all the past results when he finally does win a set against them. I think all of those get thrown out the window, and he'll just feel great about the win. So hopefully for him, that can happen today. Oh boy, we got ourselves a set coming up here.
Yeah. I think keys for NICOV is going to be good draft, good preparation. I don't know if we're able to look at that now, but instead of just talking about the players and their tournament past, I'd love to look at the maps and civilizations for a bit. We could really dive deep with speculation because if NICOV has prepared, he's probably going to have some maps, and the civ draft's very important. So yeah, they might have, okay, we have the maps here. That's cool to see. Viper has blockades as one of his home maps. So very, I guess, one of the campier maps in the tournament. And then he has Haboob, and it's Wings and Eruption for NICOV.
Eruption's a very interesting map. I think we've only seen that once, the first set with Hera, where he did lose that game against ACCM, I believe.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
I'd love to see that again. Wings, obviously, NICOV with a stellar performance against Doubt yesterday in Wings, even with having 15 Eagles queued up in one barracks, still managed to pull the win out. So see what he can do against Viper. I wonder if he will get the Inca's Civ, though, because Viper does like that Civ a lot.
Yeah. I'll bring this up before things get real serious here. NICOV said, well, actually, 2 days ago, we were talking, and he made a joke. He's like, maybe if you stop watching Low Elo Legends, you'll be a bit better or something, which was a burn. It stung, you know? And then after he queued up 15 Eagles in his barracks, I was like, I didn't ask that about that specifically, but I just said, like, how are your nerves? And NICOV said, I swear I've never seen something so stupid, even in Low Elo Legends. So it probably won't be worse for him if he makes any mistakes today. Okay, and there's the civilizations. And wow, this draft is really good for both of them, Dave.
Yeah, these are... I don't know who has the better picks here. We see Aztecs for NICOV. We see Incas as well. Slavs, Berbers, Ethiopians, all strong Byzantines. We've only seen it picked once so far in this tournament. That was by Hera, and he did lose on Eruption. Meanwhile, on Viper's side, Saracens, which was so scary in that one frigid late game, if you remember the first set Viper played. And then he has Khmer. Britain's one of his favorite, Franks, Mayans, Magyars. Really great civs.
Not a draft where I think one person has much better civilizations. I'd say this is quite close. Now, Vikings banned again, and Hera mentioned in the interview, why are we not talking about free wheel and free handcart with Vikings? It's OP, but Vikings banned out. I think most people understand why that is, but then Saracens is remaining, and Saracens also have been very high on the bans list.
Yeah, but if someone gets Vikings and Saracens, which one do you go for, right? Oh, man. I agree with that ban, though. Vikings, especially in Viper's hands on a map like Arabia, would be so tough to stop.
Yeah, still no Chinese pick. Chinese is available. No one really rates them now that on Empire Wars they don't get the extra 3 villagers, which was seen as OP in the first edition. And I'm going to try and walk through where they might use the civs. I think Mayans game 1 makes perfect sense for Viper. If it gets to blockades, I think Saracens. If it gets to Haboob, I want to say Magyars or Khmer. Maybe Wings, Britons, and then Eruption. Actually, I think Eruption would be good for Britons there. I don't know. Eruption, the other one. or Wings, the other one. I don't know.
But if you're playing Eruption with Britons, all of a sudden you're matching up against Byzantines.
I know, yeah.
Which is not a great... That's historically, like... It's not a great matchup, so...
Yeah. It's almost like NICOV, he picked that last as an option. If Viper picks Britons early, we might not see Byzantine. But if Viper still has Byzantines when that map comes up, then NICOV might pull the Byzantines card. Otherwise, I think NICOV's training partner, ACCM, won against Hera with Berbers, right? So Berbers could be good there. If he feels like how ACCM played against Hera is possible for him to play against Viper.
Yep.
Got some votes. People voting on who they think is drafted better. I don't know. It all depends on the gameplay. No big differences here. Still great to get a poll in. Okay, so Dave, we've seen NICOV and Viper many times. Did we talk predictions yet? Did you guess what the score will be? We did that.
Cut you off.
We did. Oh yeah. It's almost like I've been casting all day and not Dave. Dave's been here for what is it, 5 hours now? That's not that long.
I'm usually a potato, but on Saturday, Dave, that's when I shine. I'll show up.
You're not gonna call Britain.
No, we don't bring that out. I don't know why that. Why is that in the highlight video? Why is it in the highlight video?
I noticed the highlight team put a lot of the casters' fails, and I think it's time to talk about it. We do not appreciate that. We want you to edit that stuff out.
Yeah, you can put Tristan's in the
highlight video.
That's fine. You can put Tristan's in there.
No, put Dave's. Please.
He does this full time. I'm just a part-time guy.
That's great. If you make a mistake, just be like, it's just a part-time job.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, it works well for you. Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. How's Saturday been? I did watch the early sets. Seems like you're feeling good.
Max and Liereyy was great. I also have to bring up. I got a message saying I didn't know you were religious. I have to grab this for the chat. Even though Lord Doubt, can you see that? Even though he's been kicked out and he's no longer here with us, he's still watching over us. So he's in the background as we go into NICOV's set. The guy who did beat him, Lord Doubt, is watching over. So hopefully that carries NICOV through to a good result. I'll keep him in the background here for the remainder of the day.
I can't tell if there's more glare on that or on your forehead right now, Dave.
Why? Why'd you have to bring that up, man? Why bring that up?
Sorry, man. I had to. Low-hanging fruit. All right, so Doubt's watching over NICOV, maybe Viper. Who knows? Doubt will always be there, even if he is not there. It's funny how Doubt probably gets brought up more than players who are still competing in a tournament. Like we have 8. Is this the round of 8? We may have referenced Doubt more frequently than some of the players we've actually been casting. Just Doubt for you.
Yeah, and the chat certainly references. I made it. It's Dave Ross, original. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because he sent me a picture of that a few days ago, and I didn't ask him how you got it. That's funny.
I made I had a whole backstory ready to go too.
I was supposed to ask you about that, and I didn't. There was one guy 2 days ago. It wasn't when I was casting, but he said, I see Doubt back there, and I figured you had brought it up, and chat wasn't really about it, but guess we didn't. But anyways, let's stop talking about Doubt. Sorry. And let's go back to the civilizations and the maps. I think game 1 is about to begin for us. Dave says 3-1 for the Viper. They are, it looks like they've started game number 1 on Arabia. The keys for NICOV is going to be starting strong. Seems obvious, but especially when you might have some nerves to deal with, you want to have the win behind you as opposed to losing the first game. And wow, Dave, this is going to be a huge surprise. NICOV will have Aztecs. Okay. Viper's gone Magyars on Arabia. I was thinking he would save that one.
Well, Magyars is a good pick, especially if you want to put that early pressure down. Obviously, getting the attack upgrade for your spears and your scouts is very, very tough to fight against. And Viper always switching it up. Yeah. Well, he's always switching it up, you know? He's so good. He's probably the best person on the draft, picking civilizations, picking maps, playing players against themselves. And Magyars
does also help to be seen as the best player in the world or the best player in the world. Then you can get away with a little bit more, right? But also gives NICOV some advantages, possibly. NICOV in the red, and Viper actually gets his yellow. I don't think he was able to play as yellow in the first round. So the admins have made him stronger. Viper with a very forward gold, Dave. Wow, and he's opening up with his stable.
Yeah, NICOV is going for an archer range. NICOV actually has a nice gold in the back there. Unfortunately for him, everything is over in that area. We've got a secondary golds, the stone, the main gold, the deer, and the ostrich. And his other second gold is way at the front. So if Viper gets somehow over to this area of the map, could be big trouble for NICOV.
Viper was Aztecs in game 1 against Miguel in round 1. Started strong, looked good, and then suddenly didn't have gold. So he will know what Aztecs cannot do without the gold as he runs out now to find NICOV. Still hasn't found him. He's scouting his base. You do have to find your extra goats. And you've got to just have a good scout around your base to see what you're able to do with walls. But stable
Viper
opening's not that
quite-
common.
Yeah, Viper not quite finding NICOV just yet. He's avoiding him. There we go. He sees the eagle, and now he's going to spot the walls from NICOV.
Could fight the eagle. Does fight the eagle. Has the extra
Meanwhile,
attack, but moving around.
NICOV, fully walled, man. We got it. We say it over and over again. If you're going for walls, you got to commit, and that's what NICOV did here. He's got 6 villagers walling. You can send him back to the resources. He has 2 spearmen patrolling near the gold, so he's playing super, super safe against the Magyars. And he might think about just making his way to Castle Age pretty soon here.
And Dave, he's able to take his hunt. The normal builds we're seeing from players is to send 3 or 4 villagers out to the hunt. Viper, he can't do that, or at least do so safely. And also his gold is more forward against someone who might go archers. And Viper's also invested more food into this age. So if it wasn't NICOV versus Viper, I would definitely say I like the position more for NICOV. With Viper, you never know.
And NICOV saves that villager, and Viper's looking for a hole, and he must be like, what?
Yeah.
He's walled all of this already? I mean, Magyar scouts can punch a hole pretty quick, especially with the hill bonus there against the palisade, but NICOV should be able to prevent that. Meanwhile, at Viper's base, he's kind of doing the Brazilian thing a little bit, where he's using a lot of houses
Yeah.
to wall up. I think he wants to be a bit more safe than the standard just full palisade walls.
What's different about NICOV's opening than openings we've seen in the past is he did not go for 2 archers with fletching. Now he's making an archer, but Lierey's doing it a lot, Hera's doing it a lot. A lot of players
Look
are
at his
making
res,
archers.
dude.
Yeah.
It's going to be up real quick.
But do you not think it's weird to see an archer now as opposed to 2 minutes ago? That's kind of peculiar.
Well, we'll see how many more he makes. He might have just planned on like garrisoning that to give Viper a false sense that he was making archers this whole time. Viper went out of the line of sight just as that archer was garrisoned, so if that was his plan, didn't necessarily work, but he's not making any more, and he's on the way to the Castle Age now. Take a look at Viper's resources. Viper won't be too far behind.
And NICOV faced up against Doubt. And when he did that, he had, Doubt had a Mesosiv. And Doubt tried to go spears and eagles, and maybe that's why NICOV didn't create more than just 1 archer. He's making spears, and he now sees archers coming from Viper. I would expect to see a second barracks behind here for NICOV. And it's also hidden, too. Like, his original barracks, is hidden away.
Well, whatever he does, he's going to have to hide it here. Don't give Viper any indication of what you're going to do. He's very heavy on gold, too.
Sometimes it's what you don't see that tells you what will come. NICOV with the smart walls. A lot of players wouldn't go for this many house walls. He's doing it.
When did you become a philosopher, dude? You can put that on a t-shirt. Put that on your merch store.
Okay. To be honest, it was unintentional philosophy because I don't even know what I said that would make you think that. I forget already. I speak and I forget what I say immediately after. What was it? I don't...
It's like sometimes it's what you don't see that will tell you what's to come.
Oh.
That's a great line.
I mean, I feel like I've been saying that for a while, but okay, maybe I just said it with conviction this time. He sees the range there. I think Viper could almost check the TC to see if the TC has fletching. Like, get close enough to the TC. Yeah, there. He can click the TC, see the TC does not have fletching, which means that NICOV is not going to commit to ranged units. Because if he was, he would have research fletching by now.
Yep.
And NICOV's eagle is in Viper's base. Viper halfway to Castle Age. He's going to go 2 ranges, 2 stables, almost Hun style. So we might see Cav Archers and Knights. I like the play against the composition that we will see from NICOV. And it's honestly an attack that's going to take some time to build up for NICOV.
Did this approach really hurt NICOV economically in any way? I mean, he used the wood to make the walls, but it looks pretty stable for him, even with the super quick castle age time. And Viper actually splitting his archers to get extra vision, and now he's splitting them up more to try and save them.
Yeah.
Which is not going to happen.
And they're going to die together now. It's fine. NICOV sends the proper amount there. Actually, Viper could loop his scouts over, and because he gets even more attack here in a second, already has bloodlines, he should clear this up. Perfectly timed attack from Viper. NICOV wanting to push forward, not expecting it.
And I don't think there's a hole. Viper is one of those players that's constantly checking for holes.
The Lion just got a kill.
In front of his base.
The Lion just attacked Viper. Yeah, no hole. NICOV did harass Viper with that Eagle, which is now upgraded, but Viper's just fighting it off with the Vils.
That's going to be really annoying, though. That's +2 armor.
Yeah.
But he's surrounded.
Yeah, he's surrounded now, so I think the Eagle will fail to get a kill, and Viper will place a TC.
So does NICOV go for another TC, or does he go forward? Looks like he's opting for the second TC. Sometimes you want to see like a siege workshop forward.
I think initially he definitely was planning on going aggressive, but I think now that he sees Viper's castle age time and he knows that he's lost 3 Eagles, right? He lost 2 that were chasing the archers, and he lost the 1 in the back. I don't think he's going to have huge faith in his numbers against Magyar
Here
units.
it comes. Villager is hanging out there. There's a monk as well. He's going to see the knights probably before he even places that foundation. And I don't think he can fight this, not with what he has right now.
No, and it's Viper, too. Like, Viper's micro will be so good here because he has the faster units. He sniped that monk, maybe. Gets the monk, runs away. And that's what can happen when you have horses.
He'll get this build, too.
Yep.
He'll try anyway. Oh, nice house there from NICOV.
Okay, nice house. The run, the dodging. Oh, the deleting of the workshop. Okay. And another monk comes forward for NICOV, and maybe the siege workshop will complete. That was fun.
I love watching players of this caliber. The little interactions that they have are so entertaining.
NICOV is on 2 TCs, as is Viper, so the eco is very close. Viper, his units are really expensive. He's got to upgrade different units as well, so he needs range for the Cav Archers, attack and armor. Well, no attack, I guess, in this case, but armor for the Knights.
So Viper's looping around with the Knights. He's might go look for an opening on the left-hand side of, or sorry, the northern side of NICOV's base. But he's not going to find anything. He might find a hole through the center, though.
Could also pick off reinforcements. You see him coming in with the scouts now, thinking about the same thing. And yep, he wants the reinforcements, Dave. Also, the scouts are here to get the monk.
He wants the monks.
Oh, the monks should die.
Not the second one, though. Only the first one. And Viper, that's not a great engagement from him. And if NICOV takes a good fight against the Cav Archers, which he just did.
Everything was good for NICOV there. Man, Viper lost Cav Archers, and he also lost a lot of Knights. Will he lose another one to a conversion? I was so unlucky for NICOV not to get that. Good aggressive play from NICOV, and this is only going to get more difficult for Viper. 38 military. NICOV's going for rams.
NICOV has left a hole into his base, though.
Oh boy, I hate this. Make a gate, please.
Yeah.
He wants to allow the units out. Viper.
I love the ram addition here from NICOV to take out the archer ranges, prevent Viper from building up that number of Cav Archers that's going to be so deadly to you. And look at the indecision from Viper. He placed 2 Siege Workshop foundations, had to cancel both.
Yep. One was almost going to be used as a wall here. If Viper loses his buildings, he's already struggling to get numbers.
Yep.
It's going to get even worse for him, yeah.
Fantastic play so far from NICOV, and he is on 2 TCs behind this, too.
Good eco. Could justify going for 3, or could justify staying on 2 if he's killing enough. And there he goes, gets some kills. Dave, if it wasn't Viper, would you say this is over?
I wouldn't say, I don't think it's necessarily over, because there's always the possibility of NICOV running in and losing his Eagle numbers. And especially against top-level players, you could get trapped, or...
Yeah.
You know,
you're right.
It's always difficult to say.
Well, I love how NICOV had the forward villager repairing the ram. I'm not sure if people picked up on that, but the small things these players do. And also hiding the pikemen and some of the eagles inside the rams. helps for protection, but also helps because it makes the Rams a bit faster.
Such a fantastic play from NICOV, taking out all 3 of these archer range soon enough. And Viper has to make more at the back of his base, has to build up his numbers. He did take a good engagement against the Eagles in the north.
Yeah.
He microed those down, so he still has the numbers there, but so much military from NICOV.
This is such a Viper thing to do, to be hunting with 3 villagers randomly in the north. It's such a Viper thing to do. But can he defend his base? I mean, NICOV has, I think, 16 military in those Rams, and then he has about the same outside of the Rams. I think Viper's in big trouble here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of players would go for that TC with the Rams, but I'm not sure if that's the play. Maybe wipe up the stable, the archer range, like wipe up all these other buildings first, right? Don't give Viper any avenue back.
I think Viper's going for CA right now, so maybe the range.
Bad fight with the CA in the middle.
And fight with the CA there because he's quick walling at home, Dave. And that was a good quick wall too. So both players will take some losses.
And NICOV raiding with Knights too. With the Knights he converted.
Ooh.
Viper's old Knights. The low HP Knights.
Hello, my old friend. I'm on the other side now. All right, so 2 Knights go down. Good value. And maybe now you dive. Eject the units in a moment because Viper will probably have to repair or even use villagers against the Rams.
I don't even think you need to eject them yet. Wait until the units come out from Viper. Now eject. That's a lot of Eagles. That's a lot of pikemen, dude.
He doesn't eject with all of them. The villagers are back inside it, and Viper will lose the TC.
Dead. He's dead.
This is deja vu. This is
and
like
he's in on the wood line too.
yesterday.
Viper's wood line not fully walled. He had the quick walls on the one side, but he overchopped. The Eagles are in there. The units are still in the Rams. Viper does have quite a few cav archers, but feels like the lead for NICOV, the map position for NICOV is just so good here.
The worry still is he's not trading against the cav archers, and Magyar cav archers only get stronger throughout the game. So Viper has 2 ranges in the back creating the cav archers. I genuinely believe it could get to a point where he has enough of them to start one-shotting everything. So NICOV's got to do more eco damage or damage the numbers of CA, but he will love this position against Viper.
As he goes looking super stable behind this too. Oh boy.
I guess you could...
What a first game.
3 TCs. I guess you could justify maybe going for plumes. NICOV had said that the difference between himself and player like Liereyy or Hera, he said he believes he's very fast and he's good with aggro, but he's not good enough to use that speed on the front and have his eco be perfect. I'm looking at his eco, and honestly, his eco looks as close to perfect as you could maybe find, with the exception of these villagers, which are glitched out. I think that he's trying to send them to the gold, and they're just stuck. So he'll sort that out. That Viper has stabilized, Dave.
Yeah, and I kind of like the fact that NICOV didn't fully dive there. Like, he still has the units in the Rams. He's bringing them back, adding some Scorpions. Like, you know you're in a better position economically. As Viper goes for a castle there, you can't let NICOV see that.
Yeah, you see how many cav archers are here? It's so many.
Oh, there's an eagle going over. Oh! And there's a pikeman there. He sees it. Viper desperately trying to go for the quick wall. This is difficult, though. On a hill. Is there holes?
I think there's a hole between the house and the castle. There's not? The Scorpion's gonna help?
And the Rams are still on the field, too.
Yeah, the Rams could be used. This castle's either gonna hurt Viper big time or help him big time. I want to say that if NICOV invests too much, he might end up losing out in the Rams and a lot of his military. I think NICOV needs to bail on this, but I'm not so sure. It's only at 60%,
such a difficult
actually.
decision, right? It's such a difficult decision. The Scorpion is still there. The Villager finally takes it out.
Murder holes. I would laugh if Viper gets murder holes right now, but it would almost make sense. I think he'll use the Vills and maybe a Magyar Hussar or two to take out the Rams. Oh man, there's so much for Viper to do right now, and it's understandable he would lose those cav archers while he's doing it. That castle stays up, though.
If there's anyone that can come back from that position that he was in earlier, it's definitely Viper. And he's showing us why.
Yeah, he had stone and gold back there, just lost the ranges, and rebuilding them doesn't seem like it was as big a concern as we initially thought. The cav archers are so expensive, it's tough to get to, but even against a unit like Eagles, if you're in Castle Age, those Eagles don't have enough Pierce armor to take good fights at this stage. So I think now for NICOV, it's about defense, defensive castle, and imp. Then the cav archers will struggle.
Yeah. And thinking about how you can get into Viper's base to raid as well. Because that's one advantage you have with the Eagles. You can toss them right into Viper's base in small numbers and start picking out villagers instead of taking that big fight against the Cav Archers.
Where should NICOV castle? It's got to come soon. Is it where his Eagles are?
On that hill to the left where the Cav Archers are near right now. Okay, he's castling on the front.
I guess if he tried to go for that hill right now, he wouldn't be able to take control of it.
It's going to be up to Imp soon. I feel like you can't take a big fight against these Cav Archers right now.
Yeah,
unless
you're
Viper
right.
runs right into you. Like, just keep pushing them away. Go up to Imp, get all your upgrades, and then see what you can do in Viper's base.
And Viper spent so much time stabilizing. And while his food counts
Viper with
another
castle, most likely, in the middle. He's coming forward with villagers. Almost has the stone for it, but he's going to run into the castle from NICOV.
Yeah, I think even though Viper's going to arrive there... Oh my goodness, Viper's Cav Archers. You've got to get away. It's almost like Viper feels like he feels the need to push. But I'm not sure if he's able to. I thought the Cav Archers would hit and run more for Viper, but he didn't have Thumb Ring, so...
Oh, Mangonel for NICOV. If he deletes it when he shoots at these...
Come on, NICOV, fire. If he doesn't delete, he wants more value, Dave. One more shot, still does it. He dodges?
What is going on with that?
What? So indecisive. Make a decision.
Wait a second.
Well,
you might want to hit the fast forward button just once.
Once?
To get up to, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, there we go. I'm now live. So NICOV shouldn't be too upset about seeing that. I also don't think he should be forcing engagements, as we said. Just get your own castle probably on the left hill in a moment. And if you get to El Dorado Eagles, it's so tough for Magyars to deal with that.
Yeah. Viper just missing a bit of gold to go up to Imperial Age, but he's like on the same level of hill as NICOV's castle, and NICOV is going to be an Imp minutes before him. So the Treb war for him, not looking good.
I think a lot of players would go for the Treb here. I'm not even sure what's best. Do you go for the Trebuchet, or do you go for Conscription so you can spam more Eagles?
I think Treb is... Okay. Because Conscription, you can always get it... You can get it later, but the Treb's going to have such an impact early, right?
Corvinian Army, formerly known as Mercenaries. Magyar Hussars now do not cost gold after that tech, and Magyar Hussars are probably one of the best meat shields that Viper could go for realistically. I like how Viper realizes he's exposed, and so he's housewalling behind here, but NICOV's waiting for his upgrades to attack that very area.
Yep, I was just about to say exactly the same thing. Oh boy. NICOV gets in there. It's going to be so deadly for Viper. See how quickly Viper realizes this as NICOV comes and attacks the palisade walls. Viper can wall behind.
House. You'd expect Viper to house this.
Does he notice, or did he get the bell for some other area on the map? This is going to be really important.
There we go. Okay. Gets the house up. NICOV realizes that, and we'll move around. I think NICOV will now shift his attention towards the castles. Viper using a villager to attack a Treb, not ideal. And plate mail armor will be in on these elite Eagles with Viper. Yeah, he's definitely going to try and go for Magyar Hussar and the Cav Archers, Dave.
We're seeing, I think for the first time in Red Bull Wololo, we are seeing the Magyar Hussar on the field. Drinking a lot of Red Bull, getting wings on those babies.
Such a beautiful unit, too. And I think that if Magyars get to elite Magyar Hussar, they get to heavy Cav Archers, they get to all their upgrades, they're better than
raiding,
mines.
though.
Yeah.
NICOV raiding the gold. NICOV's in with those Eagle Warriors.
Viper's going to need the gold to get the Cav Archer upgrades. And NICOV spreading out his units is perfect. Now, this is not the best engagement for NICOV.
No.
It could have been worse, I guess, as Viper misses the attack round. Man, Viper, look at his idols right now. 40 villagers are idle. And he's lost one
NICOV
castle.
should just ignore that army for the moment and just keep streaming Eagles into the back. Look at that panic TC in the back of Viper's base. Oh my goodness, it's so messy for him.
Yeah. Eagles do not have El Dorado yet, so only 60 HP. As Viper tries to address the flood of Eagles, Dave, he's got to address the Trebs.
The castle.
Will he, though? These are Magyar Hussars. They have a bonus against these Trebs. Will he have enough?
In there. I don't know. It's always tough to say. I don't think he will.
It's one only, and he's out of stone. Still dealing with raids. He's down to 98 villagers, and still a third of his eco is idle. If he loses that castle, Dave, he will lose the hill. He will lose both golds and probably the game.
What an insane performance from NICOV, and he's castling where Viper's second castle was. He has units on the first one. Viper can't repair. Viper can't do anything. Viper gives up on the first game. NICOV 1-0.
Wow. By the way, he's Aztecs, not Mayans. You can't get El Dorado, but it doesn't matter. Wow, man, that was incredible. Early Castle Age, I'm thinking, well, while there's a forward gold for Viper, it could be risky for NICOV to push against those knights with the extra attack. NICOV still stuck with the siege. Remember the dodging with the villager, kept her alive, got the rams out of all things, and finishes off the Viper. That is the second time now in Red Bull Wololo that Viper has lost game number 1 on Arabia.
I feel like the Rams were what won NICOV that game. And
I know.
it's an option that a lot of people wouldn't go for. Taking out those archer ranges, Viper couldn't mass cav archers as fast as he likes. And NICOV found a way into his base, and he didn't dive. That was the thing. He didn't waste his military diving into Viper's base. Took out production, took out 1 TC, and then left.
And NICOV did exactly what he said he needed to do better against the Viper. Was he aggro? Was he aggressive? Yes. But he also had the eco to back it up, Dave. Like, that was amazing. He had food, wood, gold, and a stone lead in that game. Not just 1 stone, but still, every little bit counts. Okay, so we all get excited. We may be surprised that Viper loses a game, but I experienced the same thing yesterday when casting the Viper against Miguel. Miguel had a great game 1 against Viper, and then Viper won 3 straight. So I think NICOV will know the potential for Viper to do that again. We'll go to well, you can see it now. The civs and the maps. Viper has blockades and Haboob as his home maps. And I don't know what he'll go for as far as the map goes, but if he goes for blockades, I think we'll see Saracens.
Saracens, yeah. Ooh, which one do you think he picks first?
I want to say blockades because NICOV was so good with his aggro there that maybe he doesn't want to deal with that again.
And do you think Viper goes for Khmer on Haboob, or do you think he goes Franks on Haboob?
I think Viper goes Khmer on Haboob, and then actually I don't know. That's a tough one for me. I'm not sure if you'd want to go for any of those civilizations on wings. Like NICOV, as I look at this, makes a little bit more sense. I like how he has Byzantines waiting in case he's expecting Britons from Viper.
Yeah.
I suppose you could make a small argument for Britons on a map like Blockades. You could mass a lot of those Arbalest and Longbows, and it's a very big map, but I think it's too slow.
You could go Mayans as well on Blockades.
Yeah, exactly. Any civilization that's good with fast castles good there, but Saracens historically has been chosen for this map, and Viper destroyed Miguel with a crazy uptime with Saracens yesterday on Frigid Lake. Well, it will be Haboob, Dave. It will be
Haboob, and we are going to see Slavs versus Khmer.
Slavs against Khmer, all right. 2 very good civs. You'll see these civs on all the open maps in Red Bull Wololo 2, and they did not waste any time starting off here. NICOV with an archer range in the red. He's in the south, and in the north we have Viper also opening up with a range as Khmer.
And Viper with a very good map layout for Haboob. This is not something we see very often, where the berries are back, the gold is back, the stone is back. The Viper map hacks are back.
Oh my
Maybe
goodness.
he can get back into the series.
I mean, I guess NICOV's isn't the worst. His gold's on the back, the berries are slightly behind the range, but ooh, this is looking already like a bit of an arena. Viper walls up the wood line on the back, and NICOV will do the same, just not doing it in the same way.
And Viper sending 2 archers forward right away. Did NICOV scout that? I think he might have seen them coming forward. Yeah, he's got his archers coming to this side. So he's going to counter that early aggression. A lot of times on Haboob, we'll see one player fall behind early, maybe losing a villager to the first 2 archers. Not today.
What's interesting is both these civilizations are in the top 5 when it comes to farm rates. And one player has gotten horse color, and that is the Viper. So he's gone for horse color, which is more of an early investment. But because of that, I don't think he was able to have a stable in time. NICOV did build a stable, right? Oh, yeah, there it is, right in front of me. That's why NICOV was able to push back, because he did not get horse color yet.
I feel like with this map generation for both players, having like really good layouts on their primary resources, we might see a faster castle age time from both.
Yeah.
More conservative play here, as Viper walled up the front of his base super early in this game.
Viper just now makes the stable. Fortunately for Viper, he has the hill, and the 2 scouts that NICOV has are very weak. So while NICOV did get some kills early, he paid a price for it. Like, he will decide to back up, and rightly so. Maybe take an engagement here on the hill, but 2 5 HP scouts. No, sorry, one's 5, one's 7. That's just not enough to do anything right now.
Yeah, he's building his numbers up to 4 now, and he's kind of hanging out with those archers. Great micro with that little split.
It's just, I love watching the early fights between these two. Let's get
Yeah,
more
they're
of
so
this.
good.
Let's just stop
so
the game
good.
after mid-feudal and just go for the micro and early feudal.
Both these players are excellent. Both arguably, NICOV arguably a top 5 player in his own right.
Yeah, the only thing that's stopping people from saying NICOV is top 5 is that NICOV continues
Tournament
to face
results.
Viper early.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tournament results, but he's faced Viper in round 1 so frequently, and now it's round 2, so. All right, well, here we have the fights continuing. Both players have a little hill to fight on. I guess it suits Viper if he's Khmer and has Horse Collar to just sit back and wait for the food count to spike up. You'd expect it to be a bit more because of the Khmer farming rate, but then NICOV has
They're so
Slav
good, dude.
farms, so.
Look at them play with the archers. They're so good.
This feels like semi-final quality here. Semi-final or final quality so far.
NICOV badly housed though. So that's the first misstep here, and he's got a few idle villagers hanging around his food eco.
He tends to do that a lot, where he places farms and then sends the new villagers to the farms.
And taking some hits on the scouts too, so Viper a bit more steady in the early stages.
Yeah, Viper's scouts, he only has 5, but Viper has full HP on his. NICOV has 2. Well, now 1 that is close to death. NICOV wants to fight after scale barding, possibly, but I think... oh boy. First big mistake for NICOV.
Yeah.
16
Losing
military
3
for
scouts
both, though.
and an archer is not good, but he's been really good with the archer control. Viper also with the +1 armor, and now getting bloodlines.
You know what would be epic, and I think we're going to see it? Viper might fall back to tower defense, tower spears
loop
to protect
around.
the gold, and then send the scouts forward.
Yep.
NICOV should know this. He does not
Look,
see the
he's
scouts
going that
anymore.
way.
Oh, NICOV
And
doesn't
he
know.
knows it's somewhere.
Wow. I mean, good reaction from NICOV, but it sucks for him because he does not have Viper's map scouted. So he couldn't even abuse that.
NICOV's going tower defense too. Tower on his wood line, protecting against that. He already preemptively walled everyone in there.
Probably double checking
So he
this
should
as
be
we
fine.
speak. Great game sense from NICOV to know to do this.
Great quick walls.
Good quick walls. He's got to make sure he places another palisade though. That one's going to go down. Nice. And I also have to say, amazing play from Viper to give himself the initiative now. He's not defending just because he opted for the tower. NICOV.
No, he'll let those fight there. I think he wants to take a good engagement. I think he deliberately didn't quick wall those villagers, the 3 women on the gold there, because he wanted Viper to engage.
Viper created more scouts and has 2 stables. And NICOV with the quick gates and houses. Oh my god. This is
He's
crazy.
a god, man.
Yeah. Hey, NICOV will need to flee here. His army's still here. Viper will know that. NICOV thinking of Castle Age, Dave. Like, the only issue for him is his gold, because he does not have a lot on gold right now.
And his stone too is open. Let's see how quickly he notices the scouts from Viper. Can he quick wall this? Immediate reaction! How good are these
NICOV's
players?
playing so good. So good. I'm sorry. That's my fault, NICOV. I'm
sorry, NICOV.
That's on us. All right, buddy. You know what? If he loses a villain,
Not a bad
kills the army, it
engagement,
might be
though.
worth it.
Yeah, it's not a bad engagement at all.
You're welcome, NICOV. You're welcome. It was all calculated to let Viper in there, so Viper would lose those scouts. And there goes Viper. He must have canceled a lot. He's on the way to Castle Age first.
Look at the game sense from NICOV here. He's like, oh, the archers must be somewhere on the right here. But Viper being too sneaky.
Oh my goodness.
Way too sneaky. He's going to show up at that gold.
Oh,
man.
and Viper will be in Castle Age faster. NICOV's just dropping off gold to get to Castle Age. If he has to do that, he won't have gold banked when he gets there. But he reacts, Dave.
Right away. He did get Town Watch, so that's helping him a ton in this matchup.
Now, I think it would be... Like, if NICOV were to send the archers on the right back to deal with this, Viper would be ahead. So he's going to take a risk and try and counter Viper. Now, Viper's got to track an army, but in doing so, NICOV's completely off of gold. So I think he's almost forced to go into light cav in the next stage, and that's it.
Well, I mean, NICOV has some archers on the left-hand side coming back. He's also got some scouts there if he wants to bring those in. Now he's coming to the wood line from Viper. It's just how much damage can he do?
Well, Viper will not have military here. All of his military's gone forward. This is messy for both players. Viper loses 1 vill. He'll lose 2 villagers. Hello? What? He'll lose 2 villagers. We'll just continue where we left off. 3rd, maybe, as Viper tries to build a tower.
But the archers are still camping above NICOV's gold on that hill.
NICOV will just pass here. Good tower for Viper. I guess he had either bought or was collecting some stone there.
And look at the scouts on NICOV's gold. Ooh, NICOV. Viper had better production of scouts, and it's really punishing NICOV right now.
Yep. And NICOV was desperate without gold, so made skirmishers. Skirmishers are going to get wrecked if scouts are out. And Viper defended better than NICOV was able to. He has safer eco. He has the resources he would want. It's going to be so difficult for NICOV to come back now.
Yeah, and +2 now on the way for Viper for his knights. He did get the light cav upgrade. It's just when things get snowbally on this map, things start to get out of control, and we can really see that for NICOV as he's going to lose probably 4 villagers on the woodline too.
Yep.
He's into the farming eco from Viper, but obviously Khmer just getting the houses, and NICOV realizes he can't do any more damage.
Wow. It all came down to when Viper fell back to the tower. He said, nope, I'm going forward. I'll go tower defense. NICOV did the right thing to react, but that's just the thing, Dave. He was only reacting. Viper, with one decision, went from being reactive to proactive. That was so cool.
I really like the second stable edition as early as it was for Viper. The scouts on the field with bloodlines, with armor super early, really dictated the play, and super impressive from Viper there.
Yeah,
showing why he picked this as his home map.
NICOV played that so good. That was so good and so fun to watch. I'm almost sad that was a 14-minute game because I wanted to see more of that. I wanted to see more of that back and forth. But obviously at this point, Viper was everywhere he needed to be. And the score is 1-1. So just like in round 1, Viper loses the first game, ends up getting a win, ties it up. NICOV still has work to do. We'll quickly look at the KD there. Viper with more kills, a Viper with more food and more gold, which that was the decider there. NICOV having more wood and more stone was not useful at all in that situation.
Yeah, I think the gold count kind of tells the story there. NICOV couldn't transition into anything when he was in Castle Age because Viper was sitting on that hill right beside his gold.
All right. So back to the home maps we go. Back to the civs. Khmer is gone for Viper. One of the better picks for him. Slavs. Great for NICOV too. Can't use that anymore. And I think NICOV has 2 choices. I remember he played Doubt on Wings. I have not seen NICOV play Eruption yet. Kind of feel like NICOV will pick Eruption, and he will feel comfortable with Byzantines against Britons or Mayans, which would be the common choice for Viper.
Yeah, but Viper, as we know, rarely makes the common choice. I think he creates the common choice by driving the meta with his civ picks in a lot of tournaments. So we'll see if he mixes it up a little bit here. Maybe he goes with something. I don't know.
Then again, like Saracens is still such a crazy civilization for Viper to have. And he mentioned in the interview yesterday, he thinks it will get to a point where the market bonus will actually be nerfed. So that is his strongest pick or highest pick there, and it hasn't been used yet. I think he'd still save that for blockades, but you never know if you're NICOV, so maybe you're hesitant to go for something now. Ethiopians could be good for NICOV. He doesn't have to go for counters. He could just go for crossbows. And I'm hearing we have a few minutes.
Berbers could be good on Eruption as well.
That's what ACCM, one of NICOV's many training partners, used against Hera when he got his only win against Hera in round 1. Worked well, too. I don't think he would have been able to get the number of knights that he needed if he was not Berbers.
Oh, boy. How much pressure do you think NICOV's feeling in game 3?
I think 1-1's going to make him feel good. NICOV, I think he does struggle with nerves, but having won the first game, I don't think he played bad in the second game either. I don't think he should feel overly pressured. But that's my theory. Like, I feel like if I'm going in as the extreme underdog, I just say I'm supposed to lose. So if I win, then it's good. If not, it's bad, right? But maybe that's just the mindset of a player who's not possibly considered top 5 or top 10. Like, maybe NICOV wants to get this monkey off his back or the snake off his back and finally get a win against Viper.
It's funny that I don't even ask how much pressure Vipers feel.
Yeah, I know.
Or what Viper's nerves are. We know they're basically the same no matter what position he's in. The guy is such an elite competitor.
Yeah, he's not a tilter, man. He's just like so relaxed. And I have to say, I almost envy that. And then again, I might be a boring caster if I didn't go crazy, but this is a great opportunity for everyone watching the Twitch chat to say you are already a boring caster.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
Yeah.
I thought
go
about
ahead,
it.
chat.
I had it lined up.
Listen,
and then,
if you want to burn, go for it now, okay? This is your... I lobbed that one up for you. Okay. Yeah, great job. Well done, chat. Pat yourselves on the back. Oh, man, so quick to the punch. Oof. There we go. I think they'll be starting soon. Dave, my guess is... my guess is we will see Eruption for NICOV. And I think since he has Berbers, I think he goes Berbers. Because Ethiopians or any Archer civilization, which could be Byzantines, Incas, or Ethiopians, would fare very well on wings. And blockades, probably not a map where you prefer Berbers over anything else.
Well, I mean,
That's
he's
just my
going
thought.
Incas on wings, is he not?
Yeah, I think so. Incas on wings.
Yeah.
And then it was either going to be Byzantines or Berbers here, but he's got to play some mind games depending on what he thinks Viper will go for. Like, then again, I feel like Saracens completely shred Berbers if they go up fast. Who knows? Who knows? This would be a great time to see what chat thinks NICOV will pick on Eruption. I know they probably want
waiting.
Byzantines.
NICOV took a small break after that game to powder his nose, so we're waiting for him to get back into the game. That's an unused expression. Why does no one powder their nose anymore?
Oh, man. All right. Well, I'm ready. I'm definitely ready. Such a fine mix of people who are like, we expect Viper to win, and then some people still crossing their fingers. Will Viper actually lose here? Okay, Dave, question for you. All the other top 5 players are out there, or I guess the players in the semifinals waiting right now. Who are they rooting for at the moment?
NICOV?
Definitely rooting for NICOV. Like Hera's got to be in that other semifinal. Like, come on, man, come on. And then Liereyy will face the winner of this. I think he would rather face his teammate than the Viper. But then again, I think most of the pros have a pretty solid mindset where they just worry about the set at hand instead of looking too far ahead.
God, Nili just brought like a full catered meal into his office area.
I know. Turn your
I'm
camera
jealous,
off.
dude.
We can't.
I'm jealous.
Turn your camera off. Jeez. All right. Well, will be Eruption. What will the civilizations be? No Saracens yet for Viper. Viper will have Mayans and NICOV will have Berbers, and we will be in the match in 45 seconds. Berbers versus Mayans, Dave. I think it could swing either way. All comes down to how fast Berbers get to Castle Age and how many knights they're able to get. I think Nili was casting with me when it was ACCM versus Hera. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so...
Well, it wasn't me, so process of elimination.
That's true, yeah. It was the other one. Viper will probably open up being very passive here. This is like Gold Rush almost, but there's other aspects to it which we will explain when we are in the game. I would prefer Mayans, but if Mayans can't get the hill, we prefer Berbers. And maybe we'll see Genitors. I'd like to see that. They can clean up the Mayan strengths. Anyways, game 3 here, and what has been a really competitive best of 5 so far. NICOV in the red, he's Berbers, and then Viper in the yellow. He's Mayans. Range opening for Viper, Dave, and nothing yet for NICOV.
Yeah, do you see full, like, heavy scout aggression, maybe? Or is he just going to wall up and do something similar to what he did in the first game? Well, he's already started the wall.
Yep, already started the walls. I mean, while this is a very aggressive map in the mid game, it's a very passive. He also misclicked his villagers. He's trying to collect the Ibex right now. That's sloppy from NICOV. But yeah, while it's aggressive in the mid game, it's very passive at the start. So I expect full walls and a little bit of army from Viper here, but I'm not hugely surprised NICOV's making nothing.
This is a really interesting map. Just the way that the hill extends so far. It takes up a quarter of the space on this entire map. So if you lose that advantage, if you try and boom too hard at your own base, and your opponent takes the position on the hill, it can be very, very bad for you. Even worse than a map like Gold Rush.
Dave, you asked me about NICOV's nerves and what I think. I think he's a bit nervous here. Misclicked a bit. He's about to get housed, I believe. He does not have a house placed. He'll get housed at 35 population, especially if he's microing here. I think he'll forget it. But this tells me that all NICOV wants to do is knights in the next stage.
Oh, there's the house.
House where? Okay.
Should be okay.
Yeah, maybe house for just a second or two.
Second.
Yeah, that's it. Just a game
But
time
Viper,
second.
Viper on the other end. I love this. Like, you saw it in game 1. You're seeing it again here. And it's something you brought up that the Brazilians do with the houses. And I think it's super important in Empire Wars, where you can have so much potential military on the field. Plus through into your base. Viper going with a house wall instead of just palisades.
Yeah, the downside of doing that, for those wondering why you wouldn't always do that, is that's less wood for you to use for other things. So that, I believe, will lead to Viper having a slower castle time, because he wouldn't have quite as many farms. But NICOV has 20 on food, so he's going crazy on food anyways because of knights. Viper won't need that much long term.
Viper's gonna have a very secure base, though. NICOV's gonna, if NICOV wants to raid later in the game, it's gonna take him time to get through the houses. That's the advantage over the palisade walls.
Do you think NICOV's tempted to make a scout right now to stop Viper from full walling, or is that just a bad idea?
I don't know. He's going too stable. He's just gonna click up.
Yep. His gold position is really bad compared to Viper's. Viper's gold, again, 2 golds up against the edge of the map, and he's gonna be full walled. And then look at NICOV's goals. Like, this 4-tile gold is rangeable, and the other one's outside the walls. So the map generation is way different and in favor of the Viper.
We always talk about Viper map hacks, but he is probably the best player at looking at what map he's been given, and then creating a strategy based around that.
You're right,
Very,
but
very
I'm
good at
pretty
reading
sure
it.
I know a couple 800 elo players who could make this a good map for themselves.
I'm looking on the bright side, man.
No, you're being... we flipped roles for a second. You're being the, but, you know, giving everyone the benefit of the doubt, but this is just obscene. Okay, so Viper adding a second range, and he's clicked up at very similar time to NICOV.
Yeah, do you think we'll see Obsidian arrows this game? Similar to what Yo did the other game.
I think it's too many villagers to go onto stone right now, but maybe. Like, maybe if this ends up being a situation where Viper's on 3 town centers and has control of the middle, we might see that.
He's coming forward with Siege, I think. Either Siege or Monastery. He's got a villager outside.
Viper does? Oh, yeah,
Yes.
I see that. I wonder if that's
And he sent him
intentional.
he sent him deliberately outside. He's also got 2 villagers just holding wood at that wood line, so he won't like that when he discovers.
Oh, and if NICOV loses the scout, he won't be able to see the forward, Dave. That's huge for Viper.
And, oh no, Viper kept the wall open from NICOV with that eagle, but NICOV gets a quick wall down. Prevents him from coming in with the archers. Scary
Viper
times.
has not seen the golds. He will see the stables. If Viper doesn't see the gold, it's not that big a deal. I'd be surprised if Viper goes for anything but a monastery here, but maybe a siege push.
Well, the thing is, you only get 2 golds at your home base, and he has seen that second one, and it's right below the hill in front of NICOV's base. So
that's true.
If he can deny that for an extended period of time, NICOV's going to be a really tough position.
Monastery there, but in the middle, close to all the action. He knows NICOV will be making knights. And NICOV will send the first 2 knights out. Berber knights are incredibly cheap. And so he can afford to make knights and chain barding. Yeah, and Viper gets thumb ring.
It's going to be really tough, dude. I wouldn't be surprised to see Viper come forward and place something around that secondary gold, just hang out there.
That's probably his house villager for now. Just build some houses. Oh, you mean that 4 tile? Yeah, maybe build houses or palisades around it. There's no rules against that. I think it's always going to be tough for Berbers, but NICOV says, who cares? I'll go for a second TC and try and gain an eco lead as Viper is still on 1 town center.
Viper 2 keeping the new crossbows he's making at home. NICOV looping around with those knights. He might actually find that villager, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Viper quick wall that guy
Can
in.
he do it on the hill? Yeah, I mean, there's flat ground. It's Viper. You'd expect it. But Dave, NICOV has a different focus. He's instead focused on the crossbows, and he has the hill. And if Viper doesn't want to be under the hill, he's going to be closer to NICOV's eco, and NICOV can make more knights here. No monks yet for Viper.
Viper taking a very good trade here, though. He's bringing a monk over now. And considering the amount of crossbows he lost and the amount of knights he killed, I think he might actually be happy with that.
All depends on the follow-up, I'd say. As Viper gets a conversion, finally. It took forever.
Look at the micro there, dude.
Yeah, we get another one. 2 conversions here.
He's very happy with this, I guarantee you.
It's tough. I think if Viper has middle control after this, he likes it. If he doesn't have middle control after this, he hates it. NICOV trying to save this weak knight. Probably will not do so, but save the other one so he can heal it up. I like that play.
Now NICOV going for a monastery of his own. You might want to click the fast forward button. I feel like you're a little bit behind me, maybe.
Yeah, we're good.
Cool. And
One
Viper
TC,
with more
2
crossbows. Still coming out.
I think Viper has 25 crossbows with ballistics and thumb ring. That's where it's dangerous. Only thing then that could threaten him is mangonels, but as this weak knight still runs away, which is hilarious to me. Crossbows can micro down mangonels pretty easily at the high level, so it can't just be 1. I think it's got to be 2 or 3.
Interesting. NICOV adding some scouts in too to look for any monks.
And Viper's going to lose the monastery. So the villager's still around, but the monastery will be lost. And Viper doesn't have the hill control anymore. There's only 8 tiles of gold for players to take, so NICOV will like that.
Yeah, NICOV's going to TC that gold at the front as well. You can't put it in front where you would normally like to do to protect against the crossbows, but that's the best place.
I'm happy that that hasn't been a talking point for us, you know? I'm happy that both players could take their golds, and it's just the gold in the middle we're going to talk about. You hate to see a map really change the game, and it goes to show you it's how you play the map. It's not the map you get.
Now NICOV with the forward siege workshop. Viper's villager still alive on the left-hand side. I feel like that might be an annoyance for NICOV later when Viper starts building stuff over there.
Yeah. Even if armies patrol that direction at some point. What does Viper do here? Ballistics. Yeah.
And 3rd archery range.
Very comparable to the situation when it was ACCM against Hera in the first round. The only game that Hera lost against ACCM was against the Berber all-in Knight Mangonel push. And NICOV is trained with ACCM. In fact, ACCM, even after being knocked out, woke up at an awkward time to train and practice with NICOV before Doubt yesterday, which I thought was so cool to hear. Such a nice training partner for NICOV to have for this. Viper, one big difference between what he's doing and what Hera did is Viper's adding pikes. They're not pikemen yet, I guess, but he has spearmen with the crossbows, all of which dies to siege, but it is much more helpful against the knights.
Yeah, NICOV, the difference between ACCM and NICOV is NICOV, I think, has a better eco behind this.
That as well.
And he has more knights on the field. Didn't resort to making a castle in the middle yet, and he hasn't lost any mangonels.
Yeah. I feel like both players probably watched that set too, so they maybe both learned lessons on either side of the strategy.
Yeah. Viper now with ballistics, though, so NICOV's gonna have to be careful, especially fighting around these hills and fighting around those choke points in the gold. Could get a big shot with the mangonel, though. There is potential.
Like, I think if NICOV's gonna take a fight, it's gonna have to be soon, because Viper's producing out of 4 ranges.
Yep.
2 mangonels, it does a lot now, potentially, but against 50, 60 crossbows and Viper micro, I'm not so sure.
Look at him. He goes towards that gold.
Yep.
Knows NICOV will be done with his gold in his base shortly, so he's going to have to go out to that area. Now sees the TC, knows he can pressure that at any point.
But
NICOV forced to come back.
yeah, like Viper has to stay on the hill. He cannot allow NICOV to swoop in and take the top of the hill. And NICOV not knowing where Viper is. Is it going to be good or bad? Dave, the Mangonels might not be involved here, which is bad for NICOV. Viper has so many crossbows. NICOV has 18 knights.
Oh, Viper getting hit pretty hard by that Mangonel.
I think the Berber Knights are too cheap. Oh! Misses.
Misses that. Great micro from Viper. I thought that would have gone a lot better for him. He still has 20 crossbows here, so NICOV's Knights are going to get cleared up, but wow.
Almost like NICOV doesn't want to back away here. Like, cost sunk fallacy. He's put so many resources and so much time and investment into the fight. He never wants to leave it, even though he should leave it. Or should he? Scorpion's behind as Viper hits and runs. Spread
Great
formation.
micro from Viper.
Yeah, good micro. After that, Dave, both players have plummeted down below 15 pop military. Viper just above that, actually. But, oh, never mind. Scorpion doing work! What's happening?
Yeah, good finish to this. I think Viper got a little bit too comfortable there.
Wow, that was a 2-minute fight, and it was back and forth the entire time.
Crazy. Let's see if either player is on stone. Usually you'd see someone try and come forward and castle the middle. Okay, NICOV has 572. Viper,
not
0.
on stone. Yeah, so Viper realized he's going to add barracks now. He wants to actually commit to pikemen. That's one thing we can look back on.
2 more stables now. 2 more stables from the Berber player in the middle. No castle as of yet, but you have to feel like it's coming.
Yeah, I think the villagers that are out here right now will start building that. What worries me is he doesn't have a Mangonel. Like, not even one. That's so risky.
Not
with
even
only
in
8 knights.
production.
Yeah, exactly.
Viper's
This is
gonna
where
spot these stables.
I don't know if he's auto farming, but this is where maybe having auto farm on could hurt you because your villagers auto farm a farm and then you don't have the wood as you're constantly clicking the siege. But there he goes. The Scorpion is what he opts for, and NICOV will place a safer castle to the left. What a game, Dave. This might be a 3-1. I don't know where this is going to go as far as results, but this is definitely one of the most competitive sets and most enjoyable Age of Empires I've watched in this tournament so far.
Yeah. And, you know, Viper just now going out to stone. He's thinking about a castle. NICOV looks like the better resources to go up to imp quicker. Viper short on food.
That's actually a good fight for NICOV if he runs away now. He killed more units, and he can heal up these knights. Look how weak they all are. That's amazing for NICOV. 6 out of those 8 knights could be one-shotted by the crossbows, and he saves them. And NICOV will go up.
Yep, and Viper 13 on stone now, and the castle's going to be, I think, a bit too late, potentially.
Which means NICOV could get to Cavalier with armor, and if you're talking Cavalier with armor against pikeman crossbow, it's a completely different story. Viper would need a lot more pikemen, a lot more crossbows, and a lot more upgrades.
He's just idled everything. Not producing anything from his TCs, not producing any more pikemen, so he's going to click up in 20 seconds.
What do you think about NICOV adding ranges now?
Interesting for skirmishers.
I imagine it's gonna be
Janitors?
for skirmishers. I would love that, but I think they're too expensive.
Well, if you have the gold in the middle.
Yeah, Viper will also see that the ranges are going up as NICOV researches Elite Skirm and repairs the Scorpion. What? What in the world? Like I so would not have repaired that. I would have just, run away. If Viper does get a castle and gets obsidian arrows soon, the eco from NICOV could still be taken out. Dude, the Scorpions, Dave! The Scorpions and the repairs from NICOV! This is actually amazing.
Repairs there. Every crossbow you kill now matters later.
And Viper now will come forward to build a castle on the hill. Something that NICOV, if he wanted to send the knights out of his castle, could deny. So here's the downside of going for skirmishers. The downside is you're not going to have near as much food for the knight production and for the knight upgrades. So that will probably lead to less Cavalier. NICOV, however, does not have a lot of control of gold. He's not taking any gold in the middle except with 1 villager. And the other 3 tile he can't take either. So I think skirmishers make sense in this situation. And you also could say Viper might not have the gold. to follow through with an Eagle switch, which he's thinking of. But who knows if he's going to be able to mine the gold for very long.
Castle now from Viper. Second castle from NICOV. And he's getting conscription right away.
I like
so
it.
So he doesn't... I don't think he sees the castle from Viper, no. So he can't get into a Treb war with something he can't see.
And Viper justify the switch to Eagles. You know what he might do with that other stone is sell some of it. Get the gold. He does have 20 on gold. He has 500 in the bank. He's mining now. He's definitely committed to mining the middle more than NICOV has. Kind of surprised that NICOV hasn't tried to do something about that, but now he sees it for the first time.
Let's see, how many... Does he make Trebs right away? Still got the Knights garrisoned in the castle to restore the HP.
Not upgrading
Very
them,
nice play.
Viper has enough units out here to hold against NICOV, as NICOV will consider making Trebs now, Dave. I just don't know where he Trebs from. Like, you'd have to sit in the middle of the gold.
I think the right side of that hill. They see where he's camping with the skirmishers here?
Yeah.
I think that's where you try and Treb from.
NICOV, it's going to be so tough for him to sense that Eagle switch because he already saw the barracks that were making pikemen. So it's not as if barracks are a surprise to him right now. He's going to try and go Hussar, maybe Cavalier with the skirmishers. Could also go for hand cannons, actually.
Hand cannons are just slow, right?
I guess the question is, does that matter on a map where the focus is always in the middle?
It'll matter if the Eagles get into your eco. And
Yeah,
you have nothing
that's
to stop
true.
them.
Yeah, NICOV's got a stonewall the sides, probably.
I feel like you gotta upgrade your knights in that castle and then use those just as a defensive unit. Don't use them in the middle. Use them to stop the Eagles from hitting your base from different angles.
El Dorado on the way, so we will see El Dorado in this series. And that means the Eagles will have 100 HP. A Viper... Does he have any right now? I don't think he's created a single Eagle. He has 6 queued up. That's it.
There we go. Now they're just coming into play here. NICOV with a lot of skirmishers and a great looking Treb area over here to hit Viper's castle.
Oh, and Viper's sending some random units to the right, but I don't want to look at that right now. I want to see if Viper can keep this castle up, Dave.
Dude, Viper's out of gold at his main base. Viper is out of gold officially now. He has to take gold from the middle. He needs this position.
NICOV will see the Eagles. This is a big surprise. I think Viper will take the Treb out.
Viper's got 11 gold in the bank right now.
Wow. Just barely calculated for Viper. And NICOV did not want to engage there before Cavalier was in. 40 on food for NICOV. 40 on wood. This farm area in the back, I think he needs to wall that up, Dave, because it'd be just like Viper to send a few Eagles in through there. Oh my goodness, the Scorpion again.
Scorpions doing work all game.
Land needs to learn some lessons. Poor Land. Lost so many Scorpions at one set. I'll never forget that.
Both players just jockeying for position right now.
Yeah.
Can't help but feel, and there's the hand cannons you were talking about. Can't help but feel like NICOV just doesn't have enough villagers in the middle securing that gold position, and he's going to run out of gold really, really quick here.
It is 2 gold compositions for Viper. Now that Halbs are coming in, that's kind of different, but there's still a lot of Arbs for Viper and the Eagles. I think he'll stop making the Arbs, but could use them for now. There's a Bombard Cannon for NICOV. Man, what a game. Viper's at 200 pop, NICOV at 180. Both mining the middle area. I'm sure that Krazini, the scripter, wanted to see more of this in this tournament.
Yeah, this is a great looking map, and it's resulted in great games so far. Let's see how NICOV can engage against these Eagles here.
Oh, so unfortunate for NICOV. He tried to quick wall the Bombard Cannon, and the villager blocked the Bombard Cannon. The Viper is really committing to this. I don't see many more Eagles, though.
Push back. Uno reverse card here for NICOV.
Oh, Dave, I can't call this one. NICOV's turn to repair now. Can he turn around and take out Viper's Trebuchet?
It's definitely possible as long as he keeps that castle up. His eco at home, though, disgusting.
NICOV. Oh my, I can't look. Now, use auto farm. 2,000 wood, use auto farm. Come on, people.
But he's clearing up the military in the middle.
Viper, if Viper were to lose the game right here, he'd look at that and be like, I died to this? What? Dave, I think it's going to swing back for Viper, though. He's so much on gold still, and he has so much production. And NICOV only has 21 on food. Oh,
He's got-
God.
NICOV has 1 villager on gold too. His face!
Now he's adding more farms. No, it's 2020. We click buttons to do things now. We don't... It does it for you. Auto everything, Nika. Oh, that's so tough to see, Dave. He had the wood to reseed. He just didn't click auto reseed. Oh, my God.
27 idle farmers for him. He does have more villagers on gold now. And like you said, Viper with the pushback, just because he has the better macro behind, he has more consistent production. It's not necessarily that he has like the better unit composition. He just better economy to produce.
Yeah, I mean, I even have to slightly disagree there. I think the comp is better, but only if you get gold. And Berbers, you could argue maybe hand cannon Cavalier would be good, but NICOV hasn't been taking advantage of the gold, Dave. Wow, that's just double-edged sword, not paying attention to your eco, not taking the gold in the middle. Economic decisions better for Viper.
He's going to take this game.
I think so. Yeah, I think NICOV's going to spend so much time reseeding farms, he won't be able to do anything else. Like, he hears constant maracas. I don't know why villagers shake maracas after the farm's finished, but they do. And GG.
Wow. I thought the tide was going to turn there for a second for NICOV, and then of course I looked back at his face, and there's just not much doing there. Viper with excellent macro taking that game, and we're going into a game number 4. NICOV is down 2-1.
Okay, so if NICOV clicks auto farm, do you think he wins this game, or do you think that it would have just been much tougher for Viper, but Viper pushes through anyways?
I think we have a few more big battles in the middle there.
Yeah.
And big swings.
Yeah, I think so as well, because he just completely ran out of food. He had the production buildings there. It is so tough to fight Halberdier, Skirmisher, and Eagles from Mayans, but I think the game is a lot closer. It's such a shame because these games have been so close. So to see such a small thing happen and have that be a big reason that the game ends the way it does is very frustrating for NICOV, I'm sure, and also for us as viewers, because it's just a click. I get why pros don't use auto farm early, but certainly this is a situation where you've got to do it. Maybe the fact that NICOV's been playing this game well before auto farm was a thing came back to hurt him there. 248 kills for NICOV. He had more kills. It was such a good game and such a disappointing way to end it. But Viper had way more gold, Dave. He had 5,000 more gold collected.
And it wasn't only the farms. Like, we said it multiple times, NICOV didn't send enough villagers to the middle. I think he was like producing hand cannons, cavaliers, bombard cannons. He had 4 villagers on the gold. And you look over at Viper and he sent, all of his villagers that were off of gold in his base. He sent them to the middle. He had 15, 20.
I believe Viper only had 1 castle. And he collected more stone. And I think the big reason that his gold count's high is because he sold a lot of the stone. Very common with Mayans.
You can justify that.
Yeah.
Going with Eagles. Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's move on. What a series this has been, though. These games have been so fun. I can't look away, both because it's kind of my job not to, but because of the quality of the games. And based on previous discussions with you, Dave, I think we both feel like Viper and NICOV have good civs going into the next maps. We'll see them in a bit. Wow, this has been a treat. Got a full day of Dave. By the way, there's someone in the Twitch chat named Talent But No Farm. And I don't know when he created his username, but that username very much fits the last 2 minutes of the previous game. Okay, anyways, moving on. NICOV has Byzantines, Incas, Ethiopians, and Viper has Saracens still, Britons, and Franks.
And we are going on to wings. We know what the civ is going to be for NICOV. Well, presumably, we know what the civ is going to be, and that's Incas. The question mark here is, what does Viper pick? Franks don't seem like the best option here for me. Britons, maybe a question mark. Does he go with the Saracens here?
Well, if he's expecting Incas, I think you save Saracens for blockade. I think you could realistically... He's played Franks on Haboob before. I think Viper goes Britons here. I think this will be Britons against Aztecs. Just my guess.
Britons against Aztecs. So Viper, you mean Britons against Incas?
Oh, yeah. I can't get Mesosivs right today, apparently. I confused Aztecs and Mayans. So, yeah, I meant to say Britons against Incas.
So he's going to be looking for time to build his ranged unit count against NICOV. And NICOV has plenty of options. He could go for Eagles. He could go for a heavy, like, skirmisher style push. He could even go for towers if he wants to with those Inca villagers.
Yeah, the good thing about having Britons is you do produce so quickly that you can get an archer mass up before the villagers come forward or the Eagles come out. But it all depends. We'll see if I'm even right on that. Have the next game in about 30 seconds, I think. I'm getting debated at the moment, Dave, so might be a bit delayed going into the next game.
It's silly. I had the game on my list and then it just disappeared.
I'm thinking maybe they had an issue because of what I'm seeing on my end, but... All right. I was just about to alt F4 and restart the game. We're good. Let's go. It is Incas against Britons, and we have it. In the red, we have NICOV as the Incas and Viper as the Britons. So, Dave, they're so close together. NICOV beat Doubt in Game 5 on this and looked good, but shaky. Thoughts on how this might play out?
I think we're going to see something very similar to the Inca versus... what civ was
I think
Doubt
it was
again?
Vietnamese. It was Vietnamese.
Vietnamese. An archer civilization. Very similar to the Britons. And Viper? Look at the gold position for Viper.
And the
He's
wood.
very fortunate. Yeah, very, very fortunate.
2 lumber camps on the back. And a gold on the back. Yeah, I mean, that's so easy to lock down for him. And then NICOV's got 2... all of his lumber camps seem like they're low elo legend lumber camps. And the gold, berries, and 1 lumber camp is forward. So he's going to have to do some repositioning possibly. Or just be the aggressor.
But if you look at his game versus Doubt, Doubt had a forward gold and he was punished for that positioning all game. NICOV kept coming back to that. I wonder how it's going to play out here with Viper having that safe back gold.
Yeah. What's fun about Wings is they know where the other player is. Okay, we have a pause. So you don't need to send your scout out right away to find them. You send it for aggression, but you'll know if you're on the right side of the wing, you're gonna that Viper's gonna be on the left, and same vice versa. Kind of an awkward moment to see a pause because there was an engagement on both sides. Both are getting fletching. Viper will probably play this out into 2 ranges and just micro like crazy.
I wonder if NICOV is asking
about
the positioning of his gold. Because you see the archery range there? Like, if it was just a house, maybe he could delete that, but it's going to be tough for him to take that with more than 4 or 5 villagers.
Unfortunately, this is just how Empire Wars works. NICOV said he loves Empire Wars, but he thinks the map gens can favor one player more than the other. Like, I don't see anything here that's admin restart worthy. Like, if there was a bugged villager, maybe, but I think this plays on. And NICOV immediately backs away. And Viper's adding that second range, as I said.
Yeah, and Viper not too concerned about the early pressure yet from NICOV. You can see he's just keeping all his units at home. Trying to stay safe here.
3 ranges?
Take any fights he doesn't have to. Wow.
Wow, I mean, you have a safe wood line in the back, you have safe gold, he wants to go for 3 ranges. I guess he's worried about being flooded by eagles, but NICOV's going heavy skirm right now. Or not heavy, but he's investing into heavy upgrades on them.
Yeah, and Viper can see that there's no upgrades coming in so far for those eagles.
Kind of hard for Viper to know as he sends a scout forward, sees another range. The NICOV will go into ranged units instead of the eagle, so this will play out a bit differently than NICOV versus Doubt did in round 1.
I think it's nice, though, in this situation, because Viper going only archers so far.
Yeah.
Now just mixing in some skirms.
And also, since Viper invested into 3 ranges, there's no possibility of him affording a stable right now because he's not going to have farms. So, like, going with 2 ranged skirmishers is good for now. And Viper's food is the only thing that NICOV's been able to delay.
How does Viper sustain production between a TC and 3 ranges with this economy?
I think right now with the goats, it's going to be helpful. You can make the skirms too, but I think this is also the game plan of Britons. If you're worried about the Eagles, you just have to outmass because the ranges work faster. So it's interesting. I think it was it Vinchester? No, it was in a qualifier game. I think it was FedEx against Slam, actually, on Cross. And I was thinking, what? 3 ranges with Britons? Why? 2 work faster, but he ended up winning just because of the mass.
Well, it looks super clean right now. Look at that huge ball of archers and skirmishers from Viper just streaming forward. And he's kept the production up somehow on all of these buildings. Very, very nice.
This is the type of game where if you forget to build a house, you lose. You need to have constant production, both of them. Also a game where if you can't micro, you lose. And Dave, I've loved to watch these fights between these two. It's so fun. They're so good.
Yeah, they'll play around with each other for 2 minutes and only lose a couple units, but Viper's losing quite a few here, and so is NICOV.
Yeah. 20
NICOV
military versus 17. 3 different, just like when they went into the fight.
He has the armor on the Eagles now, so at some point he's going to get enough Eagles where he can just maybe try and dive.
And maybe
the army from Viper.
I think so. He might dive in right now, Dave. Every archer he takes out is an opportunity for the Eagles to go in.
Viper doing such a good job. Look at the angles he's running around, he's taking to not take hits from those skirmishers, but he's left his own skirmishers exposed. NICOV's going to clear those up with the Eagles, and Viper's forced to run.
Wow. Crazy game, Dave. Viper back on top with 14 more military. This game is so close. What we can't show you is the macro, guys. Like, how is the macro behind this? Viper's adding a stable. Like, both players having idols when I briefly look at their economies because they're so focused on the production and on the fights.
NICOV with 8, though. Oh, geez. Look at his farms. Oh, the farms.
Yeah.
Punishing again.
This is a common theme with NICOV, but he said to me, not in the interview, but when I spoke to him, he basically said, I am really good, really fast, and really great with aggro, but the problem is I can't get my eco right like someone like Liereyy or Hera might be able to do. He said that'll hurt him against Viper, but Viper has idols too.
NICOV has lost track of both armies from Viper. There's one to the north. There's one to the south. He's looking for the one to the north, but I think that can kill all the Eagles there.
It's funny how
Viper's gonna be so sneaky.
I mean, on the bright side, he does have armored villagers. So if he gets attacked by this, he might not lose as much. NICOV might see this as an invitation to run forward. Oh, but he doesn't know about the scouts yet, Dave. So much military for Viper.
Great switch. Great tech switch there from Viper into the scouts to support against the mass skirmishers that NICOV was producing. He also saw the army from Viper in the south, and Viper putting so much pressure on NICOV right now.
And now having the forward resources could just kill you. NICOV's placing a tower there. We'll see if that tower ends up going up.
Too.
Viper has too much. 28 military versus 16, and NICOV just doesn't know where to be. Chasing the other army, reacting to the middle army and losing, and now chasing the other army with 2 villagers.
Yeah, I mean, the kill death looks real good for NICOV.
Yeah.
But the production for Viper is just insane this game.
However, that was not Viper's best bit of micro there. Lost 3 units and killed none. And I think, again, Viper will just try and run around. He sends 2 scouts over, knowing that NICOV's exposed with only skirms. NICOV runs away, knowing that he's exposed, and now NICOV has to react to this. Ah, this is crazy.
If NICOV can stabilize here, look at his resources.
Maybe go
Could
up.
Be going up to the castle age soon, especially if he gets a market down.
Yeah, there's a reason Viper has more, right? He's invested into more, both in upgrades and in units. Ooh, what are these vills doing, though? That's an oof.
Dying.
Yeah.
They're dead.
Market for NICOV, so I think you've called it, Dave. NICOV will try and get to Castle Age. The tower does protect his gold and the wood line, and he defends from Viper's archers on the back.
Viper could potentially delay that market, though, which could be really bad. NICOV needs to get to castle as soon as possible if he's already made that decision.
I think that's good for NICOV to weaken the scouts, because if he weakens those scouts, then he can pull his skirms over.
Viper's going to sit under the tower from NICOV, too. Doesn't lose a villager. That Inca armor coming in handy.
NICOV will have the military there. Of course, the skirm's a bit in harm's way if Viper sends scouts forward, but there goes NICOV to Castle Age. Now, if he goes into full Eagle, Viper could be in big trouble, especially because Viper has so many skirmishers in his army.
Fantastic micro there from NICOV to fight the archers underneath his tower, and he did hop in with a few weak ones. Finally loses a villager there, but clearing up more and more military from Viper. I think Viper has stalled production a little bit. Let's look at his resources. Not super close to clicking up.
I'd say the concerning thing for Viper is he has 670 wood. Like, he's not building farms. That's really bad. I think in a moment you'll see him pull quite a few villagers off wood to build farms.
NICOV, to be honest, dude, I think he's held on long enough.
It's all about the eagle queue, and now I'm scared to look at his barracks. Okay, he's got 6 queued in one barracks, and he's got 3 queued in the next. Yeah, against Stout, he had 15 queued in one barracks, and the viewers didn't hear this, but myself, Dave, and Zach were talking about how like Viper and the others in the top 5 will punish those types of mistakes. I think this is fine for NICOV. He's just trying to get the numbers up.
Yeah, and he has the skirmishers in defense. He hasn't lost too many villagers. Once again, that Inca armor.
Yeah, dude. In Castle Age, though, he's going to have so many weak villagers here.
Yep.
Crazy.
Viper's about to click up. There he goes.
Hey.
If NICOV can deal with this mass of archers before they become crossbows, that'd be very, very good for him indeed. And he does have quite a few eagles.
Trying to think about what NICOV does here in early Castle. I think Viper wants him to try and engage against his army, because then Viper can have time to add more stables and go knights.
So he just goes forward, which is what he's doing right now.
Yeah, I think Viper wants NICOV to fight, so NICOV should not clear this up. It seems crazy, because you don't want Britons to be on a lot of ranged units, but Viper will have time if you don't send something forward.
Yeah, and more archers from Viper in on the north side too. He's delaying as long as possible. See, he even split up his skirmishers and his archers because he can afford to lose the skirmishers.
And then NICOV is probably reacting to the other side, so he will lose a villager. These are Eagle Warriors now with armor. If Viper can just find a one-tile gap to sit in with the archers, he might even get good value there. But yeah, NICOV's got to get something forward to Viper's base. It's got to happen soon. It's not bad to trade against the archers. Like, if he can do all 3... trade against the archers, defend himself, and also counter, it'd be perfect.
He's 8 villagers behind. Looking pretty similar at the moment, especially if he gets in with some eagles. He's in on that tower at the back. Good tower from Viper. Preemptively putting that down there.
What will Viper have? This is to see these archers running. Viper will have 2 stables. What's weird is Viper's not producing archers right now, so I assume it's going to be full knights then. Here come the eagles.
This is a dangerous moment for Viper.
Very. If you like to pay attention to eco upgrades, you've probably seen quite a few NICOV games where he's forgotten some. I think Horse Color here would be good. He's through. And 2 villagers die just like that. This is the problem, man. And the Britain player, he's going knights, not archers. The knights do not get bloodlines for Britons.
Good thing for Viper, though, he found a cute little spot to sit with the crossbows in the north. So that army that I think NICOV assumed would get wiped up is going to live another day.
Yep. Wonder if NICOV tries to boom a bit now. Is he adding TCs? He already has a second TC on that gold. That's huge when you're going Eagles. I almost would like to have seen NICOV be more aggressive with the other force, just so Viper doesn't get the momentum back. But
well, I mean, I think the momentum is kind of firmly swung at this point. I mean, NICOV is what, on 2 TCs?
Yeah.
He has the villager lead again. He has the better unit.
I think the difficult thing is, remember Yo earlier had less military, but controlled the game? When you back up like that, you give Viper an opportunity to do that, or you just invite Viper forward to lose his units again.
Yeah, this is that's not a fight that Viper wants to take out in the open. And NICOV is actually sending Eagles to the left-hand side. Will he find that TC before Viper can get it up? No, he's going to go into the wood line from Viper instead.
And Viper has knights there and crossbows. Might lose a villager, but will probably mop up the Eagles. You see how many units NICOV has chasing Viper now? I think this is never a situation you want to be in against Viper. Running and running and running after the Viper. But choosing to run forward in the south, which I think is a good play, as Viper tries to place the town center there.
Yeah, I don't think NICOV's going to go into that area. He's going to hit these wood lines again, see what's happening.
He's got the crossbows to kill. And he's got a villager to go after and villagers to idle for Viper. Again, NICOV got horse color now, both players. Without the Castle Age wood upgrade, but they're spending that food on other things right now. And
lots of idle time for Viper, too, as he reacts to all these raids.
big thing for me is the military count's still pretty high for Viper, and he finds this annoying little gap. These trees are the worst. Like you said, Dave, if this was out in the open, these crossbows would have been killed. Wow, Viper's dead. He's like, I'm so happy.
What is that guy doing?
Let's go. We won the fight, boys.
Too much Red Bull, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Well done, well done. Yeah, ballistics. Yeah, Viper has 30 military. It's 34 for NICOV. Almost reminds me of when Viper got to enough Cav archers in game 1 against the Eagles and Pikes. Could be a similar thing here, only Viper's eco is not as far behind.
Yeah, NICOV did a good job clearing up some of those crossbows at the front, and now he's going for a third TC in the north. Sorry, fourth TC in the north. So NICOV booming pretty hard here. He's a boomer.
How can he do all of this at the same time?
Great macro.
Yep, and Viper out in open spaces now, but these Eagles are weaker. Viper might lose a few
find
units.
this wood line. Might find this
and the
wood
TC.
line.
And the TC at the same time. Viper loses Vills here.
Bad news bears for Viper.
And he loses Vills here, Dave. That's really bad for the Viper. And more Eagles are going to stream into the main TC area of Viper. Viper is definitely behind in economy now. NICOV's on 4 town centers producing villagers out of all of them.
Incas they just seem so hard to stop on this map.
Especially if you continue with the raids. Viper still trying to push forward with the crossbow numbers. See him again with a large group, but NICOV with more Eagles. Do you think NICOV's pretty jittery right now? Because he's winning this game, and he could tie it up 2-2 against Viper. It's not unrealistic for him to win this.
I think the 4th TC is a bit of a jittery thing. I'm not sure about that, because as soon as you get up to Imperial and you get your Eagles upgraded, there's not much Viper can do to stop them. Then you can start like raiding under the TCs and whatnot. So I think that has to be on his mind as a priority coming up.
Well, also I think the gold count was huge for him, and he wanted to secure that just in case Viper makes a push. We'll see. NICOV, he's showing less jitters here. I couldn't even tell that he was a player who might get nervous based on his performance right now, with the exception of a few T90 farms. But he's just got to keep up the momentum, and for Viper, he's got to catch out the Eagles at one point with these crossbows. That's so many, and they do have ballistics.
Yeah, Viper also with 350 stone. He's not on stone right now, but if he gets a castle somewhere in that middle-ish area, maybe he could have a really dangerous push with that massive crossbow.
I don't think NICOV can ever fight this massive crossbows. I think he can fight it in imp, I guess. But for now, what's going to win him this game is continuing to raid and make Viper react to him.
I think he's going to be going up to him pretty soon, dude. Look at his resources. Really, really nice from NICOV. And he's stalled production on everything.
Except wheelbarrow. Wow.
Only now? Oh my God.
No, I'm just like, I'm mesmerized to see it. You know, it feels good to see NICOV at the top left and wheelbarrow. All right. So, Dave, then he will definitely want to avoid engaging against those crossbows. Where can Viper push?
Well, he can look for an opportunity at the south, but NICOV with a siege workshop there, so maybe he anticipates something like that.
Yep.
Viper anticipates NICOV raiding down here, and they're going to run into each other. That's just game sense. That's just 100% pure game sense right there from Viper.
NICOV
don't engage. Yeah.
Especially when he sees the acacia trees. Like, run away from the acacia trees if you're an eagle.
Like, you could just wait for Imperial here, loop around to the top side, and then engage on that TC to the far left from Viper. Like, once you have all your upgrades.
Is going to castle another gold, knowing Viper's on the right side. The fact that Viper is running back home is a bad sign for him, as he gets supplies!
Yeah, look at the tech switch. I was just about to say, he's getting men-at-arms, he's getting supplies. The problem with this, while long swords and champions can deal fine with Eagles, Eagles have the mobility advantage. So Viper's going to have to force a fight.
This could be a classic Viper all-in Castle Age game. Almost reminds me of the game Nili and I cast many years ago in 2016, where it was Viper versus Yo on Gold Rush. Britons against Aztecs, and went knights, long swords, and crossbows, and somehow still held on. The big difference, though, Dave, Viper had better eco and he wasn't up against Mezzo player who had gold. Oh my god! Oh my god! He could be! Oh my god!
He's... Oh! That was so close.
Dude, if
that was
NICOV got
terrifying.
trapped there, that could have thrown the game.
Well, you were talking about NICOV's nerves. Imagine how much his heart rate spiked because he knew what was about to happen there too. Viper was planning a masterpiece.
Oh my word, 30 eagles, Dave. Oh, that could have been everything. But back to my point, NICOV has gold. So there's no shortage of resources to make the eagles.
Yep. And the problem for Viper is that there's nowhere he can really force the fight. Like, these crossbows are world travelers, dude. They've been to the north, they've been to the south, they've been in Viper's base, like they've been on the way to NICOV's base, they come back again, and now they're heading to the back of Viper's base once again.
Viper's just never, don't you think that Viper should have gone forward to try and force something?
Well, I think that's what the longswords are going to do here.
Yeah.
Still has a ton in production, but more eagles being produced.
Look at NICOV's scouting. He sees all the golds that Viper could go to. And he knows where Viper's economy is.
NICOV can take a fight pretty soon against these crossbowmen once he gets the armor upgrade. Which he still
doesn't have the armor upgrade clicked. I think even with Elite Eagle, it's somewhat questionable to... I don't like the fight, actually. I would just continue to raid. I would not fight here if I were NICOV. But just run away.
The armor. Why don't you have the armor?
He's the longswords now. And, I mean, he ran, but he's lost a lot of units, Dave. And the population actually in favoring Viper at the moment with 70 military for both. But Viper's still going to lose eco. Like, there's no way Viper can prevent himself from losing villagers. There's too much raiding going on.
Why doesn't NICOV have the armor? Oh, he's getting fabric shields.
He's going to get a different type of armor. A fabric armor, which will be great here. Armor of fabric. I think it's over. I think we're going to game 5, Dave. I don't see how Viper can deal with this. There's 73 eagles that will have fabric shields in a moment. Longswords are not good enough.
Viper's going to need some fabric softener to get through to these eagles.
Oh my god. Oh, Viper's TC will melt. And I think NICOV will just engage and say thank you for the villager kill. Thank you for the longsword kill. Thank you for all the kills. Much appreciated, much appreciated, much appreciated. And continue to move through and cut through Viper's base. The eagles have just been soaring all over the map in Castle Agent Imp for NICOV. He's never letting Viper sit back.
No, what have these crossbows done in the last...
Nothing!
20 minutes? They've just wandered around the map.
There's
Viper reacting
everywhere.
to everything. Yeah, and the eagle production is just so insane that it doesn't matter that Viper has longswords.
Nope.
You can just flood those longswords.
NICOV with 48 on gold. Pretty soon he'll have more on gold than Viper has villagers. There's no way.
Man.
There's no way. NICOV is going to take Viper to a game 5. I think this will be the furthest he's ever taken Viper in a tournament, by the way. After having faced him many times over the last few years.
Important to note that Viper he still has 5 TCs, man.
Yeah, I know.
he went crazy boom on this. It's not enough, though, as we see the production on the longsword start to stall out, and we're going to a game 5 here between Viper and NICOV.
Wow. Dave, Viper had insane production in Feudal Age. He then went for insane production in late Castle Age, but I think it was early Castle Age where NICOV got the win with the movement. The movement was so good. Best series so far in Red Bull for me so far. I know that CAPOCH and MBL had a great individual game. It was Liereyy and Max earlier. I guess we shouldn't even speculate at all, but holy cow, the level of play here is nuts.
Yeah, this is the highest level we've seen so far in the tournament. For sure. And he's just now getting the armor. What?
I mean, I think he might have been saving a bit, right? To get, well, I keep wanting to call it couriers. They changed the name, but...
Fabric shields.
Man, it's going to be a heartbreaker either way. Can you imagine if Viper goes out, or if NICOV goes out after getting so close? 193 kills for the Argentinian with 158 units lost. He had more food and more gold collected, and it was about the resources for NICOV. It was about the raiding. Looking back, I think the 4th TC was probably a good move for him.
Yep, in hindsight, to get that extra eagle production, get the access to the gold, which he needed desperately. So I was wrong on that count, and the pro player was right. Big surprise. Yeah, I to be honest, I think NICOV won that, not in the Castle Age, not in the Feudal Age, but in the Civ draft and in the home map pick, because I think Incas are just so strong on that map.
If you play it that good, definitely. If you play it that good, definitely. Almost like Viper, how he played Mayans. It would have been so tough for NICOV to ever kill the Mayans with Berbers in the previous game. Okay, so now we have one map remaining, and this could be a very, very, very long game, which is so fitting for the final game of the day and the final game of the quarters. Viper has the Saracens and the Franks. NICOV has Byzantines and Ethiopians. Are we about to see Saracens for Viper?
It has to be, right?
Yeah. The Civ
Are we
that
going
he
to see
says is broken.
Saracen FC Cav Archer again? That could be a
Maybe.
play on blockades.
What Civ would you prefer between Byzantines and Ethiopians? It's hard for me to decide. I think the faster, potentially faster and cheaper Byzantines Imp could be good for NICOV. Having the cheap trash would be amazing, right, to get skirmishers out. But then again, Ethiopians have the faster firing crossbows.
They seem fairly even to me,
Yeah.
to be honest, when you're matching up against Saracens. But we might see Franks as well from Viper. You never really know when you're talking about Viper.
I would guess we see Byzantines against Saracens, and somehow NICOV's going to have to pull out a stop if Viper goes for a crazy fast castle. Like, Saracens have such potential with the market strategy to win the game early that NICOV will do everything in his power to stop Saracens from getting foothold.
Is this the part where I say I think we're going to see Ethiopians against Franks?
Yeah, I guess that's...
Yeah,
and I think
that's not actually what I think, though. But I'm gonna hold that in reserve, and
right.
if it is, then I look like a genius. So.
Okay, yep. Well, neither of us predicted the 3-2 for Viper or 3... Wait,
You
I said
predicted
3-2
3-2 for
NICOV.
Viper, but only...
I said
you
NICOV.
said Viper.
Did I?
No, you...
What'd I say, chat?
No.
Hold on.
No.
If Viper wins, I said Viper. If NICOV wins, I definitely said NICOV. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. But point is, 3-2 is probably not what most people were expecting. Because I think someone says 3-1. All right, fine. Whatever. I don't know if people write this down because we said it and we forget. So 5 games. Viper hasn't looked shaky either, Dave. He's looked good. It's just NICOV has looked just as good.
NICOV has looked amazing, man. Argentina represent.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So they're taking a few minutes. I know in tournaments in the past when Viper was behind, I think back to Hidden Cup 2 with that, he takes a few minutes, takes a breather, gets some water, regroups mentally. I know NICOV, he probably is going to want to do the same thing here. He's one game away from beating Viper, who hasn't really been his nemesis, but Viper has knocked him out of so many tournaments and is the best player in the world. Viper does lose to NICOV. I don't think people could say just factually that Viper is the best player in the world in Empire Wars, right? Because he did not win the first one. This is the second time around. Also, I feel like Liereyy, who faces Viper next, even if Viper, well, sorry, who faces the winner of this next, even if Viper does win, we'll be very happy to have seen how Viper likes to play these maps and what civilizations Viper likes to choose.
Yeah, because NICOV is really pushing him to the limit.
Exactly.
A lot of the times in the early sets, you don't get a feel for that.
Yeah.
Because you're facing players that are maybe ranked lower than you are. So, wow,
Right.
Viper. I can't believe we're in game number 5 here in the
I just-
quarterfinals with Viper.
Can we just appreciate, everyone who's watching, can we just appreciate that everyone in this community has risen their level? I guess there's a few players who have maybe fallen a step or two back, but there are so many players that have improved their level to the point where we're not going into tournaments and going into sets saying like this person's going to 3-0 every single time. It still happens, but like CAPOCH is a perfect example, making it to the tournament, winning round 1. NICOV now a good example to make this competitive. And there's many others.
Game is on 37 seconds until it starts. We are playing blockades, and I look like a genius.
Screw you.
Yeah, baby, let's
Screw
go.
You didn't even commit to it. You were
Let's
like, oh,
go, baby.
that's probably not what it's going to be, but Ethiopians versus Franks. Damn it. He's got it, guys. It will be Franks against Ethiopians. We won't see Byzantines. We won't see Saracens. All right, well, you know what? I'm kind of happy because the Saracens are so hit or miss. The games don't tend to go on for very long, despite the map. So Ethiopians versus Franks could be a banger. All right. The final game in this quarterfinal. It's going to mean so much to both players. Viper, he's looking to show people that he is the best in Empire Wars, despite losing the first one. He'll want his revenge against Mr. Yo. I believe he said in his interview, Mr. Yo is already going to be playing in one of the semifinals tomorrow. NICOV, as we've said so many times in this series, just has not had a good run against Viper. And he's in the south, playing as the Ethiopians. Viper's in the north, playing as the Franks. Dave, tell the viewers about the map.
Well, the map is somewhat like Hideout. So you have this little area in here that's a pretty safe area, assuming you get your walls down quickly, which both players are doing right now. And then it's a bit of a usually boomy meta, where players try and maybe make some military and feudal age, but only for map position and try to get to castle as soon as possible. I think we're going to see that from both of these players here. I'll be interested to see whether Viper makes scouts. He does.
Yep.
So
Yeah, the scout.
A couple extra ones, and they're both playing around with their starting scout here,
Yeah.
but Viper with the much better engagement.
And more HP. So 54 HP on his scouts. I think with the archer civs, you can only move out if you've got a spearman. It takes a long time to get over there. Yeah, you've got to expand to the extra golden stones here, and I think that while you do need to go aggressive, you're also far enough apart where you could be passive too. So it's interesting to know. I don't think I've seen Franks on this map yet. I guess Viper's just going to boom and go for knights, and then maybe Ethiopians will go for the free pikemen with archers.
Interesting. The little differences too. Like NICOV opted to push the deer into his TC. Viper just goes out there and takes them.
Yeah, it's true. That's true, but also NICOV's probably not moving out, so I think that's a slight difference in the style as well. This is something that's Viper-esque, though, milling the deer, right? That's the second time I've casted Viper where he will place a mill on the deer, and you're definitely right, Dave. I think a lot of people either walk or they just choose to push. And he's happy with the mill.
I think he wants his scouts forward in aggression, and
he's
going to pick this one archer from NICOV.
Yeah.
And if he sends his scouts back as well, he might find the other two that are already on their way. Oh, another one came out, but he just missed it.
Yeah, that's maybe some Game 5 jitters for NICOV. Why move out without a spearman is my question. You saw 2 scouts. Why move out at all without a spearman? But he'll go for 2 ranges. He will be on his way first. I think Viper will be in Castle Age soon after him, and Viper will have the more, I'd say, fluid eco, because he gets the farm upgrades for free. Also is taking advantage of the deer, which NICOV does not have.
Yeah, NICOV with second range now.
And Viper
I
with
wonder
a
how many
range.
TCs he adds, or if he goes for fast ballistics. Probably TCs.
Yeah, NICOV, 2 ranges. I don't know. It's kind of tough. You want TC to secure the gold, but then again, you might want ballistics for the fights. I'm both surprised that NICOV is sending villagers out of here right now, unless that's... Oh, never mind. But I'm surprised Viper's going for range, for skirms. NICOV wisely runs to the right side with his weak scout, Dave, to keep Viper away from seeing what's going on. I like that.
Yeah, and he didn't engage with the archers too. He kept them in reserve, kept them hidden. Now, once he gets crossbow, then he's going to engage. If Viper actually has that wood line kind of at the front there, does NICOV see that? He does.
NICOV
So maybe
scouted
wait
that.
till crossbow, wait till bodkin, and then you can get some free picks there. Or is he going to loop around to that mill?
It's just very...
Don't let Viper see your army, NICOV.
Viper did not see it because he does not have Town Watch. It's very weird to me that we're seeing Viper as Franks go into Elite Skirm. Obviously, Elite Skirm counters crossbow, but so commonly you can see Franks just go 2 stable knights and still push back the crossbow. So maybe he's worried about there being pikemen in there, which NICOV has included in his army.
Yeah, and that's a great kind of hidden bonus for the Ethiopians. One you don't think about all that often is your spearmen are automatically upgraded to pikemen, which is a great bonus against the Franks.
The Viper runs away from the wood line on the left. However, he could surprise NICOV with his army. He thought about it as NICOV runs aside from the archer range. Viper adds a second TC, not on gold, but on wood. I think this suits Franks and it suits Skirmisher because you'll need that food and you'll need the wood.
Viper on the back foot here. What does he do to stop this army from continuing to harass his woodlines? He's kind of stuck at the moment.
Dave, I think Viper's content to get the free farm upgrades with Franks and just boom this one out. You look at NICOV's eco upgrades. He doesn't have horse color yet. No wood upgrade. NICOV's investing a lot in this attack, and if Viper can just counter it and boom, I think this might swing into Viper's control, and he knows that.
NICOV house. Bad house, too. Forced to build with 3 villagers. Maybe some more of those jitters that you were talking about. Great micro, as usual, avoiding the skirmisher spears.
This has been the theme, though, where NICOV is more aggressive early. It's just that Viper is able to invest into economy and defend. So it'll be interesting to watch to see if NICOV will try and fight with ballistics against these skirms at the moment. I don't think he should do it if Viper has the armor, but he's fighting before the armor's completed, splitting.
It's so fun to watch, isn't it? Look at these guys go.
7 skirms, no ballistics for Viper. NICOV housed again, though. And these are bad houses, Dave. He's just forgetting to place houses because he's so focused on the front.
Wheelbarrow already, though, which you'd love to see from NICOV at 10 minutes. And he's dropping a TC on the right-hand side. But Viper, what is this? How is he already over here with a knight?
Let's see if NICOV is able to quick wall the vills in here and get the TC up. He will try, I think. Okay, he'll lose 1 vill. He should
send
save
them
this
both
one.
over here. Don't get too greedy. Don't get too greedy.
He should be fine. And he can send army there, of course. Siege Workshop for NICOV. I think that's needed now that there's skirmishers out. And that was something Viper was patrolling next to with his scouts, Dave. He had his scouts running all along. If you look at Viper's point of view, Viper sees most of the golds down there. So I guess he might have actually scanned to know that TC was going up. Tried to build something
Might have house scanned or palisade scanned to tell him. He's going out himself. Now that he has some time, he's given himself some time with those elite skirmishers. With the +2 armor, he's going to go out and TC that area. What does NICOV do now that Viper has a pretty good defensive situation at his own base?
I think he's got to push because he's invested so much more into military. Like Viper doesn't even have an armor upgrade on the knights yet. So you've got to push if you're NICOV. Viper is going to boom, and just looking at the farm counts and the fact NICOV's farms won't last near as long means that this will get better and better for the snake if NICOV does not hit. As for how you get across the map with a slow composition, how much damage NICOV is able to do, we'll see. Whew.
Skirmisher's heading right towards the Mangonel right now. Viper's got to be on the top of his game.
He didn't scout it.
Notice this right away.
He didn't scout it, so he probably patrolled. NICOV will fire. NICOV will kill a skirmisher and split the pikes. He can continue to push.
So smooth with these splits, both of these players.
I think this is where Viper adds a second stable and makes knights, or his own siege workshop. Okay, there's the siege workshop. Thought about something else and deleted it.
Monastery now at the back for NICOV. He's going to start collecting those relics. And it's interesting to me that Viper really stalled out producing those skirmishes. He just makes
enough.
Just enough.
Yeah.
Just the right amount that he needs to push NICOV back. And then once NICOV gets to a position like this, he'll start producing again.
Yep. Completely different approach than you would take in a team game, for example, where you need to have constant military or allies die. That happens to I guess what used to be Secret when Doubt's playing sometimes. Team!
Here comes NICOV.
And
finally,
so
when he's in a
awkward.
position to put pressure on Viper, Viper's going to have enough to push him back. Just well calculated from Viper. You see this all the time. He's such a good player.
Viper will try and use the skirmishers to weaken the Mangonel. Both have very weak Mangonels. 1 for 1. It is. And big shot for NICOV.
Now Viper with another Mangonel coming out. It's at 56%. NICOV with a forward siege workshop. Really wants to hang on to this hill.
Viper with the split micro. I think he's doing this, Dave, so NICOV keeps his Mangonel around so his can pop out at the proper time. It's amazing how good these guys are playing right now. Woodline still kind of exposed, but not rangeable.
I love the fact that Viper can consistently toe that line of just right in between not enough military and just enough
And we've
military.
seen twice in this series where NICOV's been able to punish him for it, too. Just a little bit in different ways. That repair villager is really important to this push.
Oh my god!
Oh! He's
What
safe.
a god!
Dave, it's 65 villagers for NICOV, but he's pressuring. He was pressuring. The Repairville goes down and the Mangonel goes down. And now all of a sudden, because Viper was able to toe that line, NICOV definitely can't push past this.
Yep. Game sense. This
Ouch.
is one of the things that makes Viper so good. Such a deadly competitor to come up against. And now he's got position over that hill. NICOV just has to retreat. He's got a Mangonel coming out, but I think Viper is going to be looking there constantly. Ooh, good shot from NICOV.
That was a sick attack round. Tasty. Can they get another one, maybe? Misses and dodges
no.
and nope. He's got to back up. I hate to say it, but NICOV and Viper were both not looking at their eco. 1,200 wood for Viper, 2,200 wood for NICOV.
Oh, God.
And no
Oh,
horse
look at the
collar.
farms. Dude, look at the farms.
Get a
he's
horse
dropping down.
collar.
Oh, my God.
Get a horse collar. Your farms are going to expire in a
And-
hot minute.
Viper's doing the same thing. A million farms coming
Yeah.
down for him. That's what you get for being a micro nerd, right?
That's just missing horse collars. So it's not the worst when you're going archers. But normally when you have the res to get it, you get it then. Viper will be happy that NICOV doesn't have the map control there anymore. I feel like Franks are worse in early imp than Ethiopians because the Ethiopian Arbalest can be devastating. So it's really important that Viper locks down the sides in whatever way he can.
Yeah, and Viper's going to have to make a tech switch, right? He's going to have to go into cavalry at some point.
I think so, yep. But for now, this is fine. It's just a matter of does Viper go all in Castle Age and really start to step up Knight production, or does he try and go imp and defend the flanks with the very cheap castles that Franks have?
You're already ahead by a good margin. You have to assume that you're ahead. You saw you had ballistics early, and you went TCs really early, so I think Viper would just capitalize on his position.
If NICOV doesn't win a good fight here, Dave, this could be so bad for him. He's got to get good engagements with the Mangonel. Oh, good micro
Viper's
NICOV.
Mangonel living on 4 HP, and NICOV finally takes it out.
Viper goes for an attack round, but misses. And now gets one from downtown.
That was not intentional. Guys, that was not intentional. He shot that as an attack round to the same location, and he was pulling his Mangonel away.
And
as it
NICOV
fired.
ran into it. Please. It's one of those, like,
boy.
if a guy scores a goal that was meant to be a cross, and you ask them afterwards, they're like, oh yeah, I tried to score that.
Yeah. Now suddenly Viper's the one that's pressuring.
Yep, Viper's pressuring, and I hear stables. I'm not sure if this means imp or if this means Castle Age Flood. It makes sense for both to go imp in this situation. Viper will have to split, which he will, and he takes out the Mangonel. That's pretty expected. Good thing for NICOV is he still has his crossbows alive. Bad thing for NICOV is his economy and map control is way worse than the Viper's.
Yeah, and Viper's on the way to Imperial Age. Viper, though, you're talking about balancing wood. He's got 2K in the bank.
Yeah, 2K.
So once again, spending a lot of time microing here against NICOV.
Oh, this could be so good for Viper, though. He takes out the Mangonel before he can get a shot off. And these are skirmishers. Well, you know what? I'm not sure how good this is because the skirmishers
+2
can't
skirms.
hit. Nah, that is good.
They're hitting just enough.
NICOV
there
really
goes your
needs to switch
crossbow army.
positions there. He needs to get the crossbows next to the skirms. And the
Dude,
pikes
he's gonna
out
lose.
there. Oof.
He's gonna have like 7 left.
That's exactly what Viper wanted. And now he's raiding the farms. Eventually, you'll see Viper make another stable, probably on the right side or more than one. I could just feel it slipping a little bit for NICOV. He still hasn't clicked up, Dave.
Yeah, well, his economy just wasn't in the greatest position, as you said. He's going to be clicking up in about a minute's time. But Viper already with a defensive castle on the left side on that hill, the same hill that NICOV tried to push before. He's going to get chivalry most likely, and he's going to start pumping knights out of these stables.
Does Viper push with Cavalier, or is this a situation where you just kind of stop production and go straight for Paladin?
I think you just go straight for Paladin.
Yeah, he's got enough knights where when they're
You need that
cav, you
1-2
can raid.
You just need the solid punch to push through Nikov's defenses, and you can wipe him up in one push, I think.
Chivalry does also affect the speed at which you research the upgrades in your stables. So it's not just the production speed of the stables that are plus, I think, 60%. It's also the Cavalier upgrade and also the Paladin upgrade. I'm not sure if we'll have the food for Paladin. He's going to need more farms, but he's adding them now.
Yeah, and he's not producing any knights, so he's getting Cavalier. He's got the gold, and he's got 55 on food, dude. He's gonna go
I think
for
he'll just
Paladin
wait.
right away.
And dude, he'll have Cavalier at 25, at 25, yes. NICOV will be an imp at 2640. So when NICOV's an imp, he'll be facing Paladins before he has enough to ever deal with this. I think, and it breaks my heart because this is the closest NICOV has ever come to taking out the Viper in a tournament. I don't see how this could ever go NICOV's way. He does have a relic or two, but actually just one. The Viper's got four.
And he's getting Paladin. This final game is a prime example of why Viper is considered the best in the world. He can pick a civ like Frank's, which we didn't see coming into this. We were thinking Saracens, right? With the civs he had remaining. He can make just enough military to push back the aggression from NICOV, and his economy is going to be that much better to carry him into the Imperial Age, to carry him to immediate Paladin.
The best Age of Empires players in the world are not heavy aggro players. They're first defense, first economy, then they turn that into offense. And perfect example here, as you said, Dave. But if NICOV was ever going to stall out a game, he's doing the right things right now with the castles on the sides and also making pikes. So he will need Halberdier. I think Paladin will be in before Halberdier, though, and Viper might just walk right past all this.
Yeah, that's a great castle he made on the right-hand side. He knows the situation.
And the left. Viper fighting before Paladin comes in. Now Paladin's in.
Tons of weak Paladin there, but it is Paladin.
Oh my god.
Very, very strong unit.
More Paladins on the other side. And the stables produce so quickly. NICOV will just be reacting. You can't fully wall the flanks because of the stone terrain either.
No. And normally, on a map like Arabia, you don't see Paladin a lot because there's not too much gold on the map. But look at the outside of this map. There's tons of gold for Viper available. And he can just spam those Paladins with the Chivalry upgrade. NICOV's in trouble.
Yeah, 30 military for both, and one's defensive unit. One is the best Paladins in the game. That combined with the fact Viper has 4 relics. Look at the yellow spam on the right side.
Spam, dude, on both sides.
It's just instant. It's instant.
Axeman coming out too, which is the ideal Frank composition, I think. Axeman, Paladin.
Yep.
You can't even make halves against them anymore because the Axemen are so deadly against that. And NICOV is going to have armies coming from the left, from the right, and in the back of his base. Yikes.
If Viper loses this game, I will eat my shoe live on stream one day. This is just, it's going to be so easy for him from here on out as he raids effectively. I love the forward castle, Dave, that protects his trebuchet, which will take out NICOV's castle.
Gives him another castle to make Axeman from as well. Oh boy.
The crossbows, of course, he can't upgrade. He doesn't have the resources. We are watching NICOV slowly come to the realization that he has come close to killing Viper in a tournament, but he's still just not close enough. I feel bad for NICOV, man, but also he played such an amazing series.
He played an amazing series, but so did Viper, dude.
Yeah.
Viper was lights out this final game, and his victories, they're just solidifying the fact that he is #1 in the world.
Castle will go down. NICOV, it's inevitable now. If he tries to repair this, Paladins will come in, villagers will die, and NICOV, he resigns. My heart is broken, but that's always the case when it goes to Game 5. As a caster, and for the viewers, and everything involved as far as tournaments are concerned, you always want to see that. Viper will move on to face Liereyy in the what will be the second semifinal. Dave, we have a bit of time now before we go to the interview with ZeroEmpires and the Viper. What decided the game for Viper?
Just the fact that NICOV was forced to go back. in early Castle Age. He invested into the ballistics. That's a lot of wood that you can't put into another TC. And when Viper pushed that back with, what did he have? He had 10 skirmishers? 10 elite skirmishers is all he needed to push that aggression back. And NICOV was behind by like 10 villagers at that point. And Viper, whenever you're behind Viper, he will capitalize on that and carry that through to the Imperial Age.
And you know what else was really interesting? I recall saying that elite skirm with Franks is unorthodox because you can make 2 stable knights to clear up crossbows. But NICOV added the pikemen. So it was almost like really good play from NICOV, but good play from Viper to realize that he can get away with going skirms in castle so he can boom and then turn it into the knights. I think largely a lot of that has to do with the fact that the players are so far apart from each other. And it did take NICOV so much to try and lock down and push on the flanks. I'll go to the achievements now. I'm sure that Viper's going to have more food and gold here. No doubt in my mind. He had more food. He had more gold. The only thing he did not have more of was stone, interestingly enough. But the wood, of course, turned into farms, and then the villagers turned into gold mining and paladins. That's all he needed.
You can see on the timeline there, Viper, he is behind in military numbers most of the game, but he was just able to hold on and keep his economy expanding. Very, very nice.
It's how you play Franks. It's how you play any eco civ nowadays, and it's how you play against someone going with 2 range crossbows. Well played, Viper. Guys, I'm sure you want to hear from him, and you will. And I'm sure you all want to hear from ZeroEmpires. We'll pass it along to him.
Thanks, guys. Yes, what a great series right there, ending the day with a lovely 5-game series. I'm sure NICOV is going to be a little bit heartbroken after coming so close, yet just not quite having enough. Oh boy, he's played against the Viper in so many tournaments now, often so early in the tournament. And I think Tristan and Dave said it really well earlier on. He is one of the best players in the world. He is potentially top 5, but you know, he never gets that bracket look. He always comes up against really tough opponents early on. So the only thing between him and getting to that point is the tournament results at the end of the day. But here is Viper. He is here for his interview. Congratulations, Viper, and well done to you.
Thank you, Mr. Zach.
Oh boy, where do we even start with that series? You said yesterday that you think you need to step it up against NICOV. It went to 5 games today, but you got there in the end. How much did he make you step it up?
Well, I was definitely right yesterday. There's no question about that. I think this is the toughest NICOV I have played so far. So I think I heard in an earlier interview or whatever talked about how he thinks he's playing as good as he ever has. And I think that shows as well. He played really, really solid today. A few of those games where even the Britons against Incas game, I thought I traded somewhat okay and was in a good position, but he just, I don't know. He played really, really great today.
Yeah, well, we'll go over the games one by one as we've got some video recaps as well. But first of all, NICOV's home maps, he picked Eruption and Wings. And these are the 2 least played maps in the tournament so far. I assume you have strategies prepared for everything, but did that really influence your Civ draft at all, or were you doing your own thing there?
I mean, you always have to draft according to the maps, right? So his home maps obviously has some influence over my Civs as well. And I think I might have to rethink a little bit of my approach on certain maps, because what I thought is potentially the best might not be the case. I'm going to have to evaluate a little bit before tomorrow.
That's good to hear. I guess, you know, Empire Wars a little bit of an unknown quantity still. We don't really see it too often, aside from Red Bull 1. This is the 2nd tournament ever which features that game mode. Do you think it makes things more exciting, a bit different?
Yeah, for sure. It's not the same meta that you have in RM, where it's pretty much the same all the time, because the meta is very figured out. There are still a few things here and there that can be done differently and experimented with, but all in all, the meta is quite figured out. It changes every balance patch though, so there is that. But yeah, Empire Wars is a completely different game.
Yeah, it certainly makes for good watching as well. So yeah, let's go into game one, Arabia. It was Aztecs versus Magyars, and obviously the first game win for NICOV there. Now, yesterday in your interview, you said that you don't normally play Eagles in the Castle Age, and that's exactly what NICOV did yesterday and went on, today even, and went on to win that. That Castle Age push was really strong. Did you underestimate that a little bit?
When I said yesterday that I don't normally play Eagles that much in Fuel Age, but yeah, the Eagles, I didn't underestimate them. I knew the push was coming. I have played against that very push a few times now, and it's been really tough every time. I actually think I've had 2 or 3 games exactly with Magyars as well against this push, but I didn't underestimate it. But the Rams came really fast, and my production really disappeared very fast. I think I did a good job all in all, kind of crawling my way into a stabilized game, but still I was too far behind at that point. But yeah, I definitely invested too much into scouts in Fuel Age, because he had a really easy map to wall, and he was walled up immediately, so I couldn't get anything done. I should have identified that earlier and stopped making scouts. Then I would have been up a little bit earlier, and maybe a few knights and a few CAPOCHs a little bit earlier could have slowed down his push a little bit more.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to ask you about that game as well is why no siege? Do you think that a couple of mangonels or a scorpion could have really helped you against that ram push, or were you just really focused on trying to mass up those CA and you didn't want to let anything get in the way of that?
Yeah, I should have added a mangonel as well in hindsight. I know that, but I struggled to find space. Like between my gold and my town center, everything was occupied, so I kind of just relied on units and tried to use mobility to take efficient fights, but he had so many pikes and eagles that it was probably the wrong decision. I should have made space for a siege workshop somewhere and just get a mangonel or 2 out, because if I get 1 or 2 mangonels out, I can probably get rid of 2 or 3 rams as well before maybe 1 TC will go down, but at least I should be trading way better. So yeah, siege would definitely have helped.
Right, and obviously he took down all those ranges as well, which you ended up having to rebuild, but you got there in the end and managed to push through with all those CA. In game 2, that was Haboob, that was Slavs versus your Khmer, and you brought the series back there. It was a really solid performance from you. You took the sort of initiative to push with the scouts, and it seemed like it put NICOV on the back foot for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he was very aggressive at the start, so I figured if I just hold the initial push and then add a second stable, just start massing scouts, then I should be safe against everything. And then I thought the moment arose where I could just fall back to a tower and then sneak my scouts around. And it played out quite perfectly. I thought he actually would be up faster because he went back, but he was slower than me even, so that surprised me a little bit. But yeah, I got my sneaks around and did some damage and forced him to run around a lot with villagers. And Khmer are really helpful on that map where you can hide in houses as well. So even when he got his archers around, I could just hide in houses with my farming villagers, and there was not really any damage for him there either. So I was satisfied with that game. I feel like my game, the first and second game, wasn't too good micro-wise. NICOV, like I said, I could definitely tell that he was on point today, because I would say normally, even if I play slightly off in terms of microing, I don't get punished that much. But today he was punishing left and right, and yeah, like I said, I really had to step it up.
It's a big compliment to NICOV. And yeah, in game 3, Eruption, that was the Berbers versus Mayans game where you striked back. It was back and forth the whole series. But it was really nice to see you holding that Eagle Warrior tech switch back. It really sort of caught NICOV's skirmishes out. But one thing I was curious about is how much were you selling at the market that game? Because it looked like you were really low on gold for a while there.
Yeah, I did sell a bit of food wood and stone, but yeah, I think I needed that because we needed to sell to get Eldorado upgrade in particular. And that was a really close game though. It's really difficult with the Berber Knights. They're so cheap. I'm not sure how the villager counts were. I reckon it was probably quite equal. Maybe I was slightly behind early Castle Age. But yeah, if he gets one of those fights a little bit more in his favor, that can really snowball out of control for me. So yeah, that was a really tough game. He had some good plans in this series, both the Arabia and the Eruption, where he just walled up and went fast castle, just like the last game as well. So yeah, he definitely was well prepared.
You mentioned the value of walling yesterday, and we saw that quite a lot today as well. But yeah, on that map, Eruption, it was kind of interesting because we didn't really see that many eco raids. Obviously, the walling makes it a little more difficult, but it seems like winning the middle has to be absolutely everything, 110% to win that goal in the center of the map.
I wanted to send my Eagles around at some point and just raid his economy. Because, I mean, it felt stalemate at the middle, but then I saw they had upgraded Cavalier, and then I couldn't justify that anymore. But yeah, the middle is certainly important. Obviously, the gold is there, and it also, if you have the middle, you also have the hills, and that's also really important. But there will be circumstances where raiding and hitting economy probably is better, because the other player might focus entirely on the middle, and then he will be exposed on the sides. So it kind of always depends on how the game plays out.
Yeah, that one was quite interesting, actually, because in the end, I think it was actually NICOV running out of steam because he let all of his farms expire. So it turns out you didn't really need to raid in the end anyway. He sort of raided himself in that one, unfortunately. But in Game 4, Wings, that was Incas versus Britons. And you said earlier on you felt like you were trading well at the start. You opened with 3 ranges. What was the game plan there? Were you just trying to pin him down, stop him from getting map control?
Just mass army, make sure he cannot come forward with any tower shenanigans, things like that. And I thought I did a good job at that in general, and I thought I would trade it okay and killed some vills, but in hindsight, he has the Inca armor upgrade, right? So maybe I didn't do as much as I did. I think I'm going to have to rewatch that game in particular, just to see how it all played out, because I thought at one point it was quite equal, but yeah, once the Eagle numbers got out of control in Castle Age, that's when it kind of just like it was just an uphill battle that would be probably impossible to come back from.
Yeah, he actually saved so many villagers with like 1 HP because that armor makes such a big difference, right? And then obviously at some point you made that decision that you were going to longswords and basically you're going to sort of commit yourself to a Castle Age prison for a while there. Do you think longswords can hold against elite eagles, or was that really just a desperation move?
It was definitely desperation. The mobility of the Eagles is just impossible to deal with there. So even if I have enough longswords to actually win a fight against him, I still cannot win because he will just run and choose when to fight all the time. There was one moment where I could maybe have trapped his units if I was a little bit more on point. I was a little bit too late for that. So if I got those trapped, there would be like 25 Eagles killed probably. So if that worked out for me, then I could have maybe transitioned and held better. But even then, I think his map control was just too good. And I had too many crossbows that don't do anything against Eagles. I think I had like 40 crossbows running around, and they just don't do anything against Eagles. So yeah, my arm switch, longsword switch was desperate, pretty much.
Yeah, it was quite funny. Dave was commenting on the crossbows, the world travelers. They've been all around the map, but they couldn't find any eagles anywhere. But yeah, we did get to see just a moment ago on the replay the potential trap. I mean, that could have been absolutely game-changing right there. But in the end, NICOV did take that game, took it to Game 5. That was Blockades, the game we just saw. Ethiopians versus Franks, which means that you didn't take Saracens in the end. Just Franks' better pick for the last map?
I'm actually not sure. I thought he would go Ethiopians. So I figured, do I want to play crossbow war with Saracens against Ethiopian, where I need to have a big initiative early game to actually make use of the market? And my conclusion was that I didn't want to do that. And I felt like Franks, take an economic Franks approach with counter units, and there's so much gold on that map that I think you can even justify just go Paladin and try to go for like a snowball in Imperial Age with power units. So that was kind of my reasoning for ignoring the Saracens. Even when my draft was like, after we had done the draft, I even looked at the maps, and even then I thought I wouldn't use Saracens. But I think in hindsight, maybe I should have used them on Arabia instead of Magyars. But yeah, obviously can't change that now.
No, but you can definitely learn for tomorrow, where you'll be playing against Liereyy. How do you feel about that matchup? I feel like Liereyy is always so strong, although we haven't seen him getting some really big tournament performances lately.
Yeah, Liereyy is one of the guys I always respect, regardless of how people think his shape is or not. I think he's very active playing other games as well, and that also helps on keeping you in shape for Age of Empires. So that's one of the reasons why I think he needs so few games to also be in shape for Age of Empires. Now, he has had some rocky games this tournament so far. Against Velez, I think he should have lost the cross game, for example. And TheMAX, obviously, 3-2. So I think both me and Liereyy have had a little bit of a rough time so far. But I also think it's going to be a great series tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to watching it. I'm sure you're looking forward to playing it. So best of luck to you for that. And we'll be tuning in tomorrow to catch those games when they happen.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. There you go, guys. That was Viper. He does move past NICOV. And as we were just saying, he will play against Liereyy in the semi-finals tomorrow. That is going to be super hype. And we have got a hell of a couple of games to look forward to tomorrow. Let's take a quick look at the bracket then, see how we have gotten to this point so far, the conclusion of the quarterfinals today. So Mr. Yo going past CAPOCH with a 3-0 victory. Hera taking the 3-0 against TATOH, so quite quick, comfortable games there. And that's going to be a very great semi-final match between Mr. Yo and Hera. Looking forward to that. Then, of course, Liereyy going past the max 3-2, and Viper 3-2 against NICOV. Much harder fought in the bottom half of the bracket so far. And with those quarterfinals and those semi-finals, it is shaping up to be a very high caliber grand finals and semi-finals tomorrow. We'll be back at 13 GMT, where we'll be starting with Yo versus Hera. If we take a look at the schedule there, we can see that's going to be the first game of the day. Liereyy versus Viper will be at 15 GMT. And then for a little break, we have a show match. Now, last time around, we had the semi-finals and the grand finals back to back. And that was obviously a little bit unfortunate for the Viper, who had to play back to back. And so we heard the feedback, and we're going to have a bit more of a larger break tomorrow. And we're going to be having a show match between Miguel and Degao against TATOH and Doubt. That's going to be super exciting. I'm looking forward to that as well, because I'll be casting that with Nili, and that will sort of fill the gap between the semi-finals and the grand finals, which is due to start at about 6:30 GMT. So very much looking forward to that. That's going to be super exciting. You won't want to miss a thing. But if you did miss any of the games today and want to rewatch them at any point, you can tune into the VODs. They're over on YouTube at the Red Bull Gaming channel, or of course you can catch them on the Twitch VODs as well. But that's it from us today. Really looking forward to all the games we still have in store for us. Obviously, there's $30,000 on the line, so there's a lot to play for. And I'm sure the players will be bringing their absolute A game tomorrow. So we'll see you then. Thanks and goodbye for now.
Oh, that hurts so much. Pikeman did open it, and those are all full HP, and they're getting...
And a castle in Hera's base right now from TATOH. What is this game? This was so conservative for so long, and now it's gotten just absolutely crazy.
Oh god, both players.
I was going to say the problem with pikeman defense is that they're slow compared to the knights, but not when you got two knights converted!
Over the wall!
TATOH showed up. Great timing from TATOH to beat this annoying. The villager comes out and right back in again.
Oh,
he's trying to bait him.
This is so crazy. Oh, gets the archer kill. Villager 1 HP and jumps.
Oh my god.
Such a nerd.
Getting hit. Hera, great micro to avoid the mangonel shots. He's gonna avoid this one. Splits away. Oh my god, this guy is so good.
Oh, mangonel dies before shooting a lot. Ground attack survives 1 HP, TATOH. Goes for the delete. There you do, Vince.
Crossbows. He might get one more here. Oh no, he missed the shot. Okay. He had one shot there, one opportunity, and he missed it.
Let it slip.
Yeah,
let it
Mom
slip.
spaghetti.
Oh man.
And Yo's at the front.
I love this.
Over with the archers. Okay, opts for the villagers, and Yo only with one archer forward of his own. He's kind of just annoying CAPOCH at the moment. He might actually sight that villager though.
I think the archers are gonna miss, and the TC garrison wouldn't be enough. Oh my goodness. Calculated. I don't think there's a hole here. Checking. Yo, might be tempted to go into just crossbow Dave if he sees all the walls.
Not producing out of all
Oh
of his
my
PCs,
god!
though.
Oh my
They're
god,
in.
there is a hole. Are you kidding me? There's a hole
How?
there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I feel so bad for this guy. You know what?
Trap?
This could be. I never
Yo
know how
needs
these
to
are going to
run
go,
right
right?
through.
Because there's a town center there as well. But also, I don't know if Yo can fully engage. Oh! Trap him!
Trap! But does it work though?
I
The
think
Empire
no.
is so strong, dude. Look at these things!
You just
Oh
played
my
yourself.
god!
You just played yourself. Now you're camera.
Not the second one though, only the first one. And Viper, that's not a great engagement from him. And if NICOV takes a good fight against CAPOCH, which he just did,
Everything was good for NICOV there. NICOV only has 21 on food. Oh,
He's got-
God.
NICOV has one villager on gold too. His face!
Now he's adding more farms. No, it's 2020. We click buttons to do things now. Viper had better eco, and he wasn't up against Mezzo players who had gold. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He could be. Oh, my God.
He's... Oh! That was so close.
Just a little bit in different ways. That repair villager is really important to this push.
Oh my god!
Oh! He's
What a
safe.
god!